What is good in the hood, my tired little friends? I have a lovely and calm story here for you all. So let's snuggle up quickly, because tonight you'll walk the dusty streets if there really were any in ancient Athens, wander the gardens of classical China, and trace the invisible threads of thought that connect us across millennia. Settle in as we explore how ideas, patient, persistent and powerful, transform the world while you drift towards sleep. So if you are new to the channel or returning importantly, liking the video and commenting significantly helps us out. Also, please let me know where you are listening in from and what time it is for you. Now, get comfortable and let's begin. You notice an odd figure among the bustling crowd, a man with a face like a satyr, bulging eyes, and a flattened nose that suggests too many wrestling matches in his youth. His clothes are simple, almost threadbare, and his bare feet are thick with calluses from decades of walking these stone streets. His name is Socrates, though he'd bristle at being called important or wise. He owns almost nothing, produces nothing you can hold in your hands, and writes nothing down. Yet he's doing something revolutionary without raising his voice or his fists. He's teaching people to think by asking questions. You watch as he approaches a confident young aristocrat near the fish vendor's stall. The young man has just finished proclaiming his expertise on justice to an admiring crowd, his voice carrying that particular certainty young people possess before life teaches them complexity. Socrates shuffles closer, his eyes twinkling with what looks like innocent curiosity, the kind a child might have. He asks a simple question. What exactly do you mean by justice? The young man smiles, certain of his answer, and begins to explain. Socrates nods and asks another question, then another. Each question is gentle and genuinely curious, but somehow reveals a crack in the previous answer. Within minutes, the young man's certainty crumbles like week-old bread. He stammers, contradicts himself, and finally admits he doesn't actually know what justice is at all. This is the Socratic method, though it wouldn't be called that for centuries. It's not about winning arguments or showing off knowledge. It's about clearing away the weeds of false certainty so truth can grow. Socrates compares himself to a midwife, not creating ideas but helping others give birth to understanding they already possess. He believes the unexamined life isn't worth living, that real wisdom starts with admitting ignorance. I know that I know nothing, he famously says, though even this isn't quite right. He knows he doesn't know, which puts him ahead of those who don't know but think they do. The Athenian authorities don't appreciate this approach. To them, Socrates is corrupting the youth, questioning traditional values, and making people uncomfortable with ideas they'd rather not examine. You can almost smell the tension in the air, that acrid scent of fear when power feels threatened by questions. The democracy that Athens prides itself on has its limits, and Socrates has apparently crossed them. In 399 BCE, they put him on trial, charging him with impiety and corrupting the young. The trial takes place in a large courtroom with 500 Athenian citizens serving as the jury. Socrates defends himself, but not in the way his accusers expect. He doesn't beg for mercy or apologize for his philosophy. Instead, he explains that he's been performing a service to Athens, acting as a gadfly, stinging a noble but lazy horse into action. Without his questioning, Athens grows complacent, its citizens accepting conventional wisdom without examination. He suggests, somewhat mockingly, that instead of punishing him, Athens should reward him with free meals in the Prytaneum, an honour reserved for Olympic victors and great benefactors of the city. The jury doesn't appreciate this suggestion. They find him guilty and sentence him to death. Even then, escape remains possible. His wealthy friends arrange for him to flee to Thessaly, where he could live out his days in comfortable exile. But Socrates refuses. He spent his life arguing that one must obey the city's laws, that a citizen has obligations to the state that nurtured him. To flee now would make his philosophy hollow, his words meaningless. Besides, he argues, death might be good. either a dreamless sleep or a journey to another place where he can continue questioning the great figures of the past. Either option seems preferable to living as an exile, unable to practice philosophy. You stand in the prison cell on the day of his execution. His friends weep around him, but Socrates remains calm, almost cheerful. He bathes so his body will be clean, sparing the women the task of washing a corpse. The jailer brings the cup of hemlock with tears in his eyes, apologising for carrying out the sentence. Socrates takes it without hesitation, drinks it down, and walks around the cell until his legs begin to grow heavy. He lies down, and gradually the numbness spreads from his feet upward. His last words, addressed to his friend Crito, are practical and slightly mysterious. "We owe a rooster to Asclepius. Make sure the debt is paid." Asclepius is the god of healing. Perhaps Socrates means that death is the cure for life's ailments, or perhaps it's simply a debt he remembered. Then the numbness reaches his heart, and Socrates dies. His death seems like an ending, but it's actually a beginning. Because one person in that courtroom, a young aristocrat named Plato, watches his teacher die and decides to ensure these ideas survive. Socrates' refusal to write anything down means his philosophy could have vanished like morning dew. But Plato will spend his life preserving Socrates' method and memory, even as he develops his own philosophical vision that goes far beyond what his teacher taught. Imagine Plato after Socrates' death, restless and grieving, unable to remain in an Athens that killed the wisest man he knew. He's around 28 years old, born into one of Athens' most distinguished families, and educated in all the arts a Greek gentleman should master. He could have pursued politics, and could have become a general or a wealthy landowner. Instead, he travels across the Mediterranean searching for wisdom, trying to understand why Athens condemned Socrates and how to prevent such injustice in the future. You follow him to Egypt, where priests in white linen robes share ancient knowledge among papyrus scrolls in temple libraries. They tell him their civilization stretches back thousands of years, making Greek culture seem young and untested. You accompany him to Italy, where Pythagorean mystics teach that numbers underlie reality itself, that the cosmos operates according to mathematical harmonies invisible to the untrained eye. These Pythagoreans live communally, follow strict dietary rules, and believe in the transmigration of souls, ideas that will deeply influence Plato's developing philosophy. Through years of wandering and study, an idea crystallizes in his mind like frost forming on a window. What if Socrates was right that knowledge is possible but wrong about where to find it? What if truth doesn't reside in the physical world at all, but in some realm beyond the senses? What if everything we see and touch is just an imperfect copy of something more real, more permanent and more perfect? When Plato returns to Athens around 387 BCE, he establishes the academy in a grove sacred to the hero Academus, about a mile outside the city walls. Picture it. Olive trees providing dappled shade, students gathering on stone benches worn smooth by countless philosophical discussions, and the scent of wild thyme crushed underfoot. Unlike the Agora, where Socrates taught anyone who would listen, the academy is exclusive, requiring mathematical training for entrance. A sign above the entrance reads, "Let no one ignorant of geometry enter." Not because Plato's elitist, but because he believes geometry trains the mind to think about abstract, eternal truths rather than particular, changing things. You sit with the students as Plato explains his vision. This world around you, he says, the olive trees, the marble benches, even the bodies you inhabit, these are just shadows, reflections, imperfect copies of perfect forms that exist in a realm beyond the senses. Somewhere in that eternal realm exists the form of tree, the perfect template from which all physical trees are crude approximations, the same for beauty, justice, and good. All the concepts humans argue about are really arguments about dim reflections of perfect, unchanging ideals. It sounds strange at first, perhaps even ridiculous, but notice what Plato is doing. He's trying to explain why we recognise things, why we can look at wildly different objects, a tiny sapling and a massive oak, and call them both trees. His answer is that our souls encountered the form of tree before birth, in that realm of perfect forms, and physical trees trigger memories of that perfect template. This is why learning feels like remembering, why we can recognise instances of justice or beauty, even though no two instances are exactly alike. Plato illustrates this with his famous allegory of the cave. Imagine, he says, prisoners chained in a cave since birth, able to see only shadows on the wall cast by a fire behind them. These shadows are their entire reality. Now imagine one prisoner breaks free, turns around, and sees the fire and the objects casting shadows. The bright light hurts his eyes at first, but gradually he adjusts. Then he's dragged out of the cave entirely into the sunlight. At first, the sun blinds him, but eventually he sees the real world, trees, mountains, stars, and realizes the shadows were poor copies of a reality he never imagined. This is humanity's condition, Plato argues. We're the prisoners, the physical world is the cave, and the forms are the reality outside. Most people live their entire lives watching shadows, thinking that's all there is. Philosophers are those who escape the cave, see true reality, and return to help others. But when they try to explain what they've seen, they seem crazy. The other prisoners mock them and might even kill them, as Athens killed Socrates. The academy becomes a place where mathematics, astronomy and philosophy intertwine. Plato sees mathematical truths as the clearest examples of his forms. A perfect circle doesn't exist in the physical world, where every drawn circle has slight imperfections. Yet mathematicians can contemplate its properties with certainty. The ratio of a circle's circumference to its diameter is always pi, whether anyone measures it or not, whether circles exist or not. This suggests mathematical truths reside in some realm beyond physical reality, exactly as the forms do. His most famous work, The Republic, outlines an ideal society governed by philosopher kings who have seen the form of the good itself. In Plato's vision, society divides into three classes: the workers who provide material needs, the guardians who protect the city, and the rulers who govern. Each class corresponds to a part of the soul: appetite, spirit, and reason. Justice occurs when each part performs its proper function, not interfering with the others. The city Plato describes would strike modern readers as strange and troubling. Poets are banned because their works deal with imitations of imitations, shadows of shadows, and moving people through emotion rather than reason. Children are raised communally rather than by individual families, at least among the guardian class, to prevent nepotism and class loyalty from corrupting their dedication to the city. Even marriage is regulated by the rulers, who arrange breeding to produce the best offspring, like farmers breeding livestock for desirable traits. Some of it sounds noble, some authoritarian, and some simply impractical. But Plato isn't necessarily prescribing this society. He's using it as a thought experiment to explore the nature of justice itself. The ideal city is like the ideal form, perfect in theory, impossible in practice, but useful for understanding imperfect reality. You notice how different Plato is from his teacher. Socrates wrote nothing, trusted the spoken word, practiced philosophy in the marketplace among ordinary people, and claimed to know nothing. Plato writes elaborate dialogues, establishes an exclusive academy, develops systematic theories, and claims to know the structure of reality itself. Yet both share the conviction that philosophy isn't just intellectual exercise, it's training for how to live, preparation for death, and therapy for the soul. Among Plato's students, one stands out for his voracious curiosity and occasional disagreements with his teacher. He's a young man from Stagira in northern Greece, the son of a physician, with a mind that absorbs knowledge like dry sand absorbs water. His name is Aristotle, and he's about to take philosophy in an entirely different direction. Aristotle arrives at Plato's academy as a 17-year-old and stays for 20 years, first as a student, then as a teacher. You can sense the intellectual electricity in their debates, Plato pointing toward transcendent forms in a realm beyond the senses, Aristotle insisting that truth lies in the physical world itself, if only we study it carefully enough. Where Plato sees the material world as a poor copy of eternal forms, Aristotle sees it as the only world we have, worthy of systematic investigation. The disagreement isn't simply theoretical. Plato, devastated by Socrates' death, distrusts the physical and political world that killed his teacher. He looks beyond it for something permanent and perfect. Aristotle, trained by his physician father to observe nature closely, trusts the evidence of his senses and believes understanding comes through careful study of particular things, not contemplation of universal forms. When Plato dies in 347 BCE, Aristotle eventually leaves Athens. Politics plays a role. Athens is increasingly hostile to anyone connected with Macedonia, and Aristotle's father had been physician to the Macedonian king. But there's also opportunity. Picture him now in his middle years, hired by King Philip of Macedon to tutor his 13-year-old son, Alexander. You watch Aristotle instilling in young Alexander a love of Homer, a respect for Greek culture, and perhaps that systematic approach to understanding the world that characterises all Aristotle's work. Years later, when Alexander conquers everything from Greece to India, he'll send biological specimens back to his old teacher, a strange collaboration between philosopher and conqueror. Alexander founds cities and destroys kingdoms while Aristotle dissects squid and categorises animals. It's tempting to wonder what they talked about during those tutorial years. Did Aristotle try to moderate Alexander's ambition? Did Alexander's questions about governing an empire influence Aristotle's political philosophy? We don't know, but the connection between the world's greatest conqueror and one of its greatest thinkers remains fascinating. But it's after Alexander leaves that Aristotle does his most important work. Around 335 BCE, he establishes the Lyceum in Athens, in a grove sacred to Apollo Lycaeus. You find yourself walking its covered paths, the Peripatos, where Aristotle lectures while strolling, earning his followers the name Peripatetics. Unlike Plato's Academy, focused on mathematics and abstract theory, the Lyceum is a research institution. Students collect specimens from across the Greek world, dissect animals, observe the stars, interview locals about their customs, and gather constitutions from different cities. Aristotle's approach transforms philosophy from speculation about invisible forms to careful observation of visible reality. He dissects over 50 different animal species, noting patterns and relationships. He discovers that dolphins and whales are mammals, not fish. He describes the four-chambered stomach of ruminants. He traces the development of chicken embryos by cracking open eggs at different stages of incubation. This isn't idle curiosity. Aristotle believes understanding how things work reveals fundamental truths about reality itself. He develops the first comprehensive system of logic, creating rules for valid reasoning that will dominate Western thought for over 2,000 years. The syllogism, if all men are mortal, and Socrates is a man, then Socrates is mortal, becomes the model for demonstrative proof. Aristotle doesn't just use logic, he analyses it, identifying valid and invalid argument forms and distinguishing different types of reasoning. You sit with students as Aristotle explains his vision of causation. Everything that exists, he argues, can be understood through four causes: the material cause, what it's made of; the formal cause, its structure or essence; the efficient cause, what brought it into being; and the final cause, its purpose or end. Consider a marble statue of Athena in the Agora. The material cause is the marble, hewn from quarries on Mount Pentelicus. The formal cause is the shape, the specific form of Athena rather than any other shape the marble could have taken. The efficient cause is the sculptor's chisel and the hands and mind that transformed raw marble into art. The final cause is the statue's purpose, to honour the goddess and beautify the city. This final cause, the telos or purpose, becomes central to Aristotle's entire philosophy. Everything in nature has a purpose, he believes. An acorn's purpose is to become an oak. The eye's purpose is to see. A knife's purpose is to cut. Excellence, virtue, means fulfilling your purpose well. A good knife cuts smoothly and holds its edge. A good eye sees clearly across various distances and lighting conditions. And humans, our purpose, our telos, is to use reason to live well, to achieve eudaimonia, usually translated as happiness, but really meaning flourishing, living up to our full potential as rational beings. Unlike Plato, who saw virtue as knowledge of eternal forms, Aristotle roots ethics in habit and practice. Virtue, he argues, is the mean between extremes. Courage is the middle path between cowardice and recklessness. A coward flees every danger. A reckless person seeks danger foolishly. The courageous person feels fear appropriately, but acts despite it when action is right. Generosity lies between stinginess and wastefulness. The stingy person hoards resources. The wasteful person squanders them. The generous person gives appropriately to worthy causes. But finding the mean isn't a simple calculation. It depends on circumstances, on the people involved, and on timing and manner. You become virtuous not by contemplating perfect forms or following rigid rules, but by practicing virtuous actions until they become second nature, like a musician practicing scales until music flows naturally. This is why character formation is crucial. Children must be trained in good habits before they can understand why those habits are good. Aristotle writes on seemingly everything: physics, metaphysics, ethics, politics, poetry, rhetoric, biology, and psychology. He develops theories about motion and change, substance and accident, and potentiality and actuality. He analyses different forms of government, concluding that the best practical system is polity, a mixed constitution balancing elements of democracy and oligarchy. He distinguishes between theoretical knowledge, understanding for its own sake, practical knowledge, how to act, and productive knowledge, how to make things. His influence is staggering and long-lasting. Medieval Christian scholars will struggle to reconcile his philosophy with biblical teaching, eventually synthesizing them in ways that shape Christian theology for centuries. Islamic scholars preserve and develop his works when they're lost to Western Europe during the early Middle Ages. For nearly 2,000 years, in Christian, Islamic, and Jewish intellectual traditions, saying Aristotle says will end most arguments. His authority becomes so great that it eventually becomes problematic. When new observations contradict Aristotle, many scholars defend Aristotle rather than trust their eyes. Yet on this evening in ancient Athens, as dusk settles over the Lyceum and students head home through streets lit by oil lamps, Aristotle's approach represents something revolutionary: the idea that careful observation and systematic thinking can unlock nature's secrets, that philosophy should engage with the world as it is rather than retreat to abstract forms, and that understanding requires patient investigation of particular things rather than pure contemplation of universal principles. While Socrates questions Athenians in the Agora, shift your attention eastward, across mountains and deserts, past the Persian Empire and the steppes of Central Asia, to ancient China during the 6th century BCE. The landscape differs dramatically: rice paddies instead of olive groves, bamboo forests instead of marble columns, and rivers like the Yellow River and Yangtze that dwarf anything in Greece. But the questions troubling thoughtful people are remarkably similar. How should one live? What makes a society just? What is the source of wisdom? You find yourself in the state of Lu, in what is now Shandong province, watching an elderly man with a long beard and kind eyes, teaching a group of young aristocrats. This is Kongzi, though Jesuit missionaries who encounter his work 2,000 years later will Latinize his name to Confucius. He was born around 551 BCE into a family of minor nobility fallen on hard times. Unlike Socrates, who taught for free and owned almost nothing, Confucius charges fees for instruction and actively seeks political appointment, hoping to implement his vision of proper governance. Unlike Plato, who looks beyond this world for truth, Confucius focuses intensely on this world, on relationships, and on the proper way to live among others. The China of Confucius's time is fracturing. The Zhou dynasty, which had unified much of China under a feudal system, is collapsing into what historians will call the Spring and Autumn period, soon to give way to the even more violent Warring States period. Feudal lords fight for supremacy, traditional social bonds fray, and many people feel adrift in a world where the old certainties no longer hold. Into this chaos, Confucius offers something ancient peoples often crave during turbulent times, a return to traditional values, properly understood and consciously practiced. Walk with Confucius through the streets of Lu as he explains the concept of Ren, often translated as benevolence, humaneness, or human-heartedness. It's the fundamental virtue, he says, the capacity to feel for others, to treat them not as objects or tools, but as fellow humans deserving respect and consideration. When a student asks how to practice Ren, Confucius responds with what would later be called the Golden Rule. Do not impose on others what you yourself do not desire. This sounds simple, but Confucius means it as an active practice, requiring constant attention to how your actions affect others. But Confucius isn't simply preaching kindness. He's building an entire ethical system based on relationships and roles. Picture it as concentric circles radiating outward from the individual. The innermost circle is filial piety, respect for parents and ancestors. This is an optional sentiment. It's the foundation of all other virtues. A person who honours their parents, who feels genuine gratitude and obligation toward those who gave them life and raised them, will naturally extend that respect outward, to elder siblings, to teachers, to rulers, to friends. Society works, Confucius believes, when everyone understands and conscientiously fulfills their role in these relationships. The relationship goes both ways, though. Parents should be worthy of respect, governing with kindness and wisdom. Rulers should care for their subjects as parents care for children. Teachers should model the virtues they teach. Each relationship has reciprocal obligations. The junior party owes respect and obedience. The senior party owes care and guidance. When both fulfill their roles, harmony results. When either fails, the relationship fractures and society suffers. Confucius emphasizes li, often translated as ritual, propriety, or proper conduct. This isn't about empty ceremony. Confucius sees ritual as the outward expression of inner virtue, the way a society maintains harmony and transmits values across generations. Knowing how to bow correctly, how to serve tea with proper attention, and how to conduct a funeral that honours the dead while comforting the living. These aren't trivial matters of etiquette. They're the grease that keeps the social machine running smoothly, the visible manifestation of respect and care. You watch Confucius demonstrate this. When entering a room, he adjusts his robes carefully. When speaking to a superior, he adopts a particular tone and posture. When performing sacrifices to ancestors, he focuses completely on the ritual, as if the ancestors were actually present. Some students wonder if this is hypocritical, performing rituals without necessarily believing in their supernatural efficacy. But Confucius argues the ritual's value lies not in magical effects, but in cultivating proper attitudes and maintaining social bonds. The way you perform a ritual shapes who you become. You notice how practical Confucius is compared to the Greek philosophers. When students ask about spirits and the afterlife, he deflects. You do not understand even life. How can you understand death? When asked if he believes in ghosts, he responds, I am not even able to serve people well. How can I serve ghosts? His focus stays relentlessly on this world, on creating the yunzi, the exemplary person who combines moral integrity with cultured refinement. The Junzi is Confucius's ideal, not a sage with mystical powers or a warrior with physical prowess, but a morally cultivated person who acts righteously in all circumstances. The Junzi studies the classics, practices ritual, cultivates virtue, and serves society. When governing, the Junzi leads by moral example rather than punishment. Confucius believes that if rulers are virtuous, the people will naturally follow, like grass bending in the wind. But if rulers are corrupt, no amount of law and punishment will create order. Confucius spends much of his life seeking political appointment, hoping to find a ruler who will implement his vision. He travels from state to state, offering advice, but most rulers find his emphasis on virtue rather than power impractical. One ruler seems interested but ultimately rejects Confucius's counsel in favour of more aggressive advisers. Confucius returns to Lu in his old age, somewhat bitter about his political failures, and dedicates his remaining years to teaching and, according to tradition, editing the classical texts that will become foundational to Chinese education. He dies in 479 BCE, around the same time Socrates is beginning his philosophical career in Athens, believing himself a failure, his political advice largely ignored, his dream of a harmonious society governed by virtuous leaders unrealized. Yet his disciples preserve his teachings in the Analects, a collection of conversations and sayings compiled after his death. Within centuries, Confucianism becomes the official ideology of the Chinese state, shaping East Asian civilization for over 2,000 years. The civil service examination system, in place for over a millennium, will be based on mastery of Confucian texts. The emphasis on education, respect for elders, social harmony and meritocracy will profoundly influence Chinese, Korean, Japanese and Vietnamese societies. But Confucius isn't the only voice in ancient China questioning how to live. In fact, another tradition emerges during the same period that seems almost its opposite. In the same era that Confucius teaches the importance of ritual and social roles, another tradition emerges in ancient China that takes an entirely different approach. You encounter Laozi, though whether he's a historical person or a legendary composite remains unclear, whose teachings are collected in the TThe, or Classic of the Way and Virtue. Tradition says he was an older contemporary of Confucius, a keeper of archives in the Zhou court, who grew disillusioned with society and rode west on a water buffalo into the wilderness. At the mountain pass, the gatekeeper recognized him and begged him to write down his wisdom before disappearing. Laozi agreed, composed the TThe in one sitting, and then continued into the mountains, never to be seen again. This story is probably fiction, but it captures something essential about Taoist philosophy: its suspicion of civilization, its preference for nature over culture, and its conviction that the best wisdom can barely be expressed in words. Where Confucius emphasizes action, effort, and social engagement, Laozi speaks of wu wei, non-action, or more precisely, action that flows naturally without forcing. Picture water flowing around rocks. It doesn't struggle or push, yet over time it shapes mountains, carves canyons, and wears away the hardest stone. This is the Taoist ideal. Align yourself with the Tao, the fundamental way of nature, and act through non-action and achieve through non-striving. The TThe opens with a paradox that sets the tone for everything that follows. The Tao that can be named is not the eternal Tao. The name that can be named is not the eternal name. Already you see the difference from Western philosophy's systematic categories and definitions, or even Confucian emphasis on proper names and clear distinctions. The Tao is beyond words, beyond concepts, and beyond the categories human minds impose on reality. You can't study it in an academy or learn it from books. You experience it, embody it, and become it. Imagine yourself in a bamboo grove at dawn, mist curling between the stalks, birdsong drifting through the cool air. A Taoist sage sits in meditation, not trying to achieve anything, not filling his mind with knowledge or his resume with accomplishments. He's simply present, aligned with nature's rhythms, and empty of striving and desire. When he acts, his actions emerge spontaneously, effortlessly, like a tree growing toward light or water flowing downhill. He doesn't force outcomes or impose his will on situations. Instead, he responds naturally, like an echo responding to sound. Taoism offers a radical critique of the Confucian project. All those rules and rituals Laozi suggests are symptoms of society's departure from the natural Tao. In the beginning, before civilization complicated everything, humans lived simply, spontaneously, and in harmony with nature. They didn't need rules about filial piety because they naturally cared for parents. They didn't need elaborate rituals because their actions flowed from genuine feeling. Then came distinctions between good and evil, right and wrong, and beautiful and ugly. These distinctions, necessary for civilization, separated humans from the Tao, from their natural spontaneity. Confucius tries to fix this separation with more rules, more ritual, and more education. But Laozi argues you can't solve the problem of artificiality with more artificiality. That's like trying to make water wet or fire hot. You're missing the point. The way back to the Tao lies not in adding but in subtracting, not in doing but in undoing, not in knowledge but in unknowing. The political implications are striking. The best ruler, according to the Tao Te Ching, governs so subtly that people barely know he exists. He doesn't impose grand schemes or rigid laws. He doesn't try to improve people through moral education or control them through punishment. He acts like the Tao itself, present but invisible, powerful but gentle, accomplishing everything by doing nothing. Governing a large country is like cooking a small fish. Don't overdo it. Too much stirring, too much fussing, and you destroy what you're trying to create. This political vision directly contradicts Confucian philosophy. Confucius wants rulers to be moral exemplars, actively teaching and shaping the people. Laozi wants rulers to leave people alone, trusting that humans naturally find harmony when not interfered with. Confucius believes in education and ritual. Laozi thinks education creates artificial distinctions and ritual replaces genuine feeling. The debate between Confucianism and Taoism will shape Chinese philosophy for centuries, creating a productive tension between social engagement and natural spontaneity, between moral effort and effortless being. You notice recurring images in Taoist texts: water, valleys, uncarved wood, and infants. All suggest suppleness over rigidity, emptiness over fullness, and simplicity over complexity. Water is soft and yielding, yet it overcomes the hard and rigid. The valley is low but receives all streams, empty but full of possibility. Uncarved wood has potential precisely because it hasn't been shaped for a specific purpose. It can become anything. The infant is weak yet flexible, natural yet not yet corrupted by social conditioning, dependent yet somehow complete. The Taoist sage tries to return to this infant state, not through ignorance, but through a kind of knowing unknowing. He studies nature, how trees grow, how animals behave, how seasons change, and learns to flow with natural patterns rather than against them. He practices meditation, breathing exercises, and sometimes diet and sexual practices, all aimed at aligning with the Tao and achieving longevity and vitality, perhaps even immortality. Later Taoists will develop these ideas in unexpected directions, creating elaborate monasteries with strict rules, ironically organising a philosophy that resists organisation, pursuing immortality through alchemy and meditation, and incorporating local deities and spirits into a complex religious system. Religious Taoism becomes very different from philosophical Taoism, though both claim Laozi as their founder. The religion develops hierarchies, rituals, and rules that seem to contradict the Tao Te Ching's emphasis on simplicity and spontaneity. Yet even religious Taoism preserves something important. a space for mystery, for that which can't be named or controlled, for the wisdom of letting things be. The debate between Confucian effort and Taoist effortlessness echoes through Chinese philosophy and culture. Most educated Chinese don't choose one over the other, but draw on both, being Confucian in public life, fulfilling social roles, observing rituals, serving society, and Taoist in private life, seeking natural spontaneity, avoiding unnecessary striving, and accepting what cannot be changed. It's a both-and rather than either-or approach, recognizing that human life requires both engagement and withdrawal, both effort and ease, and both the social and the natural. Travel further east still to the foothills of the Himalayas around 500 BCE to what is now Nepal. You find Siddhartha Gautama, a prince who has abandoned palace luxury to seek answers to suffering's riddle. According to tradition, his father, the king, tried to shield him from suffering, surrounding him with beauty and pleasure, hiding away the sick, aged and dying. But on ventures outside the palace, Siddhartha encountered 4 sights that shattered his comfortable illusions: a sick person, an old person, a corpse, and a wandering ascetic. These sights awakened him to the reality that pleasure and privilege can't protect against suffering, that aging, sickness, and death come for everyone regardless of wealth or status. Troubled by these encounters, Siddhartha abandons his wife and infant son, a decision that troubles many Buddhists and has been explained and defended countless ways, leaves the palace at night and sets out to solve the problem of suffering. He studies with various teachers, masters their meditation techniques and philosophical systems, but finds none provide the answers he seeks. He joins a group of ascetics practicing extreme self-denial, fasting until his body wastes away, sitting in painful postures for hours, and enduring heat and cold without shelter. He becomes so thin that when he touches his stomach, he can feel his spine. Surely he thinks such discipline will lead to enlightenment. But after 6 years of this, he is no closer to understanding suffering. One day, weak from fasting, he nearly drowns while bathing. He realizes that extreme asceticism is just another form of attachment, as futile as extreme indulgence. In that moment, he remembers sitting under a rose apple tree as a child, spontaneously entering a state of meditative concentration, peaceful and alert. Perhaps he thinks that natural state holds the key, not these extreme practices. He accepts food from a village woman, scandalizing his ascetic companions who abandon him as a backslider. Strengthened by a simple meal of rice and milk, he sits beneath a fig tree and resolves not to rise until he achieves enlightenment. You watch him there through the night, sitting perfectly still in meditation, his mind growing increasingly concentrated and clear. What happens under that tree, the Bodhi tree as it becomes known, transforms Asian philosophy and religion. According to tradition, Siddhartha experiences profound insights into the nature of existence, becoming the Buddha, the awakened one. He sees his past lives, understands the cycle of death and rebirth that traps all beings, and comprehends the chain of causes that produces suffering. As dawn breaks, his awakening completes. He has solved suffering's riddle. At first he doubts whether he can teach what he's experienced. His insights seem too subtle, too contrary to ordinary ways of thinking. Why bother trying to explain when people are so attached to their delusions? But compassion wins out, and he walks to Sarnath, where his former ascetic companions are practicing. They plan to ignore him as a failure, but something in his bearing stops them. He begins teaching what he's discovered. You sit with early disciples as Buddha explains the Four Noble Truths. First, life involves suffering, dukkha. This isn't pessimism, it's realism. Birth is suffering, aging is suffering, sickness is suffering, and death is suffering. Being separated from what you love is suffering. Being united with what you hate is suffering. Not getting what you want is suffering. Even pleasant experiences carry seeds of suffering because they're impermanent. The pleasure fades, leaving you craving more. Second, suffering has a cause, tanha, often translated as craving or attachment, but really any form of grasping or clinging. We suffer because we grasp at pleasure, push away pain, and cling to the illusion of a permanent self. We want things to be different than they are. We want pleasant experiences to last forever, and unpleasant ones to never occur. We want I and mine to be substantial and enduring when they're actually empty and transient. Third, suffering can end. Nirvana, literally the extinguishing or blowing out of craving, is possible. This isn't annihilation or death, but the end of that grasping, desiring, clinging mind that creates suffering. It's peace, liberation, and freedom from the cycle of birth and death. Fourth, there's a path to ending suffering, the Noble Eightfold Path. This path, right view, right intention, right speech, right action, right livelihood, right effort, right mindfulness, and right concentration, becomes Buddhism's practical core. It's called the middle way because it avoids both self-indulgence, like Siddhartha's palace life, and self-mortification, like his years as an ascetic, finding balance between extremes. Notice what Buddha doesn't do. He doesn't appeal to gods or revelation. Buddhism has gods. They appear throughout Buddhist texts, but they're not creators or saviors. They're beings trapped in the cycle of rebirth like everyone else, perhaps more fortunate in their current existence, but not fundamentally different. Buddha doesn't claim to be a god or prophet conveying divine messages. He's a teacher sharing insights gained through meditation and reflection. He doesn't construct elaborate metaphysical systems about the ultimate nature of reality. When students ask him speculative questions, is the universe eternal or not? Finite or infinite? Does the enlightened person exist after death or not? He famously refuses to answer. He compares them to a person shot with a poisoned arrow who refuses treatment until he knows who shot it, from which direction, what kind of wood the arrow is made from, what species of bird provided the feathers, and what kind of poison was used. Such questions, Buddha argues, distract from the urgent task, removing the arrow of suffering. This practical focus distinguishes Buddhism from much Western philosophy. Plato wants to know the nature of ultimate reality. Aristotle wants to catalogue and categorize everything. Buddha asks, does this knowledge help end suffering? If not, why pursue it? His famous image is of a raft used to cross a river. Once you reach the other shore, you don't carry the raft with you. Similarly, Buddhist teachings are tools for ending suffering, not eternal truths to worship or cling to. Central to Buddha's teaching is the doctrine of anatta, no self or non-self. We think of ourselves as stable, enduring entities. I was me yesterday, am me today, and will be me tomorrow. But Buddha argues this stable self is an illusion. Look closely at what you call yourself. You find a body that's constantly changing, cells dying, new ones forming, different every moment. You find feelings that arise and pass. You find perceptions, thoughts, and consciousness itself, all constantly changing, none providing a stable ground for a permanent self. This doesn't mean you don't exist in any sense. Obviously, there's a continuity of memory and causation connecting this moment to the next. But that continuity doesn't require a substantial, unchanging self. It's more like a river. We speak of the Mississippi River as if it's a single thing, but it's actually just water constantly flowing, never the same water twice, yet maintaining enough continuity that calling it the river makes practical sense. If there's no permanent self, what gets reborn in the cycle of death and rebirth that Buddha speaks of? This becomes one of Buddhism's most debated questions. Some traditions say karma, the consequences of actions, carries forward without requiring a self. Others develop subtle theories about consciousness streams or storehouse consciousness. The point, though, is that believing in a permanent self causes suffering, and seeing through that illusion brings liberation. Buddhism spreads across Asia with remarkable adaptability. creating different forms in different cultures. In Sri Lanka and Southeast Asia, Theravada Buddhism preserves the earliest texts, the Pali Canon, and emphasizes monastic discipline and meditation. Monks wear orange robes, shave their heads, own almost nothing, and dedicate themselves to achieving enlightenment. In Tibet, Buddhism encounters the indigenous Bon religion and develops elaborate practices involving visualization, mantra recitation, and ritual. Tibetan Buddhism recognizes tulkus, enlightened teachers who consciously choose rebirth to continue helping beings achieve liberation. The most famous is the Dalai Lama, though there are thousands of recognized tulkus. In China, Buddhism encounters Taoism and Confucianism, creating Chan Buddhism, a synthesis emphasizing meditation and direct experience over scriptural study. Chan masters develop paradoxical teaching methods, using impossible questions, koans, and unexpected actions to jolt students out of conceptual thinking. When Chan travels to Japan, it becomes Zen, influencing everything from tea ceremonies to martial arts to garden design. In all these forms, Buddhism maintains certain core insights, that suffering stems from attachment, that the self we cling to is an illusion, and that liberation comes through understanding and practice rather than faith or divine grace. It's a remarkably philosophical approach to what most cultures handle through religion, using meditation as a tool for investigating reality rather than connecting with gods. Now leap forward several centuries and travel westward to Baghdad in the 9th century CE. The Abbasid caliphs have built one of history's great cities along the Tigris River, rivaling ancient Rome in size and splendour. At its heart stands the Bayt al-Hikmah, the House of Wisdom, a combination library, translation academy and research centre, where scholars gather from across the Islamic world and beyond. Picture yourself in the House of Wisdom's great library, sunlight filtering through geometric lattice screens called mashrabiyah, creating patterns of light and shadow on marble floors. The smell of ink and parchment hangs heavy in the air, shelves groan under the weight of manuscripts in Arabic, Persian, Greek, Sanskrit and other languages. Scholars bend over texts, carefully copying or translating, preserving knowledge that might otherwise vanish. The story of how Greek philosophy reached medieval Baghdad is itself remarkable. When Plato's academy and other pagan schools were closed by Christian Emperor Justinian in 529 CE, some scholars fled east to Persia, taking manuscripts with them. Others went to Syria, where Christian monasteries preserved Greek texts, training monks in both Greek and Syriac. When Arab Muslims conquered this region in the 7th and 8th centuries, they encountered this treasure trove of ancient learning. The Abbasid caliphs, particularly Al-Mamun, who ruled from 813 to 833, actively sponsored the translation of these works into Arabic. Christian and Jewish scholars who knew Greek and Syriac worked alongside Muslim scholars creating Arabic versions. Within a few generations, nearly the entire corpus of Greek philosophy, mathematics, and science becomes available in Arabic. Plato's dialogues, Aristotle's treatises, Euclid's geometry, Ptolemy's astronomy, and Galen's medicine, all carefully translated and studied. But the Islamic scholars don't just preserve Greek philosophy, they transform it, develop it, and grapple with new questions the Greeks never imagined. You meet Al-Kindi, the philosopher of the Arabs, born around 800 CE in Kufa. He's one of the first major philosophers writing in Arabic, and he faces a fundamental question. How does Greek philosophy, based on reason alone, relate to Islamic revelation? Can they coexist, or must one give way to the other? Al-Kindi argues that reason and revelation don't conflict but complement each other. Philosophy, using reason, can discover truths about the natural world, how bodies move, how stars orbit, and how medicines heal. Revelation addresses what lies beyond reason's reach: God's nature, the afterlife, proper worship, and ethics. Both are paths to truth, and truth cannot contradict itself. If philosophy and revelation seem to conflict, We've either reasoned incorrectly or misunderstood revelation. This synthesis of faith and reason becomes crucial for Islamic philosophy. It allows Muslim scholars to engage with Greek philosophy without abandoning their religious commitments. It creates intellectual space for scientific investigation and philosophical speculation within an Islamic framework. Move forward a century and encounter Al-Farabi, born around 870 in Central Asia. He arrives in Baghdad as a young man, masters Greek philosophy so thoroughly that his commentaries on Aristotle become standard references, and develops his own systematic philosophy synthesizing Plato and Aristotle. His major innovation is showing how their apparently contradictory systems actually address different questions. Plato describes the ideal realm toward which we should strive. Aristotle describes the actual realm in which we live. Both are necessary for complete understanding. Al-Farabi develops sophisticated political philosophy, describing the ideal city ruled by a philosopher-prophet, who combines Plato's philosopher-king with Islamic conceptions of the Prophet Muhammad. In this ideal city, the ruler possesses both theoretical wisdom, understanding ultimate truths, and practical wisdom, knowing how to implement them. He guides citizens toward happiness and perfection, much as the captain guides a ship to safe harbour. But Al-Farabi recognises that ideal cities rarely exist. Most actual cities are ignorant cities, where people pursue wealth, pleasure or honour rather than virtue and truth. Some are wicked cities where people know the truth but deliberately reject it. The philosopher living in such cities faces a choice: withdraw into private study, or try to guide people toward truth despite the difficulties. But the giant of medieval Islamic philosophy is Ibn Sina, known in the West as Avicenna. Born in 980 CE near Bukhara, in modern Uzbekistan, he's a prodigy who memorizes the Quran by age 10, masters medicine by 16, and writes prolifically on philosophy, medicine, mathematics, astronomy, and other subjects. His canon of medicine systematizes all medical knowledge available in the Islamic world, becoming the standard medical textbook in both Islamic and European universities for over 500 years. You listen as Ibn Sina explains his famous floating man thought experiment, one of philosophy's most ingenious arguments for mind-body dualism. Imagine, he says, being created fully formed in mid-air, floating in void, unable to sense your body or the external world. Your limbs don't touch each other or anything else. You have no sensory input at all. Would you still be aware of your own existence? Ibn Sina argues yes. Consciousness of self doesn't depend on bodily sensation or external perception. Even in complete sensory deprivation, you would still be aware that you exist, even if you knew nothing else. Therefore the soul or mind is a non-physical substance, distinct from the body and capable of existing independently. It's an argument that will echo in Descartes' "I think, therefore I am" 6 centuries later, though Descartes probably didn't know Ibn Sina's earlier version. Ibn Sina also develops sophisticated metaphysics distinguishing between essence and existence. Everything that exists has an essence, what it is, and existence, that it is. In most things, essence and existence are separate. A horse has horse essence, and separately it happens to exist. But God is unique. In God alone, essence and existence are identical. God necessarily exists simply by being what God is. This proof for God's existence will influence medieval Christian philosophers, particularly Thomas Aquinas. In Spain, Al-Andalus in Arabic, Islamic philosophy reaches perhaps its highest development under Ibn Rushd, known in the West as Averroes. Born in 1126 in Córdoba, he serves as both judge and court physician while producing massive philosophical works. His detailed commentaries on Aristotle earn him the title the Commentator in medieval Christian Europe, where Aristotle is simply the philosopher. Ibn Rushd pushes Islamic philosophy toward a more radical Aristotelianism, arguing that philosophy and religion are separate paths to truth. The Quran, he suggests, addresses the masses using metaphor and imagery they can understand. Philosophy reveals literal truth to the intellectual elite capable of rigorous reasoning. Both lead to the same truths, but through different means suited to different audiences. This view proves controversial. Some Islamic scholars argue that Ibn Rushd subordinates revelation to reason, making philosophy superior to religion. Others appreciate his attempt to give philosophy autonomous space within Islamic culture. The debate continues to this day, but Ibn Rushd's immediate impact is limited in the Islamic world. Paradoxically, his greatest influence is on Christian Europe. When his works are translated into Latin in the 12th and 13th centuries, they provide European scholars access to Aristotle, along with sophisticated commentaries explaining Aristotelian philosophy. Medieval Christian universities grapple with Averroism, Ibn Rushd's interpretations of Aristotle, sometimes accepting, sometimes rejecting, but always engaging seriously with his ideas. These Islamic scholars do more than preserve Greek philosophy during Europe's early medieval period. They transform it, adding sophisticated medical knowledge drawn from clinical observation, developing advanced mathematics including algebra and algorithms, and grappling with theological questions Greek philosophers never imagined. They create a rich philosophical tradition that synthesizes Greek rationalism with monotheistic revelation, producing insights that influence both Islamic and Christian thought for centuries. Yet by the 13th century, the golden age of Islamic philosophy begins fading. Al-Ghazali's influential critique of philosophy combined with political instability as the Abbasid Caliphate fragments, and finally the catastrophic Mongol destruction of Baghdad in 1258 shifts Islamic intellectual culture. Philosophy doesn't disappear, but it becomes less central, while mysticism, Sufism and legal scholarship fiqh grow more prominent. The torch passes to Christian Europe, where scholars are just beginning to discover the riches preserved and developed in Arabic translation. Universities are emerging in Bologna, Paris and Oxford, institutions that will shape Western thought for centuries. And they're hungry for the philosophical and scientific knowledge the Islamic world has so carefully preserved. You find yourself in 17th century Europe, a continent emerging from religious wars and medieval certainties. The Protestant Reformation has shattered Christian unity, fragmenting Western Christianity into Catholic and various Protestant denominations, often fighting bitter wars over doctrine. The scientific revolution, Copernicus proposing that Earth orbits the Sun, Galileo observing moons circling Jupiter, and Newton discovering laws of motion and gravitation, reveals a universe that operates by mathematical laws, not divine whim or Aristotelian final causes. In this ferment of change and doubt, philosophy is about to transform again. In France, René Descartes sits alone in a heated room, a poêle, or stove-heated chamber, on a cold winter night in November 1619, questioning everything he thought he knew. He's a young man, educated by Jesuits in traditional Aristotelian philosophy, but he's growing dissatisfied with the endless debates and lack of certainty in philosophy. Science seems to progress by building on secure foundations, but philosophy seems to go in circles with each thinker contradicting the last. Descartes decides to doubt everything possible, searching for something absolutely certain to serve as a foundation for knowledge. Can he doubt that he's sitting in this room? Yes. He might be dreaming. Dreams feel real while we're in them. Can he doubt mathematical truths like 2 + 2 = 4? Maybe an evil demon is manipulating his thoughts, making him believe falsehoods even about mathematics. Can he doubt everything? No. One thing remains certain even in radical doubt. Cogito ergo sum. I think, therefore I am. The very act of doubting proves the doubter exists. Even if an evil demon manipulates all his thoughts, there must be a he being manipulated. Even if everything else is uncertain, the existence of himself as a thinking thing is indubitable. From this foundation, his own existence as a thinking being, Descartes attempts to rebuild knowledge systematically. He argues that God must exist, because the idea of a perfect being must come from a perfect source, and deception is an imperfection. so a perfect God wouldn't deceive him about clear and distinct ideas. Therefore, his clear and distinct ideas, like mathematical truths, must be reliable. Therefore, the external world exists much as his senses reveal it, though not exactly. Colours, tastes and smells might be subjective, but size, shape and motion are real properties of objects. His method, doubt everything, then build up from indubitable foundations, becomes a template for modern philosophy. His radical separation of mind and matter, the mental versus the physical, creates the mind-body problem that philosophers still wrestle with today. How does mind interact with body if they're completely different substances? How do thoughts cause physical actions? How does physical light entering eyes create mental visual experiences? Travel to England and meet John Locke, sitting in his study in the late 17th century, writing an essay concerning human understanding. He's impressed by Newton's science and wants to understand how knowledge works, what its limits are, and where it comes from. Against Descartes' belief in innate ideas we're born with, Locke argues that the mind at birth is a tabula rasa, a blank slate. All knowledge comes from experience, either from sensing the external world, sensation, or from reflecting on our own mental operations, reflection. We're born knowing nothing, Locke argues. A child learns hot by experiencing fire, red by seeing red things, and mother by repeated interactions. Even abstract ideas like justice or triangle ultimately derive from experience. We abstract them from particular instances of just actions or triangular objects. There are no innate moral truths written in our hearts, no God-given political principles imprinted on our minds. Everything we know, we learned. The political implications explode across Europe and eventually America. If no ideas are innate, then no social hierarchies are natural and eternal. If kings don't rule by divine right, an innate truth, then political authority must rest on consent. Locke's theories of natural rights, life, liberty, and property, and limited government will echo in the American Declaration of Independence and Constitution. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights. This is pure Locke. Locke also grapples with personal identity. What makes you the same person over time? Not your body. That changes constantly, completely replacing itself every few years. Not your soul. We can't observe souls. Locke's answer, consciousness, particularly memory. You're the same person who had breakfast this morning because you remember having it. Personal identity is continuity of consciousness stretching backward through memory. This creates strange puzzles. If you completely forgot your childhood, are you still the same person who experienced it? If someone else's memories were implanted in your brain, would you become them? Locke's emphasis on consciousness and memory as the basis of identity opens new ways of thinking about personhood that remain influential. In Scotland, David Hume takes empiricism, the view that all knowledge comes from experience, to uncomfortable conclusions. You watch him writing in Edinburgh in the 1740s, systematically demolishing philosophical certainties with devastating clarity and wit. He's a jovial man, fond of good food and conversation, but his philosophy is deeply sceptical. Causation? Just habit, Hume argues. We've seen fire followed by heat countless times, so we expect it to continue. But we never observe the causal power itself, never see fire causing heat, only fire, then heat. Our belief in causation is just psychological expectation based on repeated experience, not insight into necessary connections. The self, an illusion. When Hume introspects, looking for this self that supposedly experiences his thoughts and feelings, he finds only the thoughts and feelings themselves, a constant flow of perceptions, sensations and emotions. Never does he find a stable self having these experiences, just the experiences themselves. This self is a bundle of perceptions, nothing more. God. The traditional arguments don't withstand scrutiny. The design argument says the universe's order proves a designer, but couldn't order emerge from natural processes? And if complexity requires a designer, wouldn't God's complexity require a designer too? The cosmological argument says everything has a cause, so the universe must have a cause, God. But why can't the universe itself be uncaused? Or why must there be a first cause rather than infinite regress? Morality, based on feeling, not reason. Reason alone never motivates action, Hume argues. When you see someone suffering and feel moved to help, the motivation comes from sympathy, fellow feeling, not from reasoning about ethical principles. Morality rests on sentiments of approval and disapproval rooted in human nature, not on rational proof of moral truths. Hume's skepticism seems to undermine everything: science, religion, ethics, and even the existence of a stable self. Yet he lives contentedly, enjoying dinner parties and writing popular histories. Philosophy, he suggests, is a game we play in our studies. Real life operates on custom and habit, not philosophical certainty. We can't help believing in causation, self, and external objects, even if philosophy can't prove them. That's fine. We should be skeptics in theory, but live normally in practice. Meanwhile, in Germany, Immanuel Kant reads Hume and experiences what he calls awakening from dogmatic slumber. Hume's skepticism about causation threatens to undermine Newton's science, which Kant reveres. Kant dedicates years to solving this problem, finally publishing his Critique of Pure Reason in 1781, a dense, difficult work that revolutionizes philosophy. Picture Kant explaining his Copernican revolution in philosophy. Just as Copernicus realized the Earth moves around the Sun rather than vice versa, Kant realizes objects must conform to our minds, rather than our minds passively receiving impressions from objects. We experience space and time, causation, and substance, not because the world inherently has these properties, but because our minds impose these structures on raw sensation, organising the blooming, buzzing confusion of sense data into coherent experience. This sounds abstract, but it solves Hume's problems elegantly. Causation is certain because it's how our minds must structure experience. We can't help seeing events as causally connected, because that's how human cognition works. Science is possible because it describes the world as it appears to minds like ours, structured by universal categories. We can have synthetic a priori knowledge that goes beyond mere definitions but is still certain, because it describes the necessary structures of experience. Yet Kant preserves a realm beyond knowledge, the things in themselves, noumena, as opposed to things as they appear to us, phenomena. We can never know things as they are in themselves, only as they appear through our mental structures. This creates space for God, freedom, and immortality. Though we can't prove they exist, that would require knowledge of things in themselves. We also can't disprove them, and we have practical reasons to believe in them. Kant's ethics is equally revolutionary. Traditional ethics either appeals to consequences, an act is right if it produces good results, or to divine commands, right because God says so. Kant argues that morality must rest on reason alone, specifically on the principle he calls the categorical imperative. Act only according to that maxim by which you can, at the same time, will that it should become a universal law. In other words, before acting, ask whether you could rationally will that everyone in similar circumstances act the same way. If not, the action is immoral. Lying fails this test. If everyone lied, communication would break down, making lying itself impossible. Keeping promises passes, willing universal promise-keeping is perfectly rational. Morality for Kant isn't about feelings or consequences, but about rational consistency and treating people as ends in themselves, never merely as means. The Enlightenment. These thinkers helped create emphasizes reason over tradition, individual rights over inherited hierarchy, progress over stagnation, and science over superstition. Its ideals inspire the American and French revolutions, reforms in law and education, and new conceptions of human dignity and rights. The modern world is born from Enlightenment philosophy, yet it also creates new problems. If reason alone should guide us, why do people disagree so profoundly about what reason demands? If traditional authorities lack justification, what prevents society from fracturing into individual wills? If we're all free and equal, how do we build stable communities? If science reveals a mechanistic universe, where is space for meaning, purpose, or value? These questions will haunt modern philosophy. The 19th and 20th centuries fragment philosophy into specialised schools, each claiming to have found the answer previous thinkers missed. You encounter German idealists following Kant, constructing elaborate metaphysical systems. Hegel argues that history is the progressive manifestation of spirit, Geist, achieving self-consciousness, that contradictions drive progress through dialectical processes, and that the real is rational and the rational is real. His system is so complex and ambitious that it seems to encompass everything: art, religion, politics, history, all unified in one grand narrative of spirit's development. You meet utilitarians in England, particularly Jeremy Bentham and John Stuart Mill, arguing that morality means maximising happiness for the greatest number. Bentham develops a philosophic calculus for measuring pleasure and pain, trying to make ethics scientific. Mill refines this, distinguishing higher and lower pleasures. It is better to be Socrates dissatisfied than a fool satisfied, because intellectual pleasures outweigh mere physical ones. You find existentialists in France and Germany insisting that existence precedes essence, that we create our own meaning in an absurd universe lacking inherent purpose. Søren Kierkegaard, often called the first existentialist, argues that faith requires a leap beyond reason, and that authentic existence means passionately committing to choices despite uncertainty. Friedrich Nietzsche declares God is dead, and Western values need revaluation. He doesn't mean God literally died, but that divine authority can no longer ground morality in increasingly secular Europe. This creates both danger and opportunity. Danger of nihilism, believing nothing matters, and opportunity to create new values based on life affirmation rather than life denial. In Vienna, a group called Logical Positivists tries to purge philosophy of meaningless metaphysics. Only statements verifiable through observation, or true by definition, they argue, are meaningful. God exists and the absolute is beyond space and time are literally nonsense. Not false, but meaningless, like colourless green ideas sleep furiously. Philosophy should clarify language and analyse logic, not speculate about unobservable realities. Yet their verification principle self-destructs. The claim only verifiable statements are meaningful is itself not verifiable by observation and not true by definition. By mid-century, few philosophers accept strict logical positivism, though its emphasis on clarity, logical rigour, and attention to language reshapes Anglo-American philosophy permanently. Meanwhile, continental European philosophy takes different paths. Phenomenologists like Edmund Husserl and Martin Heidegger investigate the structures of conscious experience, trying to describe how things appear to consciousness before we theorize about them. Heidegger argues that Western philosophy has forgotten the question of being itself, focusing on particular beings while ignoring what it means for anything to be at all. His dense, poetic German prose frustrates some readers while fascinating others. Existentialists like Jean-Paul Sartre and Albert Camus explore freedom, authenticity and meaning in a godless universe. Sartre argues that we're condemned to be free. There's no human nature determining what we should be, so we must create ourselves through choices, taking full responsibility for who we become. This freedom is terrifying, leading many to bad faith, pretending we're not free, that circumstances or social roles determine our actions. Camus focuses on the absurd, the conflict between our desire for meaning and the universe's indifference. We want life to make sense, but the universe offers no inherent purpose. Like Sisyphus eternally pushing a boulder uphill, we face meaningless tasks. Yet Camus argues we must imagine Sisyphus happy, creating meaning through the struggle itself, defying absurdity through rebellion and acceptance. Post-structuralists like Jacques Derrida and Michel Foucault question language's ability to represent reality and expose power's role in shaping what counts as truth. Derrida's deconstruction shows how texts undermine their own claims, containing contradictions and assumptions they can't acknowledge. Foucault analyses how social institutions, prisons, hospitals, schools, shape subjects and bodies, and how power operates not just through violence but through normalization, making certain behaviours and identities seem natural while others seem deviant. In the English-speaking world, philosophy becomes increasingly technical and specialised. Analytic philosophers analyse the logic of language, the nature of mind, and the foundations of mathematics. Bertrand Russell and Alfred North Whitehead attempt to reduce mathematics to logic in their massive Principia Mathematica. Ludwig Wittgenstein first argues that philosophical problems arise from misunderstanding language, and then later that meaning comes from use within language games embedded in forms of life. Questions that once seemed grand and important. What is the good life? How should society be organised? What gives life meaning? Is dismissed by many analytic philosophers as too vague for rigorous analysis. Philosophy becomes professionalised, an academic discipline requiring technical training rather than a practice of wisdom accessible to thoughtful people. Yet practical ethics experiences a revival in the late 20th century. Peter Singer argues that our moral circle should expand to include all sentient beings capable of suffering, making species membership morally irrelevant. His utilitarian framework leads to controversial conclusions about animal rights, charity obligations, and end-of-life decisions, but forces serious engagement with practical ethical questions. John Rawls develops a theory of justice based on what principles people would choose behind a veil of ignorance, not knowing their position in society. If you didn't know whether you'd be rich or poor, healthy or sick, or talented or struggling, what principles would you want governing society? Rawls argues you'd choose principles ensuring equal basic liberties and arranging inequalities to benefit the least advantaged, a philosophical foundation for liberal egalitarianism. Martha Nussbaum draws on Aristotle to argue for capabilities as the foundation of human rights and development. Rather than focusing on resources or happiness, she argues we should ensure people have capabilities, real opportunities to live dignified lives, pursuing activities central to human flourishing. This includes obvious capabilities like adequate nourishment and health, but also less tangible ones like political participation, emotional development, and play. You notice how philosophy has changed since ancient Athens. It's more rigorous, more specialised, and more technically sophisticated. Philosophers can analyse arguments with precision Aristotle couldn't match, use formal logic to reveal hidden assumptions, and distinguish subtle conceptual differences. Yet perhaps it's lost something too, that sense that philosophy isn't just an academic discipline, but a way of life, a practice of wisdom, a guide to living well rather than just thinking clearly. As you drift towards sleep, reflect on what these philosophers accomplished across 25 centuries. They didn't build monuments or conquer territories. They wrote, talked, thought, and questioned. Yet their ideas shape the world you inhabit more profoundly than most emperors' decrees or generals' victories. When you assume all people have equal dignity regardless of birth, you echo Stoic philosophers who taught that humans share a common rational nature transcending social distinctions. When you value individual rights and democratic governance, you inherit Enlightenment ideals developed in European salons and coffee houses by thinkers willing to question ancient authority. When you question authority and think for yourself, you practice Socratic self-examination, continuing that conversation begun in the Athenian agora over 2 millennia ago. The principles that structure modern science, careful observation, logical reasoning, testability, and revision in light of evidence, descend from Aristotle's Lyceum and the Islamic scholars who preserved, translated, and developed his works when Christian Europe forgot them. The universities where knowledge is pursued for its own sake, where students learn not job skills but how to think, trace back to Plato's Academy and the medieval institutions modelled on it. The conviction that suffering matters, that compassion should extend beyond our immediate circle to all sentient beings, echoes Buddhist insights about the universality of suffering and the illusion of a separate self. Even your disagreements with others reflect philosophical inheritance. Debates about free will versus determinism, mind versus matter, reason versus emotion, and individual versus community, these aren't new arguments, but conversations stretching back millennia. Each generation thinks it invented these questions, but Aristotle and Plato, Confucius and Laozi, and Buddha and Hindu philosophers were asking them 25 centuries ago, often with sophistication matching or exceeding modern discussions. Perhaps most importantly, philosophy teaches that ideas matter, not just practical ideas about how to build bridges or cure diseases, but fundamental ideas about what's real, what's valuable, and what makes life meaningful. These ideas don't stay in books or classrooms. They seep into law, shape education, influence how you think about yourself and others, and determine which social arrangements seem natural and which seem unjust. The question, "How should I live?" that Socrates posed in the Athenian agora still echoes in every person who pauses to examine their choices, rather than drifting through life on autopilot. Aristotle's pursuit of eudaimonia, flourishing through virtuous activity, offers a richer conception of happiness than mere pleasure or satisfaction. Confucius's emphasis on relationships and role fulfillment provides resources for thinking about social ethics that pure individualism misses. Buddha's path to ending suffering through understanding and practice rather than faith or divine grace opens possibilities for those unsatisfied with traditional religious answers. The Enlightenment's faith in reason, despite its limitations and occasional overconfidence, created the scientific and political revolutions that made modern life possible. Its critics, existentialists revealing absurdity, postmodernists exposing power, and phenomenologists describing lived experience, correct its excesses without negating its achievements. Philosophy at its best is self-correcting, each generation learning from previous mistakes while building on genuine insights. As you settle deeper into sleep, imagine the invisible web connecting you to those ancient thinkers. Your belief that evidence matters more than authority, Aristotle's influence. Your conviction that logic clarifies confusion, Leibniz and the logical positivists. Your assumption that all people deserve respect regardless of birth, Stoic cosmopolitanism filtered through Enlightenment, egalitarianism. Your sense that questioning assumptions is valuable rather than dangerous, the Socratic legacy preserved through generations. These assumptions didn't appear from nowhere. They were hard-won insights, preserved through manuscripts copied by hand in monasteries, debated in academies and coffee houses, refined through centuries of argument, occasionally suppressed by authorities who felt threatened, but persisting because they help us think more clearly and live more fully. Philosophy hasn't solved the big questions. What is truth? What is justice? What makes life meaningful? Perhaps these questions can't be finally solved, only wrestled with anew each generation. Different eras, cultures, and individuals will answer differently, and that diversity of answers itself enriches human understanding. The Confucian emphasis on harmony and role fulfillment balances Enlightenment individualism. Taoist spontaneity corrects excessive planning and control. Buddhist non-attachment offers resources for dealing with loss and change. Existentialist emphasis on choice and responsibility reminds us we're not passive products of circumstance. Yet the wrestling matters. It shapes who we become, individually and collectively. A society that values Socratic questioning differs from one that demands unthinking obedience. A culture influenced by Confucian relationship ethics differs from one shaped by utilitarian calculation. A person practicing Buddhist mindfulness engages with experience differently than one pursuing Aristotelian excellence through virtuous activity. Tonight, as consciousness fades and dreams begin, you carry forward a legacy older than nations, deeper than politics, and more enduring than empires. The examined life Socrates championed, the systematic thinking Aristotle pioneered, and the ethical frameworks Eastern and Western philosophers developed. These are yours now, part of your mental furniture, shaping thoughts you might believe entirely your own. You inherited this philosophical legacy without choosing it, much as you inherited language and culture. It's in the structure of your education, the assumptions behind your laws, and the unexamined beliefs guiding daily choices. But unlike many inheritances, this one becomes more valuable through conscious appreciation and use. Understanding where your ideas come from, which philosophical traditions shaped them, and what alternatives exist, gives you freedom to accept, modify, or reject them thoughtfully rather than accepting them blindly. The great philosophers didn't just shape the world, they shaped the minds that shape the world, and that shaping continues, subtle as water wearing stone, patient as ideas waiting to be understood, and quiet as the influence of ancient words on modern thoughts. Every time you pause to think rather than react, you honour Socrates. Every time you observe carefully before concluding, you practice Aristotelian empiricism. Every time you recognise common humanity across difference, you embody insights from Buddha, the Stoics, and Enlightenment thinkers. These philosophers, separated by centuries and continents, never knowing each other's work in many cases, nonetheless participated in a conversation that continues today. A conversation about how to live, what to value, how to think clearly, what makes societies just, and how to face suffering and death with equanimity. You're part of that conversation now, whether you recognise it or not. The question is whether you'll participate consciously or drift along on currents others created. Sleep well, knowing you rest in a world these thinkers helped build, question by question, argument by argument, insight by insight, across the vast sweep of human wandering. Their legacy surrounds you like air, invisible, essential, easily forgotten but always present. Tomorrow you'll wake and make choices, some trivial, some important. Those choices will be shaped by philosophical assumptions you've inherited. Understanding that inheritance gives you power to shape your life and world more deliberately, more wisely, and more in line with examined values rather than unexamined habits. The philosophers would want nothing more than for you to think for yourself, question assumptions, and live deliberately rather than drifting. That's the ultimate legacy. Not specific doctrines to memorize, but the practice of philosophy itself as a way of life. Sweet dreams, and may your sleep be as peaceful as a Taoist sage aligned with the Tao, as content as Socrates facing death with curiosity, and as serene as Buddha under the Bodhi tree. Let's start at the very beginning. Back when your biggest clothing decision was whether to drape that mammoth hide with the fur on the inside or outside. We're talking about roughly 170,000 years ago, give or take a few millennia, back when Fashion Week lasted about 4 seasons, literally. Your earliest ancestors had what you might call the ultimate minimalist wardrobe. Imagine waking up each morning and your only outfit choice being naked, or slightly less naked with some leaves strategically placed. It was like having a closet with just one item, and that item was whatever you could hunt, gather, or convince to stay put long enough to provide coverage. But here's where it gets interesting. Those early humans weren't just randomly throwing animal skins over their shoulders like they were playing prehistoric dress-up. They were actually solving problems. The same kind of problems you face today, just with higher stakes. Instead of, will this make me look professional in my Zoom meeting? They were dealing with, Will this keep me from becoming a popsicle during the Ice Age? The first real breakthrough came when someone, let's call them the world's first fashion designer, figured out that you could actually shape these animal hides. Instead of just draping a deerskin over your shoulders like a furry cape, you could cut holes for your arms. Revolutionary stuff. This was probably the moment when clothing stopped being just about survival and started being about looking good while surviving. You can almost picture it. Some Paleolithic trendsetter walking around the camp showing off their new fitted mammoth hide jacket, while their neighbours were still wearing shapeless fur blankets. Oh, this old thing. They'd probably grunt in whatever passed for language back then. I just threw it together. It's vintage Pleistocene. The tools they used were beautifully simple. Sharp stones for cutting, bone needles for sewing. Yes, they had needles 40,000 years ago, which means they were probably dealing with the same frustrating experience of trying to thread a needle in dim light that you face today. Some things never change. But the really clever part was how they figured out different materials for different needs. Lighter skins for summer, thicker furs for winter, waterproof treatments for rainy seasons. They were essentially creating the world's first weather-appropriate wardrobes, long before anyone had invented weather forecasts to ignore. And let's not forget the accessories. Archaeological evidence shows they were making jewellery, decorative elements, even what appear to be the world's first buttons. Because apparently, even 100,000 years ago, humans looked at functional clothing and thought, this is nice, but how can we make it prettier? By the end of this era, your ancestors had essentially invented everything we still use in clothing today. Cutting, sewing, layering, accessorizing, and most importantly, the eternal human struggle of having a closet full of options and still feeling like you have nothing appropriate to wear to the clan's mammoth barbecue. Around 10,000 years ago, something remarkable happened that would forever change what you wore to bed. Humans discovered agriculture, which meant they could stop chasing their dinner around and start growing it instead. This was great news for many reasons, but particularly excellent news for your wardrobe. You see, when people settled down and started farming, they suddenly had time to think about things other than, where's my next meal coming from? Questions like, why am I wearing the same mammoth skin my great-grandfather wore? And surely there's got to be something softer than hide for undergarments? Enter plant fibres. Some brilliant early farmer looked at their fields of flax and thought, I bet I could turn this into something more comfortable than leather. And thus began humanity's long, beautiful relationship with textiles that don't require hunting large, dangerous animals. The process of turning plants into clothing was wonderfully complex and completely mind-boggling if you really think about it. Take flax, for instance. You had to harvest it, ret it, which is a fancy word for letting it rot in just the right way. Break it, scutch it, hackle it, and then finally spin it into thread. It was like the world's most complicated recipe. Except instead of ending up with dinner, you ended up with linen underwear. But here's what's really charming about this period. People started specialising. Instead of everyone in the village making their own clothes, you had the person who was really good at spinning, the one who excelled at weaving, and the one who had a knack for dyeing things interesting colours. It was the beginning of the fashion industry, though they probably didn't call it that. More likely they called it, hey, can you make me something that doesn't itch? The invention of the loom was particularly revolutionary. Imagine being the first person to see fabric being created on one of these contraptions. It must have seemed like absolute magic. Threads going in one direction, threads going in the other, and somehow out comes cloth. It was like watching a 3D printer, except the technology was made of wood and required actual skill to operate. Cotton appeared on the scene around this time too, first in India and Pakistan. Cotton was like the miracle fabric of its day. Softer than linen, more comfortable than wool, and it got better the more you washed it. Ancient peoples probably looked at cotton the way you look at moisture-wicking, stain-resistant, wrinkle-free fabrics today, like some kind of textile wizardry. Wool brought its own revolution. Sheep were basically walking sweater factories, and once people figured out how to shear them, hopefully without too much protest from the sheep, they had access to a renewable resource for warm, durable clothing. Plus, wool had this amazing property of keeping you warm even when wet, which made it the ancient equivalent of high-tech outdoor gear. The really interesting part of this agricultural clothing revolution was how it started creating social distinctions. The quality of your fabric began saying things about who you were. Fine linen suggested you had time and resources. Coarse wool meant you were practical and hard-working. Certain colours became associated with wealth, because the dyes were expensive or difficult to obtain. By the end of this period, you had gone from wearing whatever animal you could catch to having actual choices. Linen for hot weather, wool for cold, different weaves for different occasions. It was the birth of the seasonal wardrobe, and probably the birth of that familiar feeling of looking at your closet and sighing, "I need new clothes." As civilizations began to flourish around rivers like the Nile, Euphrates and Indus, clothing stopped being just about comfort and protection and started becoming something much more interesting. A way to show the world exactly who you thought you were. The ancient Egyptians were perhaps the world's first fashion influencers, though their Instagram would have been painted on tomb walls. They took linen, remember that plant fibre we talked about, and elevated it to an art form. Egyptian linen was so fine and well made that other civilizations literally used it as currency. Imagine paying your mortgage with bed sheets, except these bed sheets were woven so skillfully they were nearly transparent. Egyptian fashion was all about clean lines, elegant draping and accessories that would make a modern jewellery designer weep with envy. The wealthy wore linen so fine it was practically see-through, which might seem impractical until you remember they lived in a desert. Their clothing was designed to be cool, comfortable and stunning, the ancient equivalent of athleisure, if athleisure came with golden collars and enough eyeliner to supply a rock band. But here's what's really delightful about Egyptian fashion. They invented so many things we still use today. Pleating? That was them. They could create permanent pleats in linen that would last for years. Makeup as a fashion accessory? Absolutely Egyptian. Both men and women wore elaborate eye makeup, not just for beauty, but for protection from the desert sun. They basically invented sunglasses, except theirs were painted on. Meanwhile, over in Mesopotamia, the Sumerians and Babylonians were having their own fashion moment. They were the first civilization to really embrace wool as a luxury item, creating incredibly elaborate garments with complex patterns and rich colours. Their clothing tended to be more structured than Egyptian fashion. Lots of layering, fringe and geometric designs that would look perfectly at home in a modern art museum. The Mesopotamians also gave us one of fashion's most enduring concepts, the idea that your clothes should match your job. Priests wore certain styles, rulers wore others, merchants had their look, and farmers had theirs. It was the beginning of dress codes, though thankfully more colourful than most modern office attire. Ancient Greece brought a completely different aesthetic to the table. Where Egyptians loved structure and Mesopotamians loved complexity, the Greeks fell in love with simplicity and the beauty of draped fabric. The chiton and himation weren't really sewn garments in the way we think of clothes today. They were essentially rectangles of fabric draped and pinned in elegant ways. Greek fashion was remarkably democratic, at least in terms of basic construction. Rich and poor wore essentially the same styles. The difference was in the quality of the fabric and the fineness of the weave. A wealthy Greek might wear a chiton made of the finest imported silk, while a farmer wore one made of rough wool, but the basic shape was the same. The Romans, never ones to let the Greeks outdo them in anything, took Greek fashion and made it more Roman, which is to say, more elaborate, more colourful, and with better marketing. The toga became the ultimate status symbol, though anyone who's ever tried to wear a bedsheet as clothing can appreciate what a feat it was to wear one with dignity. Roman fashion gave us the concept of seasonal collections, though they didn't call them that. They had different weights and styles for different times of year, different colours for different occasions, and an elaborate system of accessories that could take hours to put on properly. Getting dressed as a wealthy Roman was basically a full-time job. But perhaps the most important contribution of these ancient civilizations was the idea that clothing could be beautiful for its own sake. It didn't just have to keep you warm or cool or modest, it could be art that you wore. This was the beginning of fashion as we know it today, the moment when humans looked at perfectly functional clothing and asked, but is it fabulous? If you think getting dressed for work is complicated now, be grateful you weren't born into medieval nobility. The Middle Ages turned clothing into something resembling an engineering project, complete with structural supports, complex layering systems, and enough fabric to upholster a small castle. The medieval period began around 500 CE with what you might charitably call simple clothing. After the fall of Rome, fashion became much more practical. People wore basic tunics, simple dresses, and sturdy cloaks. It was the clothing equivalent of comfort food. Nothing fancy, but it got the job done. But as the centuries progressed and society became more structured, clothing became more structured too. By the High Middle Ages, getting dressed, especially if you were wealthy, required assistance, planning, and occasionally architectural knowledge. Let's start with the undergarments, because medieval people were surprisingly sophisticated about what went underneath. Women wore linen chemises that served as both underwear and protection for their expensive outer garments. Men wore brays, which were essentially linen shorts tied at the waist. These weren't just practical, they were essential, because medieval wool could be remarkably itchy. The layering system that developed during this period was like wearing your entire closet at once. Women might wear a chemise, then a tunic, then a surcoat, then a cloak, each layer serving a specific purpose. It was practical for the climate, certainly, but it also created endless opportunities for showing off different fabrics, colours and trims. Medieval fashion gave us some of the most impractical but gorgeous clothing innovations in history. Take the hennin, those tall pointed headdresses that look like traffic cones decorated by angels. They could be several feet tall and required careful navigation through doorways. Imagine trying to get into a car while wearing one. Actually, don't imagine that, it's too disturbing. The wealthy medieval Europeans were obsessed with sleeves. Not just any sleeves, but sleeves that defied logic and occasionally gravity. Some were so long they dragged on the ground. Others were so wide you could hide a small child in them. There were detachable sleeves, slashed sleeves that showed contrasting fabric underneath, and sleeves with so many buttons that getting dressed must have felt like assembling furniture. But here's what's really interesting about medieval fashion. It was incredibly regulated. Sumptuary laws dictated who could wear what colours, which fabrics, how much fur, even how long your shoes could be. Purple was reserved for royalty, certain furs were forbidden to merchants, and the length of your pointed shoes was directly proportional to your social status. These laws existed partly for economic reasons, keeping people from bankrupting themselves on clothing, but mostly to maintain social order. Your outfit was essentially your ID card, announcing your place in society to everyone you met. It was like wearing your LinkedIn profile, except more colourful and with better accessories. The medieval period also gave us some of fashion's most enduring mysteries, like the coat hardie, which fashion historians still can't quite figure out how to put on. The instructions have been lost to time, leaving modern costume designers to basically guess how these garments worked. It's like finding a recipe that just says, assemble ingredients fashionably. Trade during this period brought new fabrics and ideas from across the known world. Silk from Asia, fine wools from England, exotic dyes from everywhere in between. Medieval fashion was surprisingly international, though it travelled at the speed of horses and sailing ships rather than social media. By the end of the Middle Ages, clothing had become incredibly sophisticated. The fit was precise, the construction was complex, and the social meanings were elaborate. It was the foundation for everything that would come next. Though thankfully, later periods would be less interested in requiring engineering degrees to get dressed in the morning. The Renaissance didn't just give us incredible art, groundbreaking science, and revolutionary literature. It also gave us the idea that getting dressed in the morning should be a creative act worthy of Michelangelo himself. Starting around the 14th century in Italy and spreading across Europe like the world's most fashionable virus, the Renaissance brought a completely new attitude to clothing. Where medieval fashion had been about showing your place in the rigid social hierarchy, Renaissance fashion was about showing your wealth, your taste, your education, and your ability to afford really excellent tailors. The Italians led the charge, as they did with most Renaissance innovations. Italian city-states like Florence and Venice became fashion capitals, producing silks so luxurious that other Europeans would travel hundreds of miles just to shop. Italian fashion during this period was like wearing liquid sunlight, everything flowing, gleaming, and ridiculously beautiful. But it was the invention of new tailoring techniques that really revolutionized Renaissance clothing. Medieval garments had been relatively loose and flowing. Renaissance fashion introduced the revolutionary concept of clothes that actually fit your body. This required much more sophisticated pattern making, cutting, and sewing. Essentially, it required the invention of tailoring as we know it today. The doublet became the foundation of men's fashion, and it was a masterpiece of engineering disguised as clothing. A good doublet required dozens of pieces, careful padding to create the ideal masculine silhouette, and enough buttons to keep a small factory in business. Men's legs were covered in hose that fit like a second skin, which meant Renaissance men were probably in better shape than most modern gym enthusiasts, simply out of necessity. Women's fashion during the Renaissance was equally complex but in different ways. The gowns required internal structures that were basically wearable architecture. Farthingales created bell-shaped skirts that could span several feet in diameter. Corsets shaped the torso into the fashionable silhouette. Ruffs framed the face like fabric flowers. Getting dressed was like putting on a building. But here's what's really remarkable about Renaissance fashion. the sheer creativity and artistry involved. Fabrics were works of art in themselves, brocades with gold thread, velvets with cut patterns, silks with intricate designs. Garments were slashed to show contrasting fabrics underneath, creating patterns that changed as the wearer moved. It was like wearing a kaleidoscope. The Renaissance also gave us fashion's relationship with celebrity culture. What the nobility wore mattered enormously, and news of the latest court fashions spread across Europe through detailed letters and prints. When Henry VIII decided to favour a particular style of hat makers across England suddenly got very busy. It was the 16th century equivalent of a red carpet fashion moment going viral. Colour became incredibly important during this period, partly because new dyes and techniques made a wider range of colours available, but also because different colours carried complex meanings. Red suggested wealth and power. Blue was associated with loyalty and virtue. Black became fashionable as the ultimate luxury colour because it was incredibly difficult to achieve a deep, rich black that wouldn't fade. The Renaissance also saw the rise of fashion as an international language. Styles spread from court to court, country to country, creating the first truly European fashion trends. A dress style that started in the Spanish court might appear in modified form in the French court 6 months later, then influence English fashion the following season. Perhaps most importantly, the Renaissance established the idea that fashion could be an art form in itself. Clothing wasn't just functional or even just beautiful. It could be creative, innovative, expressive. It could make statements about the wearer's values, education, and aesthetic sensibilities. This period laid the groundwork for everything that would follow in fashion history. The concept of seasonal changes, the importance of fit, the role of celebrity influence, the internationalization of style, all of these started during the Renaissance when Europeans decided that life was too short for boring clothes. As we move into the 1600s and 1700s, fashion entered what we might call its more is more phase. If Renaissance clothing was like wearing art, Baroque and Rococo fashion was like wearing an entire art museum, complete with guided tours and gift shop. The 17th century started with what fashion historians politely call elaborate clothing, but which anyone with modern sensibilities would recognise as completely over the top. Men wore doublets with so much padding they looked like they were wearing life preservers. Women's skirts became so wide that doorways had to be navigated sideways. It was the period when fashion designers apparently looked at practical clothing and asked, but how can we make this much more complicated? The court of Louis XIV at Versailles became the epicentre of European fashion, and Louis took the job seriously. He understood that fashion was politics, and he used clothing as a tool of power. The more elaborate and expensive your outfit, the higher your status at court. It was like a very expensive, very beautiful arms race. Except instead of weapons, people were competing with embroidered silk and precious gems. Men's fashion during this period was particularly fascinating because it was so unapologetically decorative. Men wore silk stockings, high-heeled shoes, yes, high heels were originally for men, elaborate wigs, and enough lace to stock a bridal shop. The modern idea that men's clothing should be simple and understated would have baffled a 17th century gentleman who saw his outfit as a canvas for artistic expression. The periwig, or powdered wig, became the ultimate status symbol for men. These weren't just hairpieces. They were architectural marvels that could cost as much as a house and required daily maintenance by skilled professionals. Wealthy men would own multiple wigs for different occasions, like a very expensive hat collection that happened to be made of human hair. Women's fashion reached new heights of complexity during the Rococo period of the 18th century. The panniers, side hoops that made skirts extend horizontally, created silhouettes so wide that two women couldn't walk through a doorway at the same time. Court dresses required so much fabric that they were essentially wearable buildings, complete with structural engineering to keep everything upright. But the real showstopper was the hair. 18th century hairstyling was like topiary gardening, except on people's heads. Women's hairstyles could be several feet tall, decorated with ribbons, flowers, feathers, and sometimes entire miniature scenes. There are historical accounts of hairstyles that included model ships, miniature gardens, and even small cages with live birds. The cosmetics of this period were equally dramatic. Both men and women wore white face powder made from lead, which was probably not great for their health. Bright red rouge and beauty patches, small pieces of silk or velvet cut into shapes like stars or crescents and glued to the face. It was like wearing stickers, if stickers were considered the height of sophistication. The 18th century also saw the rise of fashion magazines and fashion dolls. small dolls dressed in the latest styles that were sent between fashion capitals to spread new trends. These were the ancestors of modern fashion photography and social media influencers, though considerably smaller and requiring more delicate shipping arrangements. But perhaps the most interesting aspect of the 18th century fashion was how it reflected the philosophy of the time. The elaborate decoration, the emphasis on artifice over nature, the celebration of luxury and refinement. All of this reflected Enlightenment ideas about civilization, progress, and the power of human creativity to improve upon nature. Of course, all this fashion came with a price, both literally and figuratively. The cost of maintaining an 18th century wardrobe was astronomical, and the time required for dressing and grooming could take hours. Wealthy people essentially needed staff just to get dressed in the morning. By the end of the 18th century, this elaborate system was beginning to crack. The French Revolution put a sudden and violent end to the most extreme court fashions, and a new philosophy was emerging that valued simplicity, naturalness, and practicality over elaborate artifice. But before we move on to that revolutionary change, take a moment to appreciate the sheer audacity of the 18th century fashion. It was clothing that announced loudly and proudly that the wearer had so much money and leisure time that they could afford to dress like a walking work of art, even if it meant they couldn't sit down properly or fit through doorways. The late 18th and early 19th centuries brought political revolution across Europe and America, and fashion revolutions followed close behind. It was the period when people looked at those elaborate 18th century court costumes and said, you know what? Maybe wearing a small building on my head isn't the best way to show I'm in touch with the people. The French Revolution of 1789 didn't just change government, it completely transformed what people wore. It was the ultimate fashion do-over, motivated by actual fear for your life. The revolutionary period introduced what we might call democracy dress. Simpler, more practical clothing that suggested you were a hard-working citizen rather than a parasitic aristocrat. The sans-culotte, literally without knee breeches, got their name from rejecting the silk knee breeches worn by the upper classes in favour of practical long trousers. It was the first time in European history that pants became a political statement. Women's fashion underwent an equally dramatic transformation. The enormous panniers and elaborate hairstyles disappeared almost overnight, replaced by simple white muslin dresses inspired by classical Greek and Roman clothing. The empire waistline, which sat just below the bust, became fashionable, creating a silhouette that was both elegant and practical. This neoclassical style wasn't just about looking good, it was about embodying Enlightenment values. The simple, flowing lines were supposed to suggest virtue, reason, and natural beauty. Everything the old aristocratic style was not. It was like wearing your political philosophy. Napoleon Bonaparte, never one to miss an opportunity for drama, turned fashion into a tool of empire building. He established a court at the Tuileries that was almost as elaborate as the old royal court, but with better marketing. Napoleonic fashion was designed to suggest both luxury and military efficiency. Think Roman emperor meets modern general. The Empire period gave us some of fashion's most enduring silhouettes. The high-waisted dress became a classic that would return again and again in later decades. The military influence in men's fashion, all those brass buttons, frogging and structured shoulders, established a template for masculine dress that we still see today in everything from military uniforms to business suits. But perhaps the most interesting development of this period was how fashion became international in a completely new way. Napoleon's conquest spread French fashion across Europe, but also brought new influences back to Paris. Spanish mantillas, Russian furs, Egyptian motifs, after Napoleon's campaigns there. European fashion became a fusion cuisine of styles from across the continent and beyond. The Industrial Revolution was beginning to change how clothes were made too. While most garments were still hand-sewn, new machines could produce fabrics faster and more cheaply than ever before. Cotton, in particular, became much more affordable and available, democratizing fashion in ways that would have been impossible in earlier centuries. This period also saw the rise of the fashion press as we know it today. Fashion magazines like Journal des Dames et des Modes provided detailed illustrations and descriptions of the latest styles, spreading fashion trends faster than ever before. It was the beginning of fashion media, though their Instagram followers were measured in hundreds rather than millions. The Romantic movement that emerged in the early 19th century brought yet another fashion revolution. Where neoclassical style had been about reason and simplicity, Romantic fashion celebrated emotion, individualism, and dramatic effect. Sleeves got bigger, skirts got fuller, and everything got more decorative. By the 1820s and 1830s, women's fashion had swung back toward complexity, though in new ways. The crinoline, a structured underskirt that created a bell-shaped silhouette, was the great innovation of the period. It was like wearing a small tent, but an incredibly fashionable tent that allowed women to move more freely than the restrictive clothing of earlier periods. This revolutionary period established many of the principles that would guide fashion for the next century. The idea that clothing should reflect contemporary values, that fashion could be both beautiful and practical, and that style should be accessible to more than just the wealthy elite. It was the beginning of modern fashion as we know it today, even if the clothes themselves look pretty foreign to modern eyes. The Victorian era, roughly 1837 to 1901, was like fashion's adolescent phase. Everything was dramatic, complicated, and slightly embarrassing in retrospect, but also kind of impressive in its sheer ambition. Queen Victoria's reign coincided with the Industrial Revolution hitting its stride, which meant that for the first time in human history, the middle class could afford to dress almost as elaborately as the wealthy. This was wonderful news for textile manufacturers and absolutely terrible news for anyone who valued simplicity in clothing. The Victorian silhouette for women was essentially an exercise in architectural engineering. The goal was to create an hourglass figure so dramatic that it defied anatomy. This required corsets that could literally reshape the human torso, bustles that could support several yards of fabric, and an undergarment system so complex it came with its own instruction manual. The crinoline reached its peak during this period, creating skirts that could measure up to 6 feet in diameter. Imagine trying to navigate a Victorian parlour, wearing what was essentially a fabric geodesic dome around your waist. Doorways became tactical challenges. Sitting required careful planning. Getting into a carriage was like solving a geometry problem. But here's what's really remarkable about Victorian fashion: the sheer amount of work that went into every garment. A typical Victorian dress might have hundreds of buttons, miles of trim, intricate pleating, elaborate embroidery, and enough fabric to upholster several chairs. Each dress was essentially a masterpiece of textile craftsmanship, even if the overall effect was sometimes like wearing a curtain from a very expensive hotel. Men's fashion during the Victorian era was more restrained but equally complex in its own way. The modern business suit was invented during this period, though Victorian men's suits had more pieces than a Swiss watch. There were different coats for different times of day, different trousers for different occasions, and enough accessories to stock a small store. The Victorian obsession with propriety meant that clothing had to cover everything. Women's dresses had sleeves that covered the arms completely, skirts that touched the ground, and necklines that barely showed the collarbone. The amount of skin showing in proper Victorian dress was roughly equivalent to what you might see in a modern business meeting, except with more fabric and better posture. But the Victorians also invented the concept of specialised clothing for specific activities. Before this period, you basically had everyday clothes and fancy clothes. The Victorians created riding habits for horseback riding, walking dresses for afternoon strolls, tea gowns for informal entertaining, and ball gowns for formal occasions. They essentially invented the modern concept of having different outfits for different parts of your life. The Industrial Revolution made all of this possible by creating new fabrics, new dyes, and new manufacturing techniques. Aniline dyes produced colours that were brighter and more stable than anything previously available. The sewing machine, invented in the 1840s, revolutionised garment construction. Ready-to-wear clothing began to appear in stores, though it was still considered inferior to custom-made garments. Children's fashion during the Victorian era deserves special mention because it was particularly elaborate and often fairly impractical. Victorian children were essentially dressed as miniature adults, complete with all the restrictive undergarments and complex layering systems. Little girls wore corsets, little boys wore elaborate suits with knee breeches, and everyone wore clothing that would make modern parents weep at the laundry implications. The Victorian era also gave us the concept of mourning dress, elaborate rules about what to wear and for how long after someone died. Queen Victoria herself, after the death of Prince Albert in 1861, wore mourning dress for the rest of her life, which was another 40 years. The fashion industry essentially created a whole subcategory of clothing for grief, complete with degrees of mourning that determined how much black you had to wear and when you could start adding other colours back into your wardrobe. By the end of the Victorian era, fashion had reached a level of complexity that was becoming unsustainable. Getting dressed took hours. Maintaining a proper wardrobe required significant staff. The physical restrictions of the clothing were beginning to conflict with new ideas about women's roles and activities. The stage was set for a fashion revolution that would sweep away much of this elaborate system and replace it with something more practical, more modern, and significantly easier to put on in the morning. But before that happened, the Victorian era gave us some of fashion's most memorable and most photographed moments, even if many of those photographs required the subjects to stand very still for very long periods of time. As the 19th century drew to a close and the 20th century began, fashion underwent one of its most dramatic transformations. It was as if the entire industry looked at Victorian clothing and collectively asked, but what if we could actually move while wearing our clothes? The changes began gradually in the 1890s with what was called the New Woman movement. These were women who wanted to ride bicycles, play tennis, work outside the home, and generally participate in life without requiring architectural support garments. The fashion industry, sensing an opportunity, began creating clothes that acknowledged that women might want to use their bodies for something other than standing gracefully in parlours. The S-curve corset became popular in the early 1900s, which created a silhouette that thrust the chest forward and the hips back. While this might not sound like progress, it actually represented a move away from the tightest waist restriction of the Victorian era. It was like fashion's version of glasnost, a gradual loosening of restrictions. Paul Poiret, a French designer, became the revolutionary leader of fashion liberation. In 1906, he introduced designs that completely eliminated the corset, replacing the structured Victorian silhouette with flowing columnar dresses inspired by ancient Greece and the Orient. It was as if he took a pair of scissors to 100 years of fashion tradition and said, let's start over. Poiret's designs were radical for their time. High waistlines, narrow skirts, and no corsets. Women could actually breathe while wearing them, which was a refreshing change from Victorian dress. His Oriental-inspired designs, with their rich colours and exotic patterns, introduced European women to a completely different aesthetic philosophy. The hobble skirt, one of Poiret's most famous innovations, was both liberating and restricting at the same time. While it freed women from corsets and crinolines, it was so narrow at the ankles that walking required small, careful steps. It was like trading one set of restrictions for another, but at least the new restrictions didn't require structural engineering. World War I accelerated these fashion changes dramatically. With men away at war and women entering the workforce in unprecedented numbers, practical clothing became a necessity rather than a choice. The elaborate, time-consuming dress of the pre-war period was simply incompatible with working in factories, driving ambulances, or managing businesses. Hemlines began to rise, first just enough to show the ankle, then gradually higher. This might seem like a small change, but it was revolutionary. For the first time in Western fashion since ancient Greece, women's legs became visible in public. It was a seismic shift in social norms disguised as a fashion trend. The war also changed men's fashion, though more subtly. Military uniforms influenced civilian clothing, making men's suits more structured and functional. The three-piece suit became standardized during this period, establishing a template for men's business dress that would last for decades. Hair became shorter and simpler. The elaborate hairstyles of the Victorian era, which required hours of maintenance and multiple hairpieces, were replaced by more manageable styles. This was partly practical. Shorter hair was easier to maintain while working in factories or hospitals, but it was also symbolic of women's changing roles in society. The introduction of new synthetic fabrics during this period also revolutionized what people could wear. Rayon, the first commercially successful synthetic fibre, was developed in the early 1900s. While it wasn't perfect, early rayon had a tendency to shrink dramatically when washed. It offered an affordable alternative to silk and opened up new possibilities for garment design. By 1910, fashion magazines were already predicting that the new century would bring clothing that was more practical, more comfortable, and more suited to active lifestyles. They had no idea how right they were, or how dramatically the next decade would accelerate these changes. The period just before World War I represented a fascinating transition moment in fashion history. You could see both the old and the new existing simultaneously. Elaborate Edwardian gowns sharing space with Poiret's revolutionary designs, corseted ladies walking alongside the first women to embrace the new, natural silhouette. It was like watching fashion hold its breath before taking a giant leap into modernity. The restrictive, elaborate clothing of the past was still beautiful, still masterfully crafted, but it was beginning to look like a museum piece even as people were still wearing it. If the 1910s were about gradual liberation, the 1920s were about fashion doing the Charleston while wearing a headband and shouting "freedom" at the top of its lungs. The decade didn't just change what people wore, it completely revolutionized the relationship between clothing and identity. The flapper dress was the decade's signature achievement. and it was basically everything Victorian clothing wasn't. Short, straight, and shockingly simple, it hung loosely from the shoulders and ended daringly at the knee or even higher. Victorian ladies would have needed smelling salts just looking at it, which was precisely the point. What made the flapper dress so revolutionary wasn't just how it looked, but what it allowed women to do. You could dance in it, really dance, with energetic movements and spins. You could drive a car without your skirt getting caught in the door. You could cross your legs while sitting. These might seem like small freedoms, but they represented a complete transformation in how women could move through the world. The dropped waistline of 1920s dresses created a completely new silhouette that de-emphasised the female form in ways that would have shocked previous generations. Where Victorian fashion had been obsessed with creating an exaggerated hourglass figure, 1920s fashion celebrated a more boyish, androgynous look. It was as if fashion decided that women's bodies didn't need to be architectural projects after all. Hair got even shorter with the bob cut, which caused genuine social controversy. Women were literally receiving death threats for cutting their hair short. Imagine that. Getting violent mail because of your haircut. But the bob was more than just a hairstyle. It was a declaration of independence from the time-consuming beauty routines that had kept women tethered to their vanity tables for hours each day. Men's fashion during the 1920s became more relaxed and varied, though it was still more formal than what we consider normal today. The three-piece suit remained standard, but new fabrics and cuts made it more comfortable and practical. +4s for golf, sweater vests for casual wear, and the introduction of sportswear began to give men more options for different occasions. The 1920s also saw the rise of ready-to-wear fashion, becoming truly mainstream. Department stores expanded their clothing sections, and for the first time, middle-class people could buy fashionable clothing off the rack rather than having everything custom-made. It was the democratization of fashion, though the truly wealthy still preferred their bespoke tailors. Coco Chanel emerged as one of the decade's most influential designers, and her philosophy was revolutionary. Fashion should be comfortable, practical and elegant all at the same time. She introduced the concept of casual chic, the idea that you could look sophisticated while wearing simple, well-cut clothing. Her little black dress, introduced in 1926, was like fashion's version of the Model T Ford. Simple, elegant and versatile enough to be appropriate for almost any occasion. Chanel also liberated women from the tyranny of decorative accessories. Where Victorian fashion had required elaborate jewellery, hair ornaments and trim, Chanel's designs were based on the radical idea that sometimes less really was more. She made simplicity sophisticated, which was perhaps the decade's greatest fashion innovation. The influence of jazz music on fashion can't be overstated. The energetic, improvisational nature of jazz translated directly into clothing that moved with the body, sparkled under dance hall lights, and celebrated individual expression over conformity. Fashion became performative in a completely new way. Clothes were designed to look good in motion, not just in formal portraits. Evening wear during the 1920s was particularly spectacular. Beaded dresses that caught and reflected light, fringe that moved with every step, and metallic fabrics that turned the wearer into a walking disco ball. It was fashion designed for artificial lighting and energetic dancing, the first truly modern party clothes. The decade also introduced the concept of fashion seasons as we know them today. Magazines began showing spring collections and fall collections, and the idea that your wardrobe should change with the calendar became entrenched. It was the beginning of planned obsolescence in fashion, the idea that last season's clothes were somehow inadequate for this season's activities. By the end of the 1920s, fashion had been completely transformed. The elaborate, restrictive clothing of the Victorian era looked as foreign as medieval armour. Women had gained the freedom to move, dance, work and play in ways that their grandmothers never could have imagined. But the party couldn't last forever. The stock market crash of 1929 was about to change everything, including what people wore and how they thought about fashion. The carefree extravagance of the 1920s was about to run headlong into the practical realities of economic depression. The Great Depression hit fashion like a bucket of cold water thrown on a very fashionable party. Suddenly, the carefree extravagance of the 1920s seemed not just outdated, but almost offensive. The new motto became, make it last, make it count, and make it work for everything. The 1930s ushered in what we might call elegant practicality. Designers had to create clothing that was beautiful enough to maintain morale during difficult times, but practical enough to be worn for years without replacement. It was like solving a very sophisticated math problem where the variables were style, durability and budget. Hemlines dropped back down to mid-calf, partly for modesty but mostly because longer skirts meant more fabric, which meant the garment would last longer and provide better value. The silhouette became more fitted and feminine again, but in a sleeker, more streamlined way than the Victorian era. It was as if fashion had learned to be curvaceous without being cumbersome. The bias cut became the signature technique of the decade, thanks largely to designer Madeleine Vionnet. Cutting fabric on the bias, at a 45-degree angle to the grain, created garments that draped beautifully and moved with the body, using the fabric's natural stretch rather than fighting against it. It was an ingenious solution that created elegant, figure-flattering clothes without requiring elaborate construction or expensive materials. Hollywood became a major influence on fashion during this period, partly because movies provided an escape from economic hardship, but also because film stars had the resources to wear beautiful clothes when most people couldn't afford them. Magazines featured pages of Hollywood style on a depression budget, showing readers how to achieve movie star glamour with ingenuity and thrift. The concept of separates became popular during the 1930s. Blouses, skirts and jackets that could be mixed and matched to create different outfits from fewer pieces. It was the beginning of the modern concept of a wardrobe, as a coordinated system rather than a collection of individual dresses. You could buy one skirt and 3 blouses and suddenly have multiple outfits, which was revolutionary for people on tight budgets. Daywear became more casual and practical. Shirtwaist dresses, essentially button-up shirts extended into dress length, became a staple because they were comfortable, easy to launder, and appropriate for both work and casual social occasions. It was clothing designed for real life rather than for making fashion statements. Then came World War II, and fashion faced challenges that made the Depression look like a minor budget adjustment. Rationing affected everything: fabric, leather, metal for buttons and zippers, even elastic. The fashion industry had to completely reimagine what clothing could be when you couldn't get the materials you needed. The utility clothing program in Britain and similar initiatives in other countries created standardized designs that used minimal materials while still being attractive and functional. It was fashion by committee, designed by government regulations, but somehow it worked. The clothes were simple, well-cut and practical, the fashion equivalent of wartime efficiency. Hemlines rose again during the war, but this time it wasn't about freedom or rebellion. It was about fabric conservation. Every inch of fabric saved was fabric that could be used for military purposes. Women's skirts became shorter and narrower, not as a fashion statement, but as a patriotic duty. The make-do and mend philosophy became a virtue rather than a necessity. Fashion magazines published articles on how to refresh old clothes, how to make children's clothes from adult garments that were too worn to repair, and how to create accessories from household items. Creativity became more valuable than money in fashion for perhaps the first time in history. Women entering the workforce in unprecedented numbers needed clothes that could handle factory work, driving trucks, and operating machinery. This led to the widespread adoption of trousers for women, not as a fashion choice but as a practical necessity. Rosie the Riveter's uniform of practical pants and sensible shirts became an icon not just of women's capabilities, but of fashion's ability to adapt to changing social needs. Men's fashion was similarly affected by wartime needs. Civilian suits were simplified, no trouser cuffs, fewer pockets, narrower lapels to conserve fabric. The victory suit became a symbol of patriotic sacrifice, proving that even fashion could contribute to the war effort. But perhaps the most important development of this period was the psychological role that fashion played. During the darkest times of economic depression and global war, people still cared about looking good. Fashion became a form of resistance against despair, a way of maintaining dignity and hope when everything else was falling apart. The period also saw the rise of American fashion as a force independent of European influence. With Paris under German occupation, American designers had to develop their own aesthetic rather than copying French couture. This led to a distinctly American style that was more practical, more casual, and more democratic than traditional European fashion. By the mid-1940s, fashion had been tested by economic catastrophe and global war, and it had survived by becoming more practical, more creative, and more attuned to real people's needs. The stage was set for the post-war fashion explosion that would celebrate both the return of prosperity and the lessons learned during the lean years. In 1947, after years of fabric rationing, utility clothing, and making do with less, Christian Dior unveiled his new look, and fashion essentially fainted from sheer relief. Here finally was clothing that celebrated abundance, femininity, and the return of peacetime prosperity. The new look was everything wartime fashion wasn't. Full skirts that used yards and yards of fabric, tiny cinched waists that required foundational undergarments, and a silhouette that was unabashedly feminine and decorative. It was like fashion had been holding its breath for 6 years and finally exhaled in a whoosh of silk and satin. The reaction was immediate and intense. Women who had spent years in practical, simplified clothing fell in love with the romantic femininity of Dior's designs. But there was also controversy. Critics argued that the new look was a step backward for women's liberation, forcing them back into restrictive, impractical clothing just when they had proven they could do anything men could do. But the new look succeeded because it wasn't really about going backward. It was about having choices again. After years of being told what they couldn't wear due to rationing and wartime restrictions, women could choose to wear full skirts and fitted bodices if they wanted to. The key word was choose. The 1950s became the decade of the suburban dream, and fashion reflected this new lifestyle. Daywear was practical but pretty. Shirtwaist dresses, cardigans, and circle skirts that were perfect for driving to the grocery store, hosting coffee mornings, and chasing children around backyards. It was domestic fashion, but domestic with style. Evening wear during the 1950s was pure fantasy. Ball gowns with massive skirts that required crinolines or even small hoops, fitted bodices that showed off tiny waists, and enough fabric to upholster a sofa. It was clothing designed for a society that wanted to celebrate prosperity and femininity after years of austerity. The concept of teenage fashion emerged during this decade, driven by post-war prosperity and the new phenomenon of teenagers having their own spending money. For the first time in fashion history, young people had their own distinct style rather than just wearing simplified versions of adult clothing. Poodle skirts, saddle shoes, and letter sweaters became the uniform of American youth. Men's fashion during the 1950s was characterised by what we might call confident conformity. The grey flannel suit became the uniform of the suburban businessman, but it was worn with a confidence that reflected post-war optimism. Casual wear became more important as suburbs created more opportunities for relaxed socialising. Barbecues, lawn parties, and family gatherings that required clothing that was nice but not formal. The influence of Hollywood continued to grow during this period, but now it was supplemented by the new medium of television. Fashion became more immediately accessible as people could see the latest styles every week in their living rooms. TV stars influenced fashion in ways that movie stars never could because they appeared more regularly and seemed more accessible. Ready-to-wear fashion came into its own during the 1950s. Department stores expanded their fashion offerings, and the quality of mass-produced clothing improved dramatically. For the first time, you could buy clothes off the rack that were almost as well made as custom garments, and significantly less expensive. The decade also saw the beginning of fashion's relationship with technology. New synthetic fabrics like nylon, polyester, and acrylic offered properties that natural fibres couldn't match. Wrinkle resistance, easy care, and durability. The wash-and-wear garment became the holy grail of 1950s fashion, promising busy housewives that they could look good without spending hours on clothing maintenance. Youth culture began to challenge the adult fashion establishment during this period. The greaser style for young men, leather jackets, white t-shirts and jeans, was specifically designed to shock adults and declare independence from their values. It was the beginning of fashion as generational rebellion, a theme that would become central to fashion for decades to come. By the end of the 1950s, fashion had established many of the patterns that would define modern clothing. The importance of youth markets, the role of celebrity influence, the democratization of style through ready-to-wear, and the constant tension between practicality and fantasy. All of these became permanent features of the fashion landscape. But beneath the surface of 1950s conformity and prosperity, changes were brewing. The civil rights movement was gaining momentum. Women were beginning to question their prescribed roles, and young people were starting to challenge authority in ways that their clothing choices reflected. The stage was set for the fashion revolution of the 1960s. The 1960s didn't just change fashion, it grabbed fashion by the shoulders, spun it around 3 times, and sent it dancing off in directions nobody had ever imagined. It was the decade when fashion stopped being something that happened to you and became something you used to express exactly who you were, or at least who you wanted to be. The decade started innocently enough. Jackie Kennedy became First Lady in 1961, and her elegant, sophisticated style set the tone for early 1960s fashion. The pillbox hat, A-line dresses, and understated elegance of the Jackie look represented a refined evolution of 1950s style. It was fashion for grown-ups who wanted to look modern but not revolutionary. But then came the youth explosion. The baby boomers were reaching their teens and 20s, and they had money, attitudes, and absolutely no interest in dressing like their parents. Fashion suddenly had to serve two completely different markets: the adults who wanted sophisticated elegance, and the young people who wanted something entirely new. Mary Quant in London created the miniskirt around 1965, and it was like dropping a fashion bomb. Hemlines that had been creeping up gradually throughout the early 1960s suddenly jumped to mid-thigh, creating a silhouette that was shocking, liberating, and completely different from anything women had worn before. It wasn't just shorter. It was a completely different philosophy of what women's clothing could be. The miniskirt represented more than just a fashion choice. It was a declaration of independence. Young women were rejecting the idea that their clothing should be modest, practical, and approved by their elders. They wanted fashion that was fun, sexy, and expressive of their own values, rather than society's expectations. London became the fashion capital of the world for young people, overtaking Paris for the first time in centuries. Carnaby Street and the King's Road became pilgrimage destinations for anyone who wanted to be fashionable. British designers like Mary Quant, TThe, who was both model and designer, and later Zandra Rhodes created a distinctly British aesthetic that was playful, irreverent, and completely modern. The shift dress became the decade's signature garment, simple, straight, and perfect, for showing off legs in the new shorter lengths. It was the opposite of the fitted, structured dresses of the 1950s, where 1950s fashion had emphasised the waist and hips. 1960s fashion ignored traditional body shaping altogether in favour of a more geometric architectural approach. Mod fashion brought us geometric patterns, bold colours, and a futuristic aesthetic that seemed to come from another planet. Op art patterns that created optical illusions when the wearer moved, space-age silver and white colour schemes, and designs that looked like they belonged in a science fiction movie. Fashion became experimental in ways it had never been before. The influence of youth culture created entirely new categories of clothing. The poor boy sweater, go-go boots, and peasant dresses were all designed specifically for young people, rather than being adaptations of adult styles. It was the first time in fashion history that adults started copying young people's clothing rather than the other way around. Men's fashion underwent its own revolution during the 1960s. The conservative business suit remained standard for work, but casual wear became much more adventurous. The Peacock Revolution brought bright colours, bold patterns, and more fitted silhouettes to men's clothing. Hair got longer, pants got tighter, and for the first time since the 18th century, men's fashion became unabashedly decorative. The hippie movement that emerged in the mid to late 1960s brought yet another fashion revolution. Where mod fashion had been about the future, hippie fashion looked to the past and to other cultures for inspiration. Indian prints, peasant dresses, fringe, embroidery, and natural fabrics created a bohemian aesthetic that rejected both mainstream fashion and the space-age futurism of mod style. Hippie fashion also introduced the concept of vintage and second-hand clothing as fashion choices rather than economic necessities. Shopping at thrift stores and wearing your grandmother's clothes became ways of rejecting consumer culture, while creating individual style. It was fashion as philosophy, not just appearance. The decade also saw the rise of fashion as political statement. The miniskirt was feminist for some women and anti-feminist for others. Long hair on men was a rejection of military and corporate values. Dashikis and afros became expressions of black pride and cultural identity. What you wore became a way of announcing your politics to the world. Unisex fashion emerged as gender roles began to be questioned. The same jeans, t-shirts and work shirts could be worn by men or women, creating a shared fashion vocabulary that had never existed before. It was the beginning of the breakdown of strict gender distinctions in clothing that continues today. By 1970, fashion had been completely transformed. The idea that there was one correct way to dress for your age, class and gender had been shattered. Personal expression had become more important than social conformity. Fashion had become democratic, diverse and individual in ways that would have been impossible just 10 years earlier. If the 1960s had been about breaking the rules, the 1970s were about celebrating the fact that there were no rules left to break. Fashion entered its most experimental, diverse and frankly weird decade, where you could dress like a Victorian Gothic romantic, a disco dancing queen, or a back-to-the-land hippie, and all three looks were equally fashionable. The decade started with hippie fashion still going strong, but it quickly evolved into something more sophisticated and wearable. The peasant dress became the maxi dress, flowing and romantic but made in beautiful fabrics and elegant cuts. It was hippie philosophy dressed up for dinner parties. Bohemian style during the 1970s wasn't just about rejecting mainstream fashion, it was about creating an entirely alternative aesthetic. Flowing fabrics, earth tones, natural fibres, and handcrafted details created a look that celebrated individuality and artistic sensibility. It was fashion for people who saw themselves as creative souls rather than consumers. But the 1970s also gave us disco fashion, which was bohemian's glittery party-loving cousin. Metallics, sequins, tight pants, and shirts with enormous collars created a look that was specifically designed for dancing under flashing lights. Disco fashion was about transformation, putting on your sparkly clothes and becoming someone more glamorous, more exciting, more alive. The decade's silhouettes were revolutionary in their diversity. You could wear a flowing maxi dress that covered you from neck to ankle, or shorts so short they were barely there, or anything in between. Fashion had finally accepted that different people wanted to show different amounts of skin, and that was perfectly fine. Platform shoes became the decade's most distinctive accessory, and they were essentially architecture for your feet. Some platforms were 6 inches high or more, turning walking into a performance art piece, and making everyone several inches taller than nature intended. They were impractical, occasionally dangerous, and absolutely fabulous. The influence of different decades became a major theme in the 1970s fashion. There was a revival of 1930s and 1940s styles, flowing dresses, dramatic shoulders, and vintage glamour. But there was also a fascination with the Victorian era, high necklines, long sleeves, and romantic details. Fashion became historical, drawing inspiration from the past while creating something entirely new. Punk fashion emerged in the mid-1970s as a deliberate rejection of both mainstream fashion and hippie idealism. Ripped clothes, safety pins, aggressive makeup, and deliberately ugly combinations created a look that was designed to shock and challenge. Punk fashion was about anger, rebellion, and the rejection of beauty as a social value. But punk was also incredibly creative and influential. The DIY aesthetic, making your own clothes, customizing store-bought items, and creating unique looks from whatever materials you could find, introduced new ideas about what fashion could be. It didn't have to be expensive, professionally made, or even particularly attractive. It just had to express something authentic about the person wearing it. Men's fashion during the 1970s became more adventurous than it had been since the 18th century. Wide lapels, bright colours, bold patterns, and fitted silhouettes created a look that was unabashedly decorative. The three-piece suit remained standard for business, but casual wear became an opportunity for self-expression rather than conformity. The decade also saw the rise of designer jeans as a fashion category. What had been basic workwear became a luxury item, with different brands offering different cuts, washes, and styling details. It was the democratization of fashion through denim. Everyone could afford jeans, but designer jeans offered a way to be fashionable within that democratic framework. Athletic wear began to influence fashion during the 1970s, driven by new interest in fitness and health. Jogging suits, tennis dresses, and exercise clothes began appearing in non-athletic contexts. It was the beginning of the athleisure trend that would eventually take over casual fashion completely. The concept of lifestyle dressing became important during this decade. Instead of having one fashion identity, people could dress like surfers, executives, artists, or athletes depending on their mood or the occasion. Fashion became fluid and situational rather than fixed and hierarchical. By the end of the 1970s, fashion had become incredibly diverse and individualistic. The idea that everyone should dress alike had been completely abandoned in favour of a philosophy that celebrated personal expression and cultural diversity. It set the stage for the 1980s, which would take this individualism and turn it into performance art. The 1980s looked at fashion and said, "You know what this needs? More of everything. More colour, more texture, more volume, more accessories, more attitude." It was the decade when subtlety went into hiding and didn't emerge until sometime in the mid-1990s. Power dressing became the decade's signature concept, driven by women entering corporate environments in unprecedented numbers. The power suit, with massive shoulder pads that could double as small aircraft wings, was designed to help women compete in male-dominated workplaces by literally making them look bigger and more imposing. It was fashion as armour, designed for corporate warfare, The shoulder pads of the 1980s deserve their own chapter in fashion history. Starting as modest additions to create a more structured silhouette, they grew throughout the decade until they reached proportions that challenged doorway architecture. By the late 1980s, shoulder pads had become so enormous that they looked like fashion's interpretation of American football gear. But power dressing wasn't just about looking tough, it was about looking expensive. The 1980s celebrated wealth in ways that previous decades had considered vulgar. Designer labels became status symbols, worn prominently on the outside of clothing rather than hidden discreetly inside. It was the decade when fashion became about broadcasting your success to anyone within visual range. The influence of television, particularly shows like Dynasty and Dallas, created a fashion aesthetic that was pure fantasy. Evening wear featured massive quantities of sequins, beads and metallic fabrics. Hair got bigger, jewellery got more elaborate, and makeup became more dramatic. It was fashion designed to be seen from the back row of a theatre, except people wore it to dinner. Casual wear during the 1980s was equally excessive. Athletic wear became street fashion, but not the simple athletic wear of previous decades. This was athletic wear designed by fashion designers who apparently thought that exercise clothes should be suitable for Las Vegas showrooms. Neon colours, metallic fabrics, and geometric patterns created workout clothes that were more about making fashion statements than actual working out. The decade also saw the rise of youth fashion as a commercial force independent of adult fashion. MTV launched in 1981, and suddenly young people had a visual reference for how musicians dressed. Fashion became faster, more immediate, and more tied to popular culture than ever before. What you wore became a way of showing which bands you liked, which movies you'd seen, and which cultural tribes you belonged to. Punk fashion evolved during the 1980s into new wave style, which took punk's rebellious aesthetic and made it more wearable and commercially viable. The result was fashion that was edgy and artistic but didn't require safety pins or deliberate ugliness. It was rebellion with better production values. The preppy look also became fashionable during the 1980s, driven partly by nostalgia for simpler times and partly by the popularity of films like The Breakfast Club. Preppy fashion represented security, tradition and belonging to established social institutions, everything that punk and new wave fashion rejected. But perhaps the most interesting aspect of 1980s fashion was how it embraced artificial materials and construction. Synthetic fabrics, structured silhouettes, and obviously manufactured looks became desirable rather than apologetic. It was the first decade when fashion celebrated the fact that clothes were human-made rather than trying to mimic natural forms and materials. Hair became a fashion accessory in its own right during the 1980s. The bigger, the more elaborate, the better. Hairspray became an essential fashion tool, and hairstyles required architecture and engineering to maintain their structural integrity. It was like wearing sculpture on your head, except the sculpture was made of your own hair and industrial-strength styling products. Colour during the 1980s was intense and often clashing. Electric blue, hot pink, acid green and metallic silver were combined in ways that would have been considered garish in any other decade. Fashion became fluorescent, glittery, and deliberately artificial. It was like wearing a neon sign, which was exactly the point. The decade also introduced the concept of mix and match dressing taken to extremes. Different patterns, textures, and colours were combined in ways that created visual chaos, but somehow worked because everyone was doing it. It was fashion democracy through excess. If everyone was wearing too much of everything, then no one looked out of place. By 1990, fashion had reached such heights of excess that the only possible response was a complete reaction in the opposite direction. The 1980s had been so much about more that the 1990s would inevitably be about less. But before that happened, the 1980s had established some important principles. Fashion could be fun, experimental, and completely divorced from practical considerations while still being socially acceptable and commercially successful. As the 1990s dawned, fashion looked at the excess of the 1980s and said, you know what, maybe we went a little overboard with those shoulder pads. The decade began with what fashion historians call the minimalist reaction, a complete swing away from the more is more philosophy that had dominated the previous decade. Calvin Klein became the poster child for this new minimalism, creating clothes that were clean, simple, and almost architectural in their purity. His designs celebrated negative space, neutral colours, and the beauty of perfect proportions. It was fashion that whispered rather than shouted, and after a decade of shouting, whispering felt revolutionary. But the 1990s quickly proved that it wasn't going to settle for just one fashion philosophy. grunge fashion emerged from the Pacific Northwest music scene, bringing thrift store aesthetics into mainstream fashion. Flannel shirts, ripped jeans, and the deliberate anti-fashion aesthetic of bands like Nirvana created a look that celebrated not caring about fashion, which paradoxically became a major fashion trend. Marc Ecko, Calvin Klein, and other designers took grunge influences and refined them into something more wearable for people who wanted to look casually rebellious without actually shopping at thrift stores. It was rebellion with better fit and higher quality fabrics, the gentrification of anti-fashion. The decade also saw the rise of streetwear as a legitimate fashion category, what people actually wore on the street, sneakers, hoodies, baseball caps, and athletic wear, became influences on high fashion rather than just copying high fashion. It was the democratization of fashion influence flowing from the bottom up rather than trickling down from the top. Hip-hop culture became a major influence on mainstream fashion during the 1990s, bringing oversized clothing, athletic wear, and bold logos into general fashion consciousness. The aesthetic celebrated comfort, movement, and cultural identity in ways that traditional fashion had never considered. It was fashion that acknowledged that people wanted to look good while actually living their lives. The supermodel phenomenon reached its peak during the 1990s, creating fashion celebrities who were famous for wearing clothes rather than for any other talent. Models like Naomi Campbell, Cindy Crawford, and Kate Moss became household names, and their personal styles influenced fashion as much as the designers they wore. Technology began to influence fashion in new ways during the 1990s. New synthetic fabrics offered performance characteristics that had never been available before: moisture wicking, UV protection, and temperature regulation. Fashion began to acknowledge that clothes could be both beautiful and functional in ways that previous generations had never imagined. The internet emerged as a fashion force during the mid to late 1990s, though its full impact wouldn't be felt until the following decade. Online shopping began to change how people bought clothes, and fashion websites started to influence how people thought about style and trends. As we moved into the 2000s, fashion became increasingly fast-paced and diverse. The concept of seasonal collections began to break down as designers offered more frequent releases. Fast fashion retailers could take a trend from the runway to the store in weeks rather than months, democratizing fashion but also accelerating its pace in ways that were sometimes overwhelming. The 2000s brought their own aesthetic revolutions: the rise of casual Friday that gradually expanded to casual everyday, the influence of reality television on fashion, and the beginning of social media's impact on how people thought about personal style. Looking back over this entire journey from animal skins to Instagram-worthy outfits, what's remarkable is how consistent certain human impulses have remained. People have always wanted to look good, express their identity through their appearance, and use clothing to navigate social situations. The materials, techniques, and social contexts have changed dramatically, but the fundamental human relationship with clothing has remained surprisingly constant. Fashion has always been about solving problems: protection from the elements, social signaling, personal expression, and cultural belonging. The solutions have evolved from mammoth hides to moisture-wicking synthetics, but the problems have remained recognizably human throughout history. So here you are, at the end of this journey through fashion history, probably wearing the culmination of 170,000 years of human creativity and ingenuity. That comfortable t-shirt you're wearing? It represents the development of cotton cultivation, textile manufacturing, the invention of knitting machines, the creation of synthetic dyes, and centuries of refinement in garment construction. Those jeans you might have on represent the California Gold Rush, the needs of working people for durable clothing, the influence of American casual culture on global fashion, and the transformation of workwear into fashion statements. Even your socks, yes, your socks, represent innovations in knitting, synthetic fibres, and foot comfort that would have amazed our ancestors. The amazing thing is that you got dressed this morning in about 10 minutes, choosing from options that represent the best of human textile technology and fashion design, and you probably didn't think about any of this history. You just wanted to put on something comfortable, appropriate for your day, and maybe something that made you feel like yourself. That's the real triumph of fashion history. Not the elaborate court dress or the revolutionary designs, but the fact that good clothing has become so accessible and unremarkable that we take it for granted. Your closet contains options that would have been unimaginable luxuries to most humans throughout history. Fabrics that are soft, durable, and easy to care for. Colours that won't fade after one washing. Clothes that fit your body and your lifestyle. Seasonal options that keep you comfortable in any weather. The freedom to choose clothing that expresses your personality rather than just your social class or economic status. Even your most casual outfit represents solutions to problems that occupied human minds for millennia. How do you create fabric that breathes but also protects? How do you make colours that last? How do you construct garments that move with the body without falling apart? How do you mass-produce clothing while maintaining quality and individual choice? The fashion industry today grapples with new challenges that our ancestors never had to consider. Environmental sustainability, ethical manufacturing, the pace of trend cycles, and the psychological effects of constant fashion messaging through social media. But these are the kinds of problems that come with success, not failure. As you drift off to sleep tonight in your comfortable pyjamas, which, by the way, are a relatively recent invention that would have puzzled medieval people who slept in their day clothes, or nothing at all, you're participating in the latest chapter of this ongoing human story. Fashion continues to evolve. Sustainable materials are being developed from everything from mushroom roots to recycled ocean plastic. Smart fabrics can monitor your health, regulate your temperature, or even charge your phone. 3D printing is beginning to create custom-fitted garments. Virtual reality is changing how we shop for clothes. The same human creativity that turned animal skins into haute couture continues to push fashion into territories we can barely imagine. But whatever comes next in fashion, it will still be serving those same basic human needs that drove our ancestors to start wearing clothes in the first place. Protection, comfort, beauty, and the eternal desire to wake up in the morning and put on something that makes us feel like the best version of ourselves. Sweet dreams, and may you always have something wonderful to wear. George Washington's formative years unfolded against the rustic backdrop of mid-18th century Virginia. While popular culture might depict him as an almost mythic hero from the start, he was, in reality, shaped by the day-to-day concerns of a frontier society and a family struggling for greater prosperity. Born on February 22nd, 1732, in Westmoreland County, he was part of a sprawling network of half-siblings, uncles, aunts, and cousins who formed a complicated social web in the colony. His father, Augustine, sought to expand the family's holdings through tobacco farming, land speculation, and the occasional foray into iron mining. These early pursuits carved out the environment where young George would learn about risk, reward and the challenges of shaping one's destiny in a new world. Contrary to apocryphal stories, Washington's childhood was not defined by toppling cherry trees or sporting wooden teeth. It was, however, marked by loss. His father died when George was only 11, throwing the family's finances into uncertainty. His half-brother Lawrence, considerably older, stepped in as a paternal figure. It was Lawrence who introduced George to polite society in Virginia and instilled in him an admiration for military achievement. Lawrence had served under the British flag in the Caribbean, a detail that quietly stoked George's aspirations towards soldiering. Through Lawrence, he was exposed to the idea that honour, discipline, and loyalty could earn a young man respect in the British colonies. Despite these influences, necessity often guided Washington's early path. Formal schooling was piecemeal at best, tutors came and went. Young George's mother, Mary Ball Washington, strove to keep the family afloat. But educational opportunities remained sporadic. This patchy instruction did not deter him. It forced him to become largely self-taught, an approach that would define his later life. He was, from his teenage years onward, a voracious note-taker and letter-writer, constantly refining his penmanship, grammar, and mathematical skills. Writing itself became a window into the adult world he hoped to master. One of his initial breakthroughs came in the realm of surveying, a skill both profitable and adventurous in colonial Virginia. Land in those days was currency, and individuals who could map uncharted territories were in high demand. Washington's early forays into the wild frontiers, often in the company of rugged backwoodsmen, introduced him to the complexities of dealing with Native American tribes, unscrupulous land speculators, and the raw challenges of nature. These expeditions were no mere camping trips, nights spent in crude shelters, rainy days measuring difficult terrain, and the ever-present threat of disease built up his resilience. By the time he turned 17, he had already secured appointments to survey large tracts of land in the Shenandoah Valley, a testament to his growing reputation for diligence. During this phase, Washington also observed firsthand the tensions brewing between French, British, and native interests. The Ohio Valley to the west was a patchwork of claims and counterclaims, with British colonists, French trappers, and indigenous peoples all jostling for control. Though Washington was only a teenager, these experiences lit a spark. If he could prove himself an effective leader, especially in regions where boundaries were contested, he might ascend socially and financially. Colonial Virginia had its share of privileged families, but upward mobility was possible for those who possessed skill, connections, and an unrelenting work ethic. Beyond surveying, Washington's adolescent years were also a period of subtle social schooling. He learned the art of conversation and manners, so important in an era governed by strict codes of honour, by memorising the rules of civility and decent behaviour. This pamphlet, copied diligently in his youthful handwriting, offered guidelines for everything from posture in polite company to showing respect for superiors. Though it might seem quaint now, these rules exemplified the polished veneer that colonial society demanded of any young man aiming to rise in rank. By the time Washington approached adulthood, he was neither a wide-eyed farm boy nor a pampered aristocrat. He was a tall, physically strong young man, comfortable on horseback, capable with a musket, adept at mathematics, and cognizant of how crucial alliances could be. He held quiet ambitions that revolved around land, local military distinction, and acceptance among the elite. But events on the horizon, imperial rivalries that would ignite the frontier, would soon catapult him onto a larger stage. In that transitional zone between surveying in the wilderness and attending genteel dances along the Potomac, George Washington was preparing, without fully knowing it, for trials that would define his future and reshape a continent's destiny. Washington's transformation from a surveyor to a soldier was not the result of random events or a meticulously planned strategy. It was, instead, triggered by the turbulent geopolitics of the mid-18th century. At the time, the British and French empires vied for dominance over North America's lucrative territories. The frontier regions of the Ohio Valley, thick with forests and fur-bearing wildlife, became a flashpoint for competing claims. Indigenous nations, far from passive onlookers, leveraged these rivalries in pursuit of their interests, forging and breaking alliances as circumstances demanded. In 1753, Virginia's Lieutenant Governor, Robert Dinwiddie, sought someone intrepid and resourceful to deliver a warning to French forces building forts near the forks of the Ohio. The young George Washington, then just 21, volunteered. This mission would catapult him into international intrigue for which he had limited formal training. Undeterred, he set off with a small party in wintry conditions, navigating difficult terrain and uncertain receptions. He reached the French outpost and handed over Dinwiddie's demand that they abandon their incursion. The French officers responded politely but refused to budge. Washington's return journey was harrowing. He nearly drowned crossing an icy river, only surviving by grabbing onto a piece of driftwood and hauling himself onto a small island. Yet that near-fatal ordeal did little to shake his resolve. Upon returning to Williamsburg, he penned a report detailing his observations. The account, published and widely distributed, burnished Washington's name. His straightforward prose, describing the hazards of the journey and the French refusal to retreat, resonated with colonists hungry for news and British officials eager for evidence of French defiance. Washington emerged from anonymity, suddenly recognised as a figure capable of undertaking difficult assignments at the Empire's margins. Not long afterward, Dinwiddie promoted him and dispatched him back to the frontier with a modest force to secure strategic points. In 1754, tensions erupted into outright conflict at a site Washington hastily fortified and named Fort Necessity. An attack by French and indigenous allies forced him to surrender under humiliating conditions. The engagement, while a setback militarily, taught Washington sobering lessons about leadership, discipline, and the unpredictability of war. The British press twisted the episode in contradictory ways. Some painted him as a plucky colonial undone by minimal support, others as a foolhardy officer stumbling into a larger conflict. Amid this swirl of opinions, Washington's internal drive to prove himself only intensified. Soon, the conflict expanded into what Europeans would call the 7 Years' War, and Americans would dub the French and Indian War. Washington served as a provincial officer under General Edward Braddock, a British commander charged with seizing French forts. French troops and their indigenous allies ambushed British forces during the disastrous Braddock expedition near the Monongahela River in 1755, decimating them. In the chaos, Washington distinguished himself by rallying survivors and organising a fighting withdrawal. Though he was beset by illness and almost had multiple horses shot from under him, he emerged from the carnage with a reputation for courage under fire. Yet, for all his valour, Washington grew frustrated with British arrogance toward colonial officers. He witnessed British regulars disregarding local intelligence and ignoring suggestions from men like himself who knew the frontier. This snobbery, combined with logistical incompetence, fueled deep resentments. He realised that colonial troops often received second-class treatment, lesser pay, and fewer provisions. This personal exposure to British condescension would later shape his willingness to challenge imperial authority, though that moment lay years ahead. By the war's end, Washington had resigned his commission and returned to Mount Vernon, the estate he inherited following Lawrence's death. The war had left him with real combat experience and the seeds of an emerging identity, part loyal British subject, part colonial leader increasingly sceptical of imperial attitudes. Over the ensuing decade, he would focus on his plantations, dabble in local politics, and marry Martha Dandridge Custis, a wealthy widow whose fortune helped shore up his finances. Washington transformed Mount Vernon into a profitable enterprise, experimenting with new crops, analysing agricultural techniques, and exerting influence in Virginia's House of Burgesses. Yet the memory of the frontier battles never fully dimmed. He had seen how tenuous British authority could be on American soil, how alliances shifted, and how local knowledge often outstripped distant orders. He also observed the subtle changes stirring among colonists, growing populations, expanding commerce, and a sense of collective identity not solely anchored to Britain. While Washington did not yet foresee a complete break with the Crown, the stage was quietly being set for a more profound clash. Looking back, his French and Indian War experiences were something of a dress rehearsal, granting him the on-the-ground insights that would prove indispensable in the larger crisis looming on the horizon. Following the French and Indian War, Washington spent the 1760s and early 1770s deeply immersed in the rhythms of plantation life at Mount Vernon. Managing labour, maintaining his reputation as a local squire, and serving intermittently in the Virginia House of Burgesses occupied much of his time. He meticulously oversaw the cultivation of crops, initially tobacco, later diversifying into wheat and other staples, adapting to market trends and soil conditions. But economic security remained tenuous. British trade regulations, shipping monopolies, and mercantile restrictions often pinched colonial planters. Washington found himself confronting debts, currency shortages, and a constraining imperial bureaucracy that dictated how goods could be exported or imported. Amid these challenges, Washington's perspective on British authority gradually evolved. Early on, he had desired nothing more than to climb in status within the British imperial framework. He had admired British military traditions and social customs, but he began to see the practical constraints that came with living under a distant parliament that issued edicts without consulting colonial assemblies. The Stamp Act of 1765, imposing taxes on printed materials, galvanised discontent among colonists. Washington, who used legal documents frequently for land transactions, saw the act as a direct affront to local autonomy. While not the most fiery rhetorician in Virginia, figures like Patrick Henry captured that honour. Washington expressed measured indignation. He argued that taxation without representation violated the rights of Englishmen, a stance that resonated among fellow planters, merchants, and small farmers alike. In 1769, the Virginia House of Burgesses responded to new British taxes on glass, paper, paint, and tea by passing resolves condemning these impositions. When the royal governor dissolved the assembly, the delegates, Washington included, met informally at the Raleigh Tavern in Williamsburg, drafting non-importation agreements. These pacts vowed not to purchase British goods until colonial grievances were addressed. Though not as flamboyant as protests in Boston, these Virginian measures underscored how deeply resentment had taken root among even the more conservative landholding class. Washington's letters from this period reveal a measured but firm tone. He spoke of the encroachments of Parliament and the need for unity among the colonies. Not one to relish public speaking, he employed his reputation as a balanced, pragmatic figure. People listened when Washington spoke because they trusted his sense of responsibility and fairness. Privately, he worried about violence escalating, yet he also felt that the colonies should not yield to intimidation. This blend of caution and resolve was a hallmark of his character. Tensions escalated to a critical level by 1774. The Boston Tea Party and subsequent punitive British measures prompted the formation of the First Continental Congress. Washington was chosen as one of Virginia's delegates, solidifying his role as a national figure rather than just a regional voice. He travelled to Philadelphia, where representatives from across the colonies debated how far to push back against British encroachments. While radicals like Samuel Adams advocated more extreme measures, others sought a compromise or hoped for a restoration of harmonious relations. Washington's presence signalled that Virginia, the largest and most populous colony, was prepared to stand alongside New England in protesting imperial overreach. Washington's military background was not overlooked during those Congress sessions. He was one of the few delegates with first-hand experience in large-scale combat operations. Though overshadowed by the fiery oratory of John Adams or Patrick Henry, he projected a quiet confidence that could unify disparate factions. He seldom took the floor for dramatic speeches, but in committee meetings, delegates consulted him about potential military scenarios if the standoff with Britain escalated. How might a ragtag colonial militia confront the most formidable army in the world? Events soon compelled everyone to take action. In April 1775, the battles at Lexington and Concord unleashed open conflict. British soldiers and colonial militiamen had exchanged shots, and the war was effectively underway. By the time the Second Continental Congress convened, the question was no longer whether to resist militarily, but how. John Adams, recognising the need to draw the southern colonies more tightly into the cause, nominated Washington to lead the newly formed Continental Army. With reluctance, Washington accepted, declaring he would serve without pay. He stressed that he was neither the most qualified nor seeking personal glory, yet he would do his duty if called upon. In that moment, the diligent Virginia planter and local politician found himself thrust onto a stage with no script. Leading a revolution against the crown seemed audacious, even reckless, but Washington believed the colonies had reached an irreversible point. He saddled his horse and departed for Massachusetts, determined, if unsure, about the trials that lay ahead. His leadership would soon be tested in ways few could have imagined, both by the might of British forces and by the fractious nature of a fledgling nation still discovering its collective identity. Washington's appointment as the Commander-in-Chief of the Continental Army paved the way for a challenging battle against the most formidable military force of the era. Arriving in Cambridge, Massachusetts, in July 1775, he took command of a collection of militias besieging British-held Boston. What he found was a disorganised force lacking supplies, uniforms, and consistent discipline. Militias from different colonies held different loyalties, varied drastically in training, and often viewed each other with suspicion. Washington realised that to stand any chance against the British, he had to forge these disparate units into a cohesive army with a shared purpose. Early on, Washington faced a series of strategic dilemmas. Despite the often romanticised notion of the Continental Army's underdog valour, the reality was messy. Disease, desertions, and short-term enlistments undercut the stable force he desperately needed. British troops in Boston were well supplied by sea, so a direct assault seemed suicidal. Instead, Washington imposed discipline, orchestrated siege lines, and introduced stricter regulations. Over time, he acquired cannon from Fort Ticonderoga, famously transporting them across difficult winter terrain under Henry Knox's oversight. By March 76, artillery on Dorchester Heights forced the British to evacuate Boston. Although it was a bloodless victory for the Americans, Washington understood that the war had barely begun. The British Navy and Army could and would strike at more critical ports. Washington's next trials unfolded in New York. Anticipating a major British offensive, he shifted his army to defend Manhattan and its surroundings. The British arrived in force under General William Howe, and by late summer, in 1776, Washington's men endured a crushing defeat at the Battle of Long Island. A series of retreats followed, culminating in the British seizing New York City. Morale plummeted. Many soldiers deserted, others questioned Washington's competence. Yet in a bold move, Washington ordered a stealth evacuation across the East River during the night, ferrying thousands of troops and avoiding total annihilation. That partial salvation became an early example of his knack for improvisational retreats, a skill that may lack the glamour of offensive victories, but was crucial for the survival of the cause. In late 1776, with enlistments expiring and temperatures dropping, Washington orchestrated one of the Revolution's most dramatic strokes, crossing the icy Delaware River on Christmas night to surprise Hessian mercenaries at Trenton. The success at Trenton, followed by another victory at Princeton, rejuvenated the Patriot cause. Washington's leadership style in these moments combined meticulous planning with personal bravery. He rode at the front, encouraging his men, proving that cunning and audacity could offset numerical or logistical disadvantages. The morale boost was enormous, coaxing recruits to stay and new volunteers to join. Yet the Continental Army's tribulations remained abundant. The British sought to isolate New England by seizing the Hudson River corridor, while smaller armies skirmished in the interior. Washington clashed repeatedly with delegates in the Continental Congress who provided inconsistent funding and supplies, reflecting the fragile nature of the young Confederation. He wrote endless letters pleading for shoes, blankets, and rations. Meanwhile, British raids and Loyalist sympathizers sowed confusion behind American lines. In 1777, Washington lost a key engagement at Brandywine, allowing the British to capture Philadelphia, the Patriot capital. Another setback at Germantown followed. Critics in Congress grew louder, questioning whether a different general might fare better. Yet Washington retained the loyalty of many officers, forging a sense of unity that transcended local affiliations. At Valley Forge, during the cruel winter of 1777 to 1778, the army endured starvation, disease, and freezing conditions. Thanks to the drilling expertise of Baron von Steuben, an ex-Prussian officer, Washington's troops emerged more disciplined, able to engage British regulars on nearly equal terms. At Valley Forge, the Continental Army underwent a significant transformation, transitioning from an unruly collection of militias to a functional fighting force. Washington also learned the delicate art of balancing alliances. The French, persuaded by the American victory at Saratoga, where Horatio Gates led the effort, not Washington directly, joined the conflict, providing naval strength and additional ground forces. Coordinating with French officers like the Marquis de Lafayette demanded diplomatic finesse. Washington adapted, forging trust with these foreign allies, even as inter-colony tensions threatened to fracture the American side. Through it all, Washington displayed a steadiness that became central to the army's identity. His men might groan about scarce supplies or ragged uniforms, but they trusted their general to hold them together. By the war's midpoint, Washington had solidified his role as the linchpin of American resistance. His direct battlefield successes varied. Some were brilliant, others disappointing, but his unshakable commitment to the cause, combined with an ability to pivot tactics and maintain unity, kept the rebellion alive. Emerging from these years of hardship was a sense that, whether revered or criticized, Washington was indispensable. He was no mere figurehead. The political apparatus and the army itself needed his steady hand at the helm if the revolution was to stand a chance of seeing final victory. As the Revolutionary War entered its later stages, Washington faced a new set of challenges that tested his leadership on multiple fronts. The conflict had become more sprawling, with battles in the south intensifying. British forces, hoping to exploit Loyalist sentiment, launched campaigns in Georgia and the Carolinas. Meanwhile, the Continental Army in the north still had to guard against renewed offensives from New York. Washington found himself juggling resource allocations and strategic oversight across a vast territory, all with limited manpower and meagre finances. One of his core strengths lay in understanding that victory did not necessarily require defeating every British unit on the battlefield. Over years of warfare, Washington recognised that prolonging the conflict, making it too costly for Britain to sustain, could be enough to force negotiations. As British public support for the war waned and the conflict strained the Empire's coffers, this strategy of endurance gained traction. He coordinated partisan warfare in the southern states, where generals like Nathaniel Greene used hit-and-run tactics and forced the British to overextend their supply lines. Washington might not have designed every manoeuvre personally, but his overarching directive emphasised wearing down the opponent rather than seeking a single. Grand triumph at all costs. Yet frustration still mounted. The Continental Congress, perennially short on funds, struggled to pay or supply the troops. Inflation ran rampant, and the paper currency they issued, known as Continentals, lost much of its value. Sometimes, entire regiments threatened mutiny over unpaid wages and lack of food. Washington wrote urgent letters balancing pleas and warnings. Desertion could unravel the entire revolution, but the men's hardships were genuine. He balanced his empathy for his soldiers' suffering with the need to uphold discipline. Against this turbulent backdrop, French assistance played a decisive role. Following France's official entry into the war, Spain and the Dutch Republic also offered varying degrees of support to America, broadening the conflict into a larger global struggle against Britain. Washington worked with French admirals and generals who, like Admiral de Grasse and General Rochambeau, brought naval superiority and well-trained troops. Diplomatic synergy was crucial. Washington, never fluent in French, relied on interpreters and the goodwill of allies like Lafayette to maintain strong communication. Joint operations required patience and compromise. The French Navy's schedules and European political priorities often constrained quick action. The culmination of these alliances and strategies took shape in 1781 at Yorktown, Virginia. British General Cornwallis had entrenched his forces there, hoping for resupply by sea. Washington seized the moment. He feigned moves toward New York, but then swiftly marched a major portion of his army south. The French fleet under de Grasse blocked the Chesapeake, preventing a British naval evacuation. Trapped and under constant bombardment, Cornwallis surrendered in October 1781. The victory at Yorktown did not instantly end the war, but it was the decisive blow that shattered Britain's willingness to continue. Negotiations in Europe soon began, leading to the 1783 Treaty of Paris, recognising American independence. Washington's role in the final phase showcased two defining traits of his leadership: adaptability and a knack for collaboration. He was not a tactical genius in the mould of Napoleon, but he excelled in forging unity among diverse groups with clashing egos and conflicting interests. He also grasped the psychological dimension of war. Victory could be achieved as much through morale and diplomatic pressure as through battlefield conquests. Under his guidance, the Continental Army endured for 8 grueling years, culminating in a capitulation that many had deemed impossible. When peace was finally secured, Washington stunned the world by resigning his commission and returning to private life rather than seizing power. In a time when victorious generals in Europe often leveraged military success to become dictators or monarchs, his gesture was nearly unprecedented. He sent a farewell address to the army, bidding an emotional goodbye to the officers who had become like family through shared hardships. Then he returned to Mount Vernon, longing for quiet days overseeing his estate. In the public imagination, he became the embodiment of Roman Republican virtue, akin to Cincinnatus leaving his plough to defend the nation and then returning to his farm. Yet the young republic soon discovered that independence would not solve every problem. War debts, disputes among the states, and a weak central government under the Articles of Confederation threatened the stability of the new nation. Calls for a stronger national framework grew louder, and once again, the gaze of the fledgling country turned to Washington. Would he remain a private citizen, or would he use his stature to help shape the governance of the country he had been so instrumental in forging? The next chapter of his life, and indeed of the nation's, would hinge on how he answered that question. After returning to Mount Vernon in 1783, Washington tried to refocus on his plantations, hoping for a respite from public affairs. Yet the fragile state of the post-war Union soon pulled him back into the spotlight. Under the Articles of Confederation, the federal government lacked authority to tax, regulate commerce effectively, or settle disputes among states. Economic turmoil loomed large. Debts from the war weighed on every state, and the absence of a cohesive national policy bred friction. Insurrections such as Shays' Rebellion in Massachusetts highlighted how easily unrest might spiral if the central government could not act decisively. Leaders across the states recognized the dire need for reforms, and Washington was a natural figure to help spearhead them. Though initially hesitant, he feared public service would once again swallow his private life. He came around to the idea that a stronger government framework was essential to preserve the Union. In 1787, he agreed to preside over the Constitutional Convention in Philadelphia. This gathering, intended first to revise the Articles, soon morphed into a wholesale creation of a new constitution. Washington did not speak often during the debates, but his mere presence lent gravity to the proceedings. Delegates disagreed vigorously over representation, slavery, and executive power. Yet most recognized that Washington's approval would be critical for winning public acceptance of any proposed constitution. His role was largely that of mediator and symbol of unity. He allowed men like James Madison, Alexander Hamilton, and Benjamin Franklin to articulate competing ideas. But whenever debate grew contentious, the image of Washington, seated at the front, reminded them that the revolution's integrity and the future of Republican governance were at stake. By September 1787, the delegates crafted a new constitution that incorporated a more robust federal government, tempered by a system of checks and balances. Although not perfect, it was a revolutionary experiment in structured liberty. Washington's endorsement carried enormous weight during the ratification process, especially in Virginia. Reluctant anti-federalists found it difficult to argue that the Constitution masked tyranny when Washington vouched for it. Once the Constitution became law, calls for Washington to serve as the first president were unanimous in their intensity. He was the linchpin who could lend immediate legitimacy to the new system. Despite personal reservations, he was aging, and the toll of public life was no small burden. He reluctantly accepted the role. The Electoral College elected him unanimously in 1789. In April of that year, he journeyed to New York City, the temporary capital, to take the oath of office. His inauguration was a subdued ceremony, reflecting a new nation's blend of optimism and anxiety. He stood on a balcony overlooking throngs of cheering citizens, placing in his hand on a Bible and swearing to preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution. In shaping the executive branch, Washington faced a blank slate. There was no blueprint for how a president should behave. He believed in setting careful precedents that would guide successors, and this cautious approach coloured his every decision. He formed a cabinet of advisers, including Thomas Jefferson as Secretary of State and Alexander Hamilton as Secretary of the Treasury. The ideological clashes between Jefferson, who championed agrarian democracy, and Hamilton, who pushed for a robust federal government and industrial growth, forced Washington to navigate a delicate balance. Balancing these factions, he aimed to prevent the country from splitting into partisan camps. Still, the seeds of political rivalry were planted, eventually sprouting into the Federalist and Democratic Republican parties. Washington's presidency also navigated foreign policy dilemmas. The young United States was militarily weak, financially indebted, and overshadowed by European powers. When the French Revolution erupted, many Americans felt they owed France a debt of gratitude for its wartime support. Yet Washington believed neutrality was crucial. Entangling the fragile republic in Europe's wars could spell disaster. His proclamation of neutrality in 1793 drew ire from those who wanted to aid France. But it shielded the new nation from a catastrophic conflict it was ill-prepared to handle. Domestic issues also tested the new administration. Hamilton's financial plan, which included federal assumption of state debts and the creation of a national bank, sparked fierce debates. Washington backed Hamilton, believing that fiscal stability was essential for national respectability. But Jefferson's faction decried these measures as threats to states' rights. Then, in 1794, the Whiskey Rebellion flared in western Pennsylvania, where farmers violently opposed a federal tax on distilled spirits. Washington, alarmed by the prospect of an armed insurrection, personally led troops to quell the rebellion, an act that showcased federal authority but also raised fears about militarized responses to dissent. Throughout these trials, Washington laboured to maintain a posture above partisan squabbles, though that position grew increasingly difficult. Newspapers, reflecting the rise of party-driven journalism, attacked or praised him depending on editorial leanings. Criticism stung the once revered hero, but he remained steadfast, convinced that the survival of constitutional governance required robust debate, even if it sometimes descended into vitriol. By the end of his second term, he yearned for retirement more earnestly than ever. The question was whether the country could sustain itself without him, or if his moral authority and balanced leadership remained indispensable. By 1796, Washington had served 2 terms as president and felt strongly that rotating leadership was essential to the republic's health. Unanimously re-elected in 1792, he could likely have secured a 3rd term, but he declined. In doing so, he established a precedent of voluntary executive turnover, later codified by the 22nd Amendment, that would profoundly influence American political culture. Recognizing the young nation's precariousness, he offered parting guidance in his farewell address. Published rather than delivered orally, it warned against the dangers of permanent foreign alliances and excessive partisanship. He urged Americans to cherish unity, keep religion and morality as public pillars, and remain wary of ideological factions that could fracture national cohesion. After leaving office in March 1797, Washington returned to Mount Vernon. A sense of relief washed over him, tempered by ongoing concerns about the fledgling nation's trajectory. He oversaw expansions at his estate, experimented with different crop rotations, and dabbled in various manufacturing ventures on site, such as a grist mill and a distillery. However, retirement did not provide an escape from moral dilemmas. Washington's wealth and plantation lifestyle had always hinged on enslaved labour. While he had privately expressed ambivalence about slavery, calling it repugnant in certain correspondences, he never publicly championed abolition. Only in his will did he arrange for the emancipation of his enslaved people after Martha's death, a move that became one of the most significant private emancipations of that era. But the structural system of slavery continued unabated across the South, highlighting the contradictions embedded in the new republic. Increasingly, foreign tensions threatened to pull Washington back into public life. Relations with revolutionary France deteriorated under John Adams's presidency, culminating in the Quasi-War at Sea. In 1798, Adams asked Washington to serve as commander of a provisional army should full-scale war break out. Washington agreed, though he delegated most duties to Hamilton. He remained on standby, hoping conflict could be averted. By 1799, the immediate threat passed, and Washington settled again into the routines at Mount Vernon. That same year, on December the 12th, Washington braved a cold, wet ride around his estate, checking fence lines and farmland. Later that evening, he developed a sore throat. Within days, his condition worsened into what many now believe was acute epiglottitis. Medical treatments of the time, bleeding, blistering, and gargling, only weakened him further. On the night of December 14th, 1799, George Washington passed away, surrounded by close friends and family. The news sent shockwaves throughout the country. Bells tolled in distant cities. Eulogies poured in from across political divides, reflecting the universal respect Americans felt for his leadership. Even in Europe, figures like Napoleon ordered tributes. Washington's death brought a collective reckoning. The man who had guided the nation through revolution, constitutional formation, and early governance was gone. But his legacy was already enshrined. Over subsequent decades and centuries, Americans would build monuments, mint coins, and compose hagiographic stories that sometimes obscured the complexity of his life. Myths multiplied. The cherry tree legend by Parson Weems became a fixture in school primers, overshadowing the more instructive lessons of Washington's real struggles and ethical dilemmas. The wooden teeth trope overshadowed the details of his expensive, painful dental apparatus made from various materials, including human or animal teeth and metal. Yet behind the shining marble statues stands a more nuanced figure. Washington was a man of his times, shaped by its limitations, particularly regarding slavery and class structures, but also capable of transcending narrow self-interest. He recognized the fragility of the American experiment and acted repeatedly to keep it intact, resigning his military commission in 1783, presiding over the Constitution's drafting in 1787, and stepping down as president after 2 terms. Each decision sent an unmistakable message that the Republic's longevity depended on checks against personal ambition. Washington's example stood out for a nation still refining its democratic values. He was neither a flamboyant speaker or a philosophical theorist, but he possessed a calm gravitas that could unify quarrelsome states. He understood how to maintain moral legitimacy in the eyes of both elites and ordinary citizens, and though he was not without flaws, the ownership of enslaved individuals being chief among them, he helped lay the groundwork for a political system capable of evolving beyond its founders' limitations. Today, more than 2 centuries after his passing, George Washington remains an essential symbol for an America that struggles with its historical contradictions. If we look beyond the simplified schoolbook portrayals, we find a person who navigated immense pressures with perseverance and humility, whose quiet strength and deliberate choice to relinquish power set a tone for Republican governance. The complexity of his legacy invites us to reflect on both the grand achievements and the unresolved tensions that were woven into the nation's birth. A poignant reminder that even foundational heroes stand on shifting terrain, forging a path for future generations to walk upon. Shirley Temple was born in Santa Monica, California, on April 23, 1928, into a family that was neither destitute nor lavishly wealthy. Her father, George Temple, worked in finance, and her mother, Gertrude, carried an almost obsessive desire to shape her daughter's destiny. The Santa Monica of that era was a fast-evolving beachside enclave, brimming with both glamorous illusions from the burgeoning film industry and the more everyday routines of middle-class families trying to navigate a mercurial economy. It was within this dual atmosphere, flickering studio lights on one side and thrifty living on the other, that Shirley Temple began her path to stardom. Even before she could walk confidently, Gertrude recognised something luminous in her daughter's presence. Shirley had a precocious way of mimicking gestures she observed in adults. This knack for imitation would define her early days, turning dance and drama lessons into more than just passing amusements. Gertrude seized every opportunity to enroll Shirley in local dance classes. Meanwhile, the child's father, though more reticent, eventually supported these pursuits, especially as he sensed that his daughter's talents might help the family rise above its mundane financial prospects. Hollywood in the early 30s offered an odd mixture of unpolished opportunity and exploitative risk. The Great Depression had shattered many Americans' hopes, yet movie studios scrambled to produce escapist fare. Child performers were especially valuable, used to deliver cuteness and innocence during a time of national hardship. Shirley, with her natural curls, though constantly fussed over by her mother, who insisted there be exactly 56 of them, and an almost hypnotic ability to project joy, fit seamlessly into this mould. She was introduced to casting agents even before she turned 4, auditioning for bit parts that sometimes entailed dancing routines with the adult actors. Initially, Shirley's family juggled skepticism and ambition. The film sets she visited were not always the polished worlds fans saw on screen. Instead, they were chaotic places, where directors yelled, lighting rigs buzzed, and many child performers discovered their so-called cute factor overshadowed any genuine acting skill. Shirley, however, proved adept at capturing adult expectations. Her seeming earnestness, paired with that bright, dimpled smile, won over producers who recognised a phenomenon in the making. By 1932, she had landed small roles in a series of shorts called Baby Burlesques, comedic sketches where toddlers were placed in decidedly adult situations. Watching them today, many find the concept jarring, but in the economic desperation of the 1930s, these short films gained traction and Shirley's star quality began to gleam. Gertrude, operating as both mother and unofficial manager, monitored every facet of Shirley's budding career. The mother's presence on set was constant, at times protective and at other times controlling. Tales circulated of Gertrude touching up Shirley's curls between takes, ensuring that not a single ringlet strayed from the image of cherubic perfection. She championed Shirley's needs, but also drove her onward in a business known for discarding child actors once they outgrew their roles. This mixture of maternal devotion and unwavering ambition became a recurring theme in Shirley's early years. Even so, Shirley's own temperament provided a counterbalance. Despite the intense schedule, she exuded genuine curiosity about her surroundings. She asked questions about how cameras worked and who was responsible for set design. In an era where children were expected to be seen but not heard, her inquisitiveness made a subtle impression on directors and stagehands alike. They realised the girl was not a living doll, but a quick-thinking child who grasped far more than she let on. By 1934, she had secured her first breakthrough roles in feature-length films, with Fox Film Corporation, soon to merge into 20th Century Fox, backing her. Shirley Temple became one of the Depression-era's most iconic faces. Her movies, such as Stand Up and Cheer and Little Miss Marker, gave audiences a dose of optimism they craved. Critics raved about her bright-eyed sincerity, and ticket sales soared. Movie theatres saw a direct correlation. The more Shirley Temple danced and sang on screen, the more Americans showed up in droves, clinging to a child's radiant energy as a beacon in otherwise bleak times. At the tender age of 6, Shirley transformed from a curious toddler learning dance steps into a genuine star, symbolising hope in a world ravaged by economic hardships. However, behind the wide-eyed innocence of her film persona, a more complex story was forming, a dance of parental ambitions, studio pressures, and her own youthful resilience. That complexity would deepen as she soared to new heights of stardom in the years to come. In 1935, Shirley Temple underwent a significant transformation when her studio recognised the potential of their petite leading lady to lead full-length features. With the country still reeling from widespread unemployment and breadlines, her films provided escapism laced with optimism. Titles like Bright Eyes and Curly Top showcased not just her cherubic face, but an uncanny knack for on-screen chemistry with adult co-stars. She became the face of Fox's silver screen offerings, out-earning many established actors. Yet behind the upbeat songs and tap dances, negotiations and business maneuvers were at play, many of which set precedents for how future child stars would be handled. Key among these developments was the contract Shirley signed with Fox, or more accurately, the contract her parents signed on her behalf. Its details sparked discussion across Hollywood. She was guaranteed a significant weekly salary, though significant in the 1930s. Currency meant something different than it would today, plus bonuses if her pictures performed well. Fox also set aside funds for her education and well-being, though the lines often blurred between on-set tutoring and real schooling. This arrangement acknowledged her star power, yet did little to protect her from an exhausting work schedule that some might deem exploitative. During this period, directors marvelled at Shirley's focus that necessitated multiple takes for adult actors, which often concluded swiftly once Shirley achieved her marks. She had a near photographic recall for lines and dance moves, a quality that impressed her choreographers. Equally striking was her composure under pressure. Fox executives, anxious to capitalise on her popularity, pushed for a film turnaround schedule that left little room for a typical childhood. Despite this, Shirley consistently provided the sunshine that the world craved. When an exhausted co-star once complained, "You're working this kid to death," a studio head allegedly replied, "If anything, she's staving us." It was a half-joking nod to the revenue her success generated, at a time when many studios teetered on the edge of bankruptcy. Fans of all ages idolised Shirley. Children saw a peer living a fairy tale life, while adults took solace in her plucky on-screen persona that seemed to say, better days are just around the corner. Her likeness appeared on dolls, dresses, and countless products, an early instance of celebrity merchandising that would foreshadow later Hollywood synergy. Yet popularity also had a strange side. Rumours circulated that the bright-eyed star wasn't a child at all, but a little person posing for the cameras. This bizarre conspiracy theory gained such traction overseas that the Vatican once considered investigating her age. In truth, Shirley Temple was no more than 10 at the time, rapidly growing into a global household name. Curiously, Shirley's rise paralleled shifts in the film industry itself. The production code, Hollywood's moral guidelines, tightened restrictions on on-screen content. Shirley's clean, wholesome image fit perfectly into this new environment. Gone were the edgier comedic elements from her earliest shorts. In their place emerged full-blown family-friendly musicals and romances. She sang with experienced adult crooners, sharing lines and duets that might otherwise look awkward for a child. Yet her sincerity let her glide past potential awkwardness. Audiences believed her rosy worldview, if only for the duration of a matinee. Not that it was all smooth sailing. Inside the Temple household, tensions simmered. Gertrude clashed with producers who wanted to vary Shirley's look or storyline, steadfastly defending her daughter's signature curls and sweet persona. George Temple, meanwhile, found himself overshadowed, primarily attending to financial matters, while Gertrude guided their daughter's creative direction. In a twist reminiscent of many showbiz families, the father sometimes felt sidelined, overshadowed by the formidable bond between mother and star-daughter. As Shirley approached her 10th birthday, the industry noticed that her presence at the box office wasn't just consistent, it was heroic. Some of her films overshadowed even major adult releases. The juvenile star was effectively bankrolling Fox's operations, preventing pure financial cuts that might have devastated the studio. It became a well-known quip in Hollywood circles that if you needed a guaranteed hit, you hired Shirley Temple. Yet the relentless pace hinted at challenges to come. Child actors grow, their appeal, which studios often reduce to cuteness, can dissipate. Shirley's mother, well aware of that, fought to keep her in roles that showcased her innocence, worrying that a more mature role might fracture her image. Time was against them. The actress, who had embodied the aspirations of a Depression-era audience, was approaching adolescence, and the film roles accessible to a developing teenager seldom replicated the formula that made her a box office phenomenon. The real question became, how could Shirley Temple, America's darling, transition gracefully from juvenile novelty to enduring performer? As she entered adolescence, Shirley Temple found herself at an unexpected juncture. By 1939, she was 11 years old. Though still a beloved star, the realities of puberty loomed. Her face was ever so slightly less cherubic, her limbs less stubby. Hollywood's appetite for her brand of plucky innocence began to wane. Executives, who had previously viewed her as their most valuable asset, began to feel uneasy. The frequency of scripts designed to highlight her charm was gradually decreasing. Despite these challenges, Shirley maintained her impeccable professionalism. On the set of The Bluebird 1940, she embodied a dreamlike character in a lavish fantasy production clearly meant to replicate the success of The Wizard of Oz. But audiences perceived it as a half-hearted attempt. Critics pointed out that the film felt disjointed, and box office receipts fell short. This setback marked the first real stumble in Shirley's otherwise unstoppable career. Press, which had frequently hailed her as America's sweetheart, conjectured whether her period of fame had come to an end. Gertrude Temple attempted to reposition her daughter, pushing the studio to consider more sophisticated scripts. However, Hollywood's typecasting machine proved stubborn. Producers struggled to envision the newly teenage Shirley as anything apart from an endearing child in tap shoes. Meanwhile, the adult co-stars who once enjoyed waltzing with the little scene stealer now found themselves in awkward transitions. How do you frame a storyline around a teen actress whose strengths lay in the cuddle factor? That tension spelled trouble for Shirley's future as the leading lady she had once been. The family faced another dilemma: Shirley's education. On-set tutors had sufficed for the early years, but the demands of a teenager's curriculum were more complex. At her mother's urging, Shirley enrolled in a private school when her studio schedule allowed. There, she experienced a semblance of normal adolescence, passing notes, giggling with friends, and learning that not everyone orbited her fame. This partial return to an ordinary teenage routine offered a different perspective. She began to realize that the wider world didn't revolve solely around studio budgets and box office numbers. Financially, the Temples were secure. Her earlier earnings had been prudently managed, though rumors circulated about potential mismanagement or lavish spending. For Gertrude, the real worry wasn't money but relevance. She feared the day Hollywood might deem Shirley Temple an expired product. She even toyed with the idea of forging a career in radio or travelling vaudeville acts if the film roles continued to dwindle. Shirley, on the other hand, expressed a desire to explore new interests, such as working behind the camera or even attempting to write. These notions, whispered among the family, never gained serious traction, overshadowed by the immediate challenge of stalling stardom. When the United States entered World War II, the entire entertainment industry shifted to a more patriotic agenda. Stars visited troops, performed in USO tours, and lent their faces to war bond drives. While teenage Shirley was a beloved figure, audiences' tastes leaned toward adult stars who carried an air of romantic glamour or comedic relief that spoke to wartime anxieties. The adolescent performer, suspended between child icon and adult personality, found herself in a precarious niche. She did participate in some charitable events, singing for servicemen and endorsing the war effort. Yet the studios, increasingly fixated on adult drama and musicals tailored for older stars, saw less need to centre entire pictures around her. Still, Shirley Temple's name carried enough clout to secure sporadic roles at different studios once her Fox contract ended. Notably, she signed a brief contract with MGM, culminating in a handful of features. Unfortunately, these projects never recaptured the luminous box office magic of her earlier output. The film Kathleen, 1941 for instance, garnered lukewarm reviews, with critics noting that they yearned for the sprite who had once brightened hearts during the Depression, rather than the uncertain teenager grappling with evolving tastes in entertainment. By the time she reached her mid-teens, Shirley was balancing on a tightrope, half a nostalgic emblem of a vanished era, and half a blossoming young woman searching for a place in an industry that rarely allowed for graceful transition. She herself remained outwardly composed, leaning on the well-honed discipline that had shaped her childhood. Yet behind those calm brown eyes, a more profound question arose. If Hollywood no longer needed her to be its dancing child star, who could she become? In trying to address that question, Shirley Temple would soon embark on life experiences that would transform her far beyond the realm of movie sets and scripts. The next phase of Shirley Temple's life revolved less around Hollywood stage lights and more around personal milestones. At 15, she met John Agar, a sergeant in the Army Air Corps from a socially prominent family. Their whirlwind courtship fascinated fans, who were curious to see America's one-time golden child stepping into adulthood. By 1945, just as the war concluded, Shirley married Agar, Barbaz. The media spun the wedding into a major event, splashing photos across newspapers nationwide. But if the public assumed she would settle into a conventional family life, they underestimated her capacity for reinvention. Shirley persistently ventured into the film industry, occasionally collaborating with her husband. In Fort Apache, 1948, directed by John Ford, Shirley co-starred with Agar, John Wayne, and Henry Fonda. Although the Western genre was significantly different from her previous musicals, she enjoyed the novelty. Despite her diminished star billing, she received solid reviews for her performance. The film's moderate box office success indicated that perhaps there was a viable path forward for her in Hollywood, though no longer as the marquee name. While she drew professional satisfaction from the project, her personal life was more turbulent. Agar struggled with the weight of public attention on his famous wife and faced accusations of drinking and erratic behaviour. The marriage soon began to splinter. For Shirley, the unravelling marriage signalled a broader dissatisfaction. She could sense that the film industry still saw her through a lens of childhood nostalgia, making it difficult to secure roles that challenged her. Meanwhile, her real-life responsibilities now included motherhood. She gave birth to a daughter, Linda Susan, in 1948. Balancing the duties of parenthood with diminishing but still potent demands of a movie career proved complex. She found some roles, but mostly smaller parts in B-movies or ensemble casts. A handful of these roles allowed her to play more mature characters, yet none sparked a significant comeback. By 1950, her marriage to Agar had reached a breaking point, culminating in a high-profile divorce that tabloid newspapers giddily dissected. The same fans who once showered her with unconditional adoration read about the messy details of her domestic strife. This jarring exposure taught Shirley an uncomfortable lesson about public life. Once you step out of the child star bubble, the press can turn your personal trials into sensational fodder. Nevertheless, she remained composed, determined to maintain dignity for her daughter's sake. A new chapter beckoned when she crossed paths with Charles Alden Black, a Navy intelligence officer from a well-connected California family. Their first meeting, ironically, involved neither film nor fanfare, just two individuals sharing conversation at a dinner party. Black claimed he had never seen a single Shirley Temple movie, which she found refreshing. Their relationship blossomed quickly, partly because Shirley found an anchor in Charles's unpretentious yet cultivated manner. They wed in December 1950. A union markedly different from her first. Charles's devotion offered a calm refuge from the swirling storms of the entertainment industry. Suddenly, the idea of continuing a somewhat aimless pursuit of second-tier film roles lost its allure. Facing the reality that her Hollywood career was winding down, Shirley made a bold decision in 1950. She retired from the silver screen at the age of 22. It was a startling move for someone whose name still held nostalgic weight among a wide swath of moviegoers. Yet she had reached a point where the roles available failed to match her aspirations. Instead of clinging to a diluted version of her earlier stardom, she chose to explore new frontiers. She also recognised that the intense work she'd endured since toddlerhood had left little room for ordinary experiences. Eager to cultivate a more grounded lifestyle, she embraced family life with Charles Black in the San Francisco Bay Area. In the late 1950s and early 1960s, she briefly returned to show business with the television series Shirley Temple's Storybook. The show reimagined fairy tales and children's classics, allowing her to explore a producing and hosting role rather than front and centre acting. Fans appreciated the chance to see her again, no longer a child star but a poised, articulate adult. This step back into the public eye felt more on her terms, without the constraints of a studio system dictating her every move. Though the glow of her child stardom lingered in the cultural memory, Shirley Temple Black, as she began calling herself, was discovering broader horizons. Her youth had exposed her to the highs and lows of American celebrity culture. Now she looked at life with a fresh perspective, realizing that her journey might shift away from film entirely. What emerged next would surprise many. A pivot from Hollywood starlet to public servant and diplomat. Roles that would define her final decades in ways few observers could have predicted. While many child stars vanish into obscurity or cling to their past fame, Shirley Temple charted a course that combined her innate poise with a newfound dedication to civic engagement. Throughout the 1960s, she and Charles Black settled into a relatively private existence in the Bay Area. She embraced community work, volunteering for charitable organizations and quietly building relationships with local politicians. Though she rarely sought publicity for these efforts, her ability to connect with people, honed from early stardom, proved a valuable asset. A pivotal moment came in 1967, when she declared her candidacy for Congress in a special election to fill a vacant seat. Running as a Republican in California's 11th Congressional District, Shirley Temple Black surprised political insiders with her articulate presence on the campaign trail. She emphasized issues such as urban development, educational reform, and tackling crime, reflecting the moderate Republican stances of the era. Reporters who covered her campaign quickly discovered that she was no lightweight. While her name recognition initially drew curiosity, her policy discussions resonated with a portion of the electorate. She did not prevail in the primary, finishing second, but she garnered a respectful share of votes. The campaign underscored her serious interest in governance and laid the foundation for future opportunities. A year later, life took an abrupt turn when Shirley was diagnosed with breast cancer. She underwent a mastectomy in 1972, an experience she chose not to hide from the public. Instead, she made a bold move by holding a press conference to discuss her procedure, one of the first high-profile women to speak openly about battling breast cancer. This frankness challenged taboos and spurred an outpouring of support from women across America. Her candor helped destigmatize a condition many had treated as shameful or exclusively private. Over time, her advocacy would shape public perceptions of cancer treatment, prompting more open dialogue and encouraging countless women to seek checkups and information. Meanwhile, her political aspirations remained alive. President Richard Nixon, impressed by her public service ethos and calm demeanor, appointed her to represent the United States at the 24th United Nations General Assembly in 1969. During her time at the UN, Shirley Temple Black focused on issues like environmental protection and the rights of children, topics that echoed her personal passions. Colleagues noted her capacity to negotiate diplomatically and her genuine interest in bridging cultural divides. This appointment, though short-lived, showcased her ability to navigate high-stakes international settings, blending the charm of her Hollywood pedigree with substantive policy engagement. President Gerald Ford named Shirley Temple Black the United States Ambassador to Ghana in 1974 as a result of her success. Ambassadorship was not a ceremonial position. Ghana had undergone political upheaval and was strategically significant in West Africa. As ambassador, she navigated US interests, promoting trade, supporting development, and working to maintain stable diplomatic relations in a region still adjusting to post-colonial realities. Her presence in Accra signalled that Washington took Ghana seriously, and Ghanaians received her warmly, sometimes referencing her iconic childhood films. She responded by emphasising shared cultural ties, hosting local artists at embassy events, and travelling beyond the capital to better understand the country's complexities. Her steady performance in Ghana earned her another diplomatic assignment, this time as the first female chief of protocol under President Ford. She managed high-level ceremonies, greeted visiting heads of state, and guided official delegations. Although the role was largely ceremonial, she approached it with the thoroughness that had defined her entire career, keeping track of protocols and cultural nuances, and forging personal bonds with international leaders became second nature. The highlight of her diplomatic career, however, arrived in 1989, when President George H.W. Bush appointed her ambassador to Czechoslovakia. The Cold War was on the verge of a dramatic thaw, and her posting to Prague placed her at the heart of historic change. As communism began to crumble across Eastern Europe, Shirley Temple Black found herself witnessing the Velvet Revolution, the peaceful upheaval that ousted the communist regime. She consulted dissidents, shared perspectives with other Western diplomats, and skillfully represented US interests without overshadowing the Czech people's pursuit of democracy. Once again, she relied on a blend of empathy and pragmatism, traits that had served her well since her early years on a Hollywood set. By the close of the 1980s, Shirley Temple Black stood as a testament to reinvention. From a child star who lit up Depression-era screens to a diplomatic figure forging connections in far-flung parts of the world, she demonstrated that stardom need not confine a person to a single storyline. Rather, it could be a launching pad for broader contributions that transcended the realm of entertainment, impacting global politics and societal attitudes alike. The late 1980s and early 1990s in Czechoslovakia were a swirl of political transformations, and Shirley Temple Black was squarely in the thick of it. Serving as ambassador at a time when the nation's hopes for post-communist democracy were at their zenith, she found herself forging friendships with figures like Václav Havel, the playwright turned president, who led the Velvet Revolution. Diplomats often rely on tact and formality to navigate tense transitions, but Shirley's life experience, her capacity to read a room, to empathise and to adapt, proved equally pivotal. She struck an approachable balance between an official stance and genuine curiosity about everyday Czech life. Citizens who recognised her, from old Hollywood lore, marvelled at how this former child star had become a calm presence amidst their country's defining historical moment. Her schedule brimmed with diplomatic engagements, addressing economic reforms, promoting trade opportunities, and facilitating cultural exchanges. She also took time to visit schools and orphanages, echoing a child-centred compassion that had first won her the public's heart decades earlier. More than once, local media cameras captured her hugging children, an image that symbolised a connection transcending politics. For her staff, it was standard to see school groups flock to the US Embassy, where the ambassador would greet them personally. She saw in those students the same spark that, years before, propelled her own improbable journey. In the midst of these responsibilities, she also wrestled with the complexities of representing a superpower. While US officials championed market liberalisation, the Czech populace harboured diverse views on how rapidly to embrace Western economic models. Shirley sought to present America's stance in a measured way, advocating for cooperation rather than imposing directives. This nuance endeared her to local politicians, who appreciated that she was not just delivering lectures, but engaging in genuine dialogue. Observers credited her with amplifying America's soft power in the region, using her personal warmth as an informal diplomatic tool. Outside her official role, she relished exploring Prague's architecture, concert halls and cafes. The city, with its Gothic spires and centuries-old cobblestone streets, fascinated her. She told friends that wandering around the old town felt like stepping onto a meticulously designed film set, except it was real history etched into every stone. Occasionally, she and her husband Charles hosted small gatherings at the embassy residence, inviting Czech artists and intellectuals alongside visiting American officials. These soirees, bridging cultural gaps with music and conversation, mirrored a style of diplomacy that aligned with her persona, blending formality with the personal touch. By 1992, the world was changing again. Czechoslovakia split peacefully into the Czech Republic and Slovakia. Shirley Temple Black's time as ambassador wrapped up, and while the region's politics continued evolving, she left behind a legacy of empathy-driven diplomacy. Stepping away from her official duties, she returned stateside with a sense that her life's second act had equalled the first in terms of impact, even if fewer paparazzi cameras trailed her every move. Retirement from formal diplomacy did not entail retreating into quiet anonymity. She took on roles with corporate boards, notably with companies where her expertise in international relations and public communication offered value. Though her Hollywood name still commanded attention, she leveraged it selectively, more inclined to champion charitable causes than to cash in on old fame. Among her philanthropic interests, cancer research remained a focal point. She continued to advocate publicly for early detection, recalling her battle with breast cancer. Each time she spoke at fundraisers or medical conferences, attendees saw not a fragile survivor, but a resolute voice urging progress. Those who encountered her socially in these later years describe a woman both gracious and candid. She was not one to dwell on her childhood stardom unless prompted. Indeed, many who knew her as an ambassador or a board member noted they often forgot she had once been the biggest child star on Earth. She was simply Shirley, a thoughtful colleague who asked incisive questions and brought a wealth of worldly experience to any conversation. If pressed about her Hollywood days, she might offer a light anecdote, perhaps about dancing with Bill Bojangles Robinson, but she rarely glorified the spectacle. Instead, she framed it as a valuable but distant chapter in a life driven by personal growth. As she moved into her 70s, Shirley Temple Black observed with equal measures of pride and humility the enduring affection so many still held for her. Around the globe, older fans recalled her films as a joyful beacon amid depression hardships, while younger generations discovered them on home video. It was a testament not just to her on-screen persona, but also to the universal appeal of sincere optimism. Yet for Shirley herself, the highlight reel comprised more than movie clips. It was her service to her country, her forging of diplomatic pathways in fraught times, and her unwavering ability to adapt that truly defined her adult identity. Reflecting on Shirley Temple's life is like perusing a panoramic album of 20th century America, spanning an era of economic turmoil, world war, cultural upheaval, and global realignment. She departed the world on February 10th, 2014, at age 85, leaving behind a legacy that defied simple categorization. Most headlines upon her passing remembered her as the dimpled darling who danced on staircase railings in black and white musicals. Yet, to view her exclusively through that nostalgic lens is to overlook the deeper arc of her journey. Her funeral, held privately, revealed the quiet dignity she had long preferred. Friends and family spoke of a person whose warm spirit extended far beyond the camera. Tributes poured in from around the globe, movie fans recalling her as a childhood idol, diplomats and politicians lauding her statesmanship, and cancer survivors thanking her for raising awareness when few others did. It was a moment when a star's mythos converged with the reality of a life well lived. In subsequent years, retrospectives have examined the nuances that made Shirley Temple so enduring. Scholars of film history point out her unusual role in bridging adult and child audiences during the Depression. Her presence was never merely cute, she delivered genuine performances that resonated with viewers longing for hope. Contemporary debates also scrutinized the exploitative elements of Hollywood during the 1930s and their incorporation of child performers into adult-driven stories. Shirley was no exception. The baby burlesques short films of her earliest career remain a stark reminder of how children were sometimes positioned in questionable scenarios. Yet she transcended that environment, emerging as a figure who, by her fortitude and mother's fierce oversight, navigated the system without losing her essential spark. Her personal evolution underscores an important lesson, that fame, especially at a young age, need not define one's entire existence. While many child stars collapse under the weight of early celebrity, Shirley Temple channeled it into fresh pursuits. Whether campaigning for a congressional seat in California or speaking openly about her breast cancer surgery, she tackled each phase with authenticity. She displayed a consistent willingness to meet challenges head-on, an attribute that stands in contrast to the perceived innocence of her childhood film roles. Perhaps it was that original wellspring of discipline, memorizing lines, perfecting dance routines, that carried over into her adult life, enabling her to approach any hurdle with equal resolve. Moreover, her diplomatic service remains one of the more surprising chapters of her story. Stepping into the role of ambassador in two distinct contexts, Ghana and Czechoslovakia, reflected an adaptability rarely seen in showbiz alumni. While some saw her as merely a ceremonial figure, she quickly demonstrated that star quality could harmonise with serious policy work. By advocating for environmental issues at the UN, fostering cultural exchanges in Ghana, and navigating the complexities of a post-communist Czech landscape, she expanded the definition of how a public figure can serve national interests. Tenure in Prague during the Velvet Revolution coincided with a seismic shift in global politics, a pivotal moment that fundamentally reshaped Europe. That vantage point alone placed her in the orbit of towering figures like Havel, forever linking her name to a monumental historical pivot, even as critics debate the merits of her earliest films or the complexity of her mother's role in orchestrating her stardom. Shirley Temple's narrative remains awe-inspiring for its breadth. The child who once sparred with co-stars twice her height became an adult who regularly engaged with world leaders. In the same lifetime, she delighted Depression-era cinema audiences, and then, half a century later, watched democracy break ground in Eastern Europe. That range of experiences underscores a singular life that mirrored the transformations of a century. Today, her iconic cherub face continues to adorn vintage movie posters and DVD covers. Young dancers still attempt to replicate her signature tap routines. Parents introduce her black and white musicals to new generations. Yet parallel to that cultural imprint stands the lesser, celebrated but equally significant tale of an American who chose to redirect celebrity into public service, forging a second legacy as an advocate and diplomat. In so doing, Shirley Temple Black left us a message about resilience, that even the brightest, most ephemeral childhood glow can evolve into something more expansive, guiding not just a film studio's fortunes, but international dialogues and philanthropic causes as well. And in the end, Perhaps that quiet metamorphosis is her most enduring, if underappreciated, achievement. Imagine trying to comprehend 65,000 years. That's roughly how long humans have called Australia home, which means Indigenous Australians were already ancient when the pyramids were built, already had established cultures when Rome was founded, and had been telling their stories for tens of thousands of years before anyone wrote down the Epic of Gilgamesh. The journey begins in what Indigenous Australians call the Dreamtime, though that English word doesn't quite capture the concept. It's not really about dreams or sleeping, but about a time when the world was being formed, when ancestral beings travelled across the land creating everything you see today. These weren't gods sitting on mountaintops issuing commands. They were more like the land itself becoming conscious, shaping itself into existence through story and song. Picture the continent as it might have appeared to those first arrivals, a place so different from today's Australia that you'd barely recognise it. The climate was wetter. Vast lakes covered areas that are now desert, and megafauna roamed the landscape like something from a natural history museum come to life. There were giant wombats the size of small cars, marsupial lions that would make today's big cats look modest, and kangaroos that stood 10 feet tall. Australia was essentially a continent-sized wildlife park, featuring animals that evolution had been tinkering with in isolation for millions of years. The people who arrived during this time came by sea, which tells you something remarkable about human ingenuity. They couldn't have walked, even during ice ages when sea levels dropped dramatically. There was always water between Asia and Australia. So these weren't accidental castaways washed up on random shores. They were deliberate voyagers who looked at the ocean and decided to see what lay beyond it, making them possibly the world's first true mariners. What they found was a continent that required completely different survival strategies from anywhere humans had lived before. The seasonal patterns they'd known in Asia didn't apply here. The plants and animals were unlike anything they'd encountered. Traditional hunting techniques needed adaptation. It was like being handed a cookbook written in an unfamiliar language for ingredients that didn't exist back home. But humans are remarkably good at figuring things out, and these early Australians became experts at reading a landscape that seemed determined to keep its secrets. They learned which plants were edible, which could be made edible through careful preparation, and which should never be touched. They discovered that certain rocks, when struck together, produced better tools than others. They figured out that fire, used strategically, could transform the landscape into a more productive hunting ground. This last innovation, the systematic use of fire to manage the land, was probably the most consequential decision in Australian history. By burning specific areas at specific times, Indigenous Australians created a mosaic of different habitats, encouraging certain plants while discouraging others, making it easier to hunt, and essentially becoming the continent's first environmental managers. The Australia that Europeans would eventually encounter wasn't pristine wilderness untouched by human hands. It was a carefully cultivated landscape, shaped by thousands of years of deliberate management. The Dreamtime stories that emerged from this period weren't just entertainment or religious texts. They were encyclopedias of practical knowledge encoded in narrative form. A story about an ancestral being travelling from waterhole to waterhole was also a survival map. A tale about animals behaving in certain ways contained observations about ecology and seasonal patterns. These stories were technology, passed down through generations with the kind of precision that modern people reserve for manufacturing specifications. Different groups developed different stories for different landscapes, because Australia isn't one environment but dozens. The tropical north had little in common with the temperate south. The coastal regions bore no resemblance to the arid interior. Each environment required its own body of knowledge, its own set of stories, and its own understanding of how to live sustainably in a specific place. By the time European ships appeared on the horizon, Indigenous Australians had developed hundreds of distinct cultures, speaking more than 150 languages from multiple language families. Imagine more linguistic diversity in one continent than in all of Europe. These weren't primitive tribes waiting for civilization to arrive. They were sophisticated societies with complex social structures, extensive trade networks, and bodies of knowledge that had been refined over millennia. Their population was probably somewhere between 300,000 and 1 million people, though estimates vary because, and here's an important point, Indigenous Australians didn't live like Europeans. They didn't build cities, construct permanent monuments, or practice agriculture in ways Europeans would recognise. This didn't mean they were less advanced. It meant they'd developed a different kind of sophistication, one based on deep ecological knowledge and sustainable resource use rather than environmental transformation. Chapter 2. The Island Continent in Isolation. While the rest of the world was writing history, building empires, and generally making a fuss about civilization, Australia remained largely separate from these global dramas. The continent's isolation was so complete that it developed like a parallel universe where evolution took different paths and human societies followed different trajectories. This isolation produced some wonderfully strange results. Mammals in Australia decided that the whole placental thing was overrated and stuck with the marsupial approach, carrying babies in pouches and generally doing mammalian life differently. Plants evolved in directions that baffled later botanists. Entire ecosystems developed without any of the animals or plants that dominated other continents. For Indigenous Australians, this isolation meant their cultures evolved without the disruptions that characterised other parts of the world. There were no invasions from distant empires, no wholesale adoptions of foreign religions, and no waves of migration bringing new technologies or diseases. Change happened slowly, driven by internal dynamics rather than external pressures. This doesn't mean Indigenous Australian societies were static or unchanging. That's a myth that Europeans would later use to justify colonisation. Cultures evolved, new practices emerged, trade routes shifted, and knowledge continued to accumulate. But the pace of change was different, and the direction was oriented toward deepening understanding of the land rather than transforming it. The coastal Aboriginal groups developed sophisticated fishing techniques, including fish traps that could be seen from space, extensive stone arrangements that channeled fish into catching areas. Inland groups created wells in the desert, maintained complex water management systems, and knew how to find moisture in the most unlikely places. Northern groups traded with Indonesian fishermen who came seasonally to harvest trepang, creating economic relationships that predated European contact by centuries. The seasonal round, the cyclical movement of groups through their territories, timed to coincide with the availability of different resources, was a marvel of logistical planning. It required detailed knowledge of when specific plants would fruit, when certain animals would be most available, and how to arrange social gatherings so that dispersed groups could come together for ceremonies, marriages, and the exchange of goods and knowledge. These gatherings were like conferences where the latest innovations were shared, alliances were confirmed, and young people learned from elders across multiple communities. Information travelled slowly by modern standards but reliably, moving along trade routes that connected groups separated by thousands of miles. The spiritual life of Indigenous Australians was inseparable from their practical life. The Dreamtime wasn't ancient history, it was an eternal present, constantly renewed through ceremony and song. Initiation rituals weren't just social markers, but educational intensives where young people learned the deep knowledge of their culture. Sacred sites weren't merely symbolic, but were actual places where specific events in creation occurred, as real to Indigenous Australians as historical battlefields are to modern nations. Art served multiple purposes, aesthetic expression certainly, but also as mnemonic devices, territorial markers, and records of knowledge. Rock art sites across Australia contain images tens of thousands of years old, making them some of humanity's oldest continuous artistic traditions. Some paintings have been maintained and renewed for so long that they represent unbroken chains of cultural transmission, stretching back into periods that European history considers prehistoric. The boomerang, probably Australia's most famous contribution to world technology, existed in forms ranging from simple throwing sticks to precisely engineered returning boomerangs that required sophisticated understanding of aerodynamics. Different designs served different purposes, and the knowledge of how to make and use them was specialised and valued. Language was treated with a reverence that modern societies reserve for sacred texts. Some languages had special forms used only for ceremonies, others had secret vocabularies known only to initiated men or women. The precision of Indigenous languages in describing ecological relationships, kinship structures, and temporal concepts often exceeded what English could express, requiring borrowed terms when anthropologists tried to explain these concepts to European audiences. As the centuries rolled past, and remember, we're talking about a time span that makes the entire history of Western civilization look like a weekend, Indigenous Australian societies continued their steady existence. They weathered climate changes that turned lakes into deserts, adapted to shifting resources, and maintained cultural continuity across time periods that saw empires rise and fall in other parts of the world. Chapter 3. Distant Ships and First Encounters. By the 17th century, European ships had begun appearing in Australian waters like confused guests at a party they weren't invited to. These weren't planned voyages of discovery so much as navigational accidents, ships bound for the Dutch East Indies that had miscalculated, Portuguese vessels that might have visited but left no clear records, and Chinese traders whose presence is suggested by artefacts but remains historically ambiguous. The Dutch were the first Europeans to definitely make contact, though contact might be too generous a word. Dutch navigators touched various points along the Australian coast between 1606 and 1756, took one look at the arid landscapes they encountered, and essentially decided the whole continent wasn't worth the effort. They named it New Holland, with all the enthusiasm of someone naming a particularly boring committee, noted the presence of indigenous people without much interest, and sailed away to find places with more obvious commercial potential. These early encounters were like two people trying to have a conversation without sharing a language, context, or basic understanding of what the other wanted. Dutch sailors saw empty land without the markers of civilization they recognised. No cities, no agriculture, no obvious wealth. Indigenous Australians saw strange visitors who clearly had no idea how to survive in this country and would probably leave soon. The most famous of these early visitors was William Dampier, an English pirate, explorer and serial exaggerator who visited the northwest coast in 1688 and again in 1699. Dampier's descriptions of Indigenous Australians were spectacularly uncharitable, calling them the miserablest people in the world. This from a man whose career highlights included piracy, and whose survival skills apparently didn't include figuring out how to thrive in a desert climate without thousands of years of accumulated local knowledge. But Dampier's accounts circulated in England and Europe, creating impressions that would influence later attitudes. The irony is that the people Dampier dismissed as miserable had been living successfully in one of Earth's harshest environments for millennia, while Dampier needed elaborate ships, supplies from Europe, and navigational instruments just to visit briefly. Then came James Cook in 1770, and suddenly the Europeans got serious about this land they'd been ignoring. Cook's voyage along the east coast was different from earlier visits, because it was systematic, scientific, and accompanied by artists and naturalists who documented everything they saw. Joseph Banks, the expedition's botanist, was so excited by the new species he found that the expedition's first landing site was named Botany Bay in honour of his enthusiasm. Cook's encounters with Indigenous Australians along the coast were mixed. At some places, local people showed curiosity about the visitors. At others, they made it clear the strangers should leave. There was a notable incident at Botany Bay where Indigenous men tried to drive the British away, which was both brave and completely reasonable, given that armed foreigners had just shown up uninvited. What Cook and his crew didn't understand was that they were meeting people with established territories, complex societies, and no particular interest in European trade goods or Christian salvation. The Indigenous Australians who watched Cook's ship sail past weren't awestruck by European technology. They were probably wondering what these people wanted and when they'd leave. Cook's journals described Indigenous Australians more charitably than Dampier had, noting their apparent contentment and health. He observed that they seemed to want nothing that Europeans possessed, which Banks found remarkable. Here were people who looked at European goods, metal tools, cloth, manufactured items, and basically shrugged. This should have suggested that Indigenous Australians had successful material cultures that met their needs, but Europeans tended to interpret it as evidence of primitiveness, rather than cultural difference. The really consequential part of Cook's voyage came when he sailed into Possession Island and, in one of history's more questionable legal manoeuvres, claimed the entire eastern coast of Australia for Britain under the doctrine of terra nullius, land belonging to no one. This was nonsense, obviously. The land belonged to the hundreds of indigenous groups who had lived there for 65,000 years. But European law had developed convenient fictions that allowed colonisers to ignore indigenous ownership, and terra nullius was one of the most pernicious. Chapter 4. The First Fleet and Unwanted Beginnings. Britain's decision to colonise Australia had nothing to do with the continent's potential and everything to do with a criminally overcrowded prison system. After losing the American Revolution, Britain suddenly lacked a convenient place to ship convicts, and Australian colonisation was essentially a massive exercise in out-of-sight, out-of-mind criminal justice policy. Picture the First Fleet, 11 ships carrying about 1,500 people, including over 700 convicts, sailing to the other side of the world to establish a colony in a place none of them had ever seen. The voyage took 8 months, which gives you plenty of time to contemplate your life choices. These weren't hardened criminals for the most part, but people convicted of theft, poaching, and other crimes that were more about poverty than violence. When the First Fleet arrived at Botany Bay in January 1788, they discovered that Cook's glowing descriptions had been somewhat optimistic. The bay was shallow, exposed to wind, and generally unsuitable for settlement. After a few days of looking around and probably reconsidering their entire plan, they moved north to Port Jackson, what would become Sydney Harbour, and on January 26th, Arthur Phillip established the first European settlement on Australian soil. That date, January 26th, would eventually become Australia Day, though Indigenous Australians understandably view it as Invasion Day, the beginning of dispossession, disease, and cultural destruction. It's a date that carries very different meanings depending on your perspective, which tells you something about how complicated Australian history remains. The early colony was a disaster waiting to happen, with the emphasis on disaster. Britain had sent convicts and guards, but not nearly enough farmers, supplies, or people who knew anything about agriculture in Australian conditions. The first crops failed. Supplies ran low, people went hungry. The colony survived its first years through a combination of desperate improvisation, limited trade with indigenous groups, and supply ships from Britain that arrived with frustrating irregularity. Indigenous people of the Sydney region, the Eora Nation, watched these newcomers with a mixture of curiosity, concern, and growing alarm. At first, there might have been hope that the British would leave once they realised how unsuited they were to local conditions. But as the settlement persisted and expanded, it became clear these visitors intended to stay. The relationship between colonisers and Indigenous Australians deteriorated quickly. The British saw empty land ready for use. Indigenous Australians saw their territories being occupied, their resources being depleted, and their way of life being threatened. Spears met muskets. Traditional hunting grounds became British farms. Sacred sites were cleared for buildings. Smallpox hit Sydney's Indigenous population in 1789, killing roughly half the Eora people. Whether this was deliberately introduced, as some historians argue, or accidentally transmitted remains debated. Either way, the impact was catastrophic. European diseases against which Indigenous Australians had no immunity would prove more deadly than European weapons over the following decades. Some Indigenous people tried to work with the colonisers. Bennelong, a Eora man, learned English and tried to bridge the cultural divide. He travelled to England, met King George III, and returned to Sydney wearing English clothes. But Bennelong's story didn't have a happy ending. He eventually became estranged from both cultures, too changed to fully return to his previous life, but never truly accepted by British society. The colony slowly stabilised and grew. More convicts arrived. Free settlers began coming, lured by land grants. The British pushed further inland, and with each expansion, Indigenous Australians were pushed off their traditional lands. Sometimes this happened through negotiation or coercion. Often it happened through violence that colonial authorities preferred not to document too carefully. By the early 1800s, the pattern was set. British settlements expanded along the coast and inland. Indigenous resistance met military response. Diseases spread through indigenous populations faster than the settlements themselves expanded, and Britain began to realise that this prison colony might actually become something more substantial. Chapter 5. Wool, Gold, and the Rush to Claim a Continent. The transformation of Australia from penal colony to economic powerhouse happened faster than anyone expected, and it had a lot to do with sheep. Specifically merino sheep, whose wool turned out to grow exceptionally well in Australian conditions. By the 1820s, wool exports were making certain colonists very wealthy, and suddenly Australia looked less like a dumping ground for criminals and more like an opportunity for ambitious settlers. The land grants that Britain offered free settlers were generous, to put it mildly, thousands of acres to anyone willing to establish a farm. Of course, these grants completely ignored that the land belonged to indigenous groups who had managed it for millennia. But colonial authorities operated under the convenient fiction of terra nullius, treating Australia as empty land free for the taking. Squatters, settlers who simply moved onto land without official permission, pushed the boundaries of settlement even faster than colonial governments could keep track of. They'd find good grazing land, establish sheep stations, and essentially dare the authorities to do anything about it. Most of the time, the government eventually recognised these illegal settlements, because stopping them would have required resources the colony didn't have. For Indigenous Australians, this expansion was catastrophic. Their traditional lands were taken for sheep stations, waterholes were monopolised by pastoral stations, hunting grounds were fenced off. When Indigenous people continued to use their traditional territories, which they had every right to do, they were treated as thieves and trespassers on their own land. Frontier violence escalated into what historians now recognise as guerrilla warfare. Indigenous groups conducted raids on pastoral stations, taking sheep and supplies. Settlers responded with punitive expeditions that often turned into massacres. Colonial authorities mostly looked the other way, and most of this violence went unrecorded, making it difficult to know the full extent of the deaths. Then came 1851, and everything accelerated. Gold was discovered, first in New South Wales and then in Victoria, sparking one of history's great gold rushes. Suddenly Australia was flooded with prospectors from around the world, Chinese miners, American 49ers who'd missed California's gold rush, British workers seeking fortune, and adventurers from everywhere. The gold rushes transformed Australia's demographics and economy overnight. Melbourne grew from a small town to a substantial city within a few years. The population doubled in a decade. Wealth poured in from the goldfields, funding construction, commerce, and the beginnings of an Australian identity that was less about being British and more about being Australian. The goldfields were remarkably democratic compared to most of 19th century society. Anyone could try their luck. Convicts who'd served their time, free settlers, Indigenous Australians, Chinese immigrants, and people from every social class. Your success depended on luck and determination rather than birth or connection. This created a rough egalitarianism that would influence Australian culture for generations. Of course, this democracy had limits. Chinese miners faced particular discrimination, blamed for everything from taking gold that should have gone to Europeans to undermining wage standards. Taxes and restrictions specifically targeted Chinese miners, revealing that Australian egalitarianism extended mainly to Europeans. Indigenous Australians were largely excluded from the goldfields, pushed aside by the rush of prospectors flooding across their territories. The Eureka Stockade incident in 1854 became one of the founding myths of Australian democracy. Miners in Ballarat, frustrated by expensive licences and government corruption, built a stockade and raised a flag. Soldiers attacked, killing about 30 miners in a brief violent confrontation. The rebellion failed militarily but succeeded politically. It led to reforms that made the colonies more democratic and became a symbol of Australian independence and workers' rights. By the 1860s, Australia had been transformed from a collection of prison colonies to a prosperous, growing society. The convict era was ending. The last convict ship arrived in Western Australia in 1868. Free immigration now dwarfed forced transportation. Cities were growing, industries were developing, and the colonies were gaining increasing autonomy from British rule. But this prosperity came at a cost that wasn't equally distributed. While European settlers celebrated growth and opportunity, Indigenous Australians faced continuing dispossession, violence, and population collapse. Their numbers had decreased dramatically from pre-contact levels, ravaged by disease, violence, and the destruction of traditional ways of life. Chapter 6. Making a Nation from 6 Arguments. By the 1890s, Australia consisted of 6 separate colonies: New South Wales, Victoria, Queensland, South Australia, Western Australia, and Tasmania, each with its own government, laws, and tendency to view the others as rivals or inconveniences. Getting them to agree to form a single nation was like trying to organise a family reunion where everyone thinks they should be in charge. The push for federation came from a mixture of practical needs and nationalist sentiment. The colonies needed to coordinate defence, There were periodic scares about foreign powers, especially Russia and later Germany, threatening Australian waters. They needed to standardise railway gauges, which were embarrassingly different across colonial borders, meaning goods had to be unloaded and reloaded when crossing from one colony to another. And there was a growing sense that Australians shared enough in common to deserve their own nation, rather than remaining a collection of British colonies. The process of creating this nation involved a lot of arguing. Constitutional conventions met, debated, adjourned, and met again. Representatives from each colony lobbied for their interests. Small colonies worried about being dominated by large ones. Large colonies resented giving small colonies equal representation. Everyone had opinions about everything, and getting 6 colonies to agree on constitutional language proved only slightly easier than actual nation-building usually is. One of the key compromises involved creating a federal capital in New South Wales to appease the most populous colony, but locating it at least 100 miles from Sydney, to appease Victoria, which thought Sydney had too much influence already. This eventually led to Canberra, a purpose-built capital that would become famous for its planned layout, bureaucratic atmosphere, and ability to make visitors wonder why anyone thought building a city from scratch in sheep-grazing country was a good idea. The constitution that emerged in 1901 created a federal system that borrowed heavily from both Britain and the United States. There would be a parliament with 2 houses, a House of Representatives based on population, and a Senate giving equal representation to each state. Executive power would rest with a Prime Minister and Cabinet, responsible to Parliament, and the British monarch would remain head of state, represented by a Governor-General, because cutting ties completely with Britain seemed too radical for 1901. What the Constitution didn't address, at least not positively, was Indigenous Australians. Section 127 specifically excluded Aboriginal natives from being counted in the national census. Section 51 gave the federal government power to make laws about all people except the Aboriginal race. This exclusion wasn't accidental oversight, but deliberate policy, reflecting prevailing beliefs that Indigenous Australians were a dying race that would soon vanish entirely, solving what colonisers viewed as the Aboriginal problem. The other notable exclusion involved what would become known as the White Australia policy. The Immigration Restriction Act of 1901 was designed to keep non-Europeans, especially Chinese and Pacific Islander people, from immigrating to Australia. It used dictation tests that could be administered in any European language to exclude unwanted immigrants, a system so transparently discriminatory that it became a model for racist immigration policies elsewhere. Federation Day, January 1st, 1901, was celebrated with enthusiasm by most white Australians. There were parades, speeches and general celebrations of the new Commonwealth of Australia. For Indigenous Australians, it was just another day in an ongoing dispossession, now to be conducted by a federal government instead of colonial ones. Chapter 7. Wars, Depression, and Defining Australian Identity. The new Australian nation barely had time to settle into existence before World War I came along, and, like a demanding relative, insisted Australia prove its maturity through military service. When Britain declared war in 1914, Australia was automatically at war too. That's how the British Commonwealth worked, and Australians volunteered in extraordinary numbers. The Australian and New Zealand Army Corps, the Anzacs, landed at Gallipoli in Turkey in April 1915 as part of a British-led campaign that was supposed to knock the Ottoman Empire out of the war. Instead, it turned into an 8-month military disaster, where Allied forces were pinned on beaches and cliffs, taking heavy casualties for no strategic gain. The campaign failed completely, but something interesting happened in that failure. Australians developed a national mythology. Anzac Day, April 25th, became Australia's most important national commemoration, not celebrating victory, but honouring sacrifice, mateship, and the Anzac spirit of endurance under impossible conditions. There's something distinctly Australian about choosing a military defeat as your defining national moment, suggesting that how you handle adversity matters more than winning. Over 60,000 Australian soldiers died in World War I, a staggering number for a nation of fewer than 5 million people. Hardly a town or suburb wasn't touched by grief. War memorials went up in every community, listing names that often represented significant percentages of local young men. The war changed Australia from a collection of former colonies into a nation that had proven itself on the world stage, though the price of that proof was heartbreakingly high. The 1920s brought recovery and prosperity. Briefly, Australia's economy grew, cities expanded, and there was a sense that the worst was behind. Then came 1929 and the Great Depression, hitting Australia particularly hard because the economy depended heavily on exports of wool and wheat, both of which collapsed in value. Unemployment reached 30%. People queued for government relief that barely kept families fed. Shanty towns grew on city outskirts. The Great Depression tested Australian institutions and social cohesion in ways that would influence politics for generations. Labour unions gained strength, pushing for better conditions and greater economic equality. Conservative forces worried about radicalism and communism. Political tensions ran high, occasionally spilling into violence. Australia weathered the Depression without revolution or dictatorship, which was something of an achievement given what was happening in other parts of the world, but the experience left lasting marks on Australian society. World War II came along just as Australia was recovering from the Depression, and this time the threat was existential. When Japan entered the war, Australia suddenly faced invasion by a military power that was advancing rapidly through Southeast Asia. The fall of Singapore in 1942, where British promises of defence collapsed and thousands of Australian soldiers were captured, marked a turning point in Australian strategic thinking. Prime Minister John Curtin made a famous declaration that Australia would look to America rather than Britain for security, explicitly acknowledging that Britain could no longer protect its distant dominion. American General Douglas MacArthur made Australia his headquarters for the Pacific War. American servicemen flooded into Australian cities. The Battle of the Coral Sea stopped Japanese naval forces heading toward Australia. For the first time, Australians faced war in their own region, rather than fighting in distant European or Middle Eastern campaigns. The war accelerated Australia's transformation from British colony to independent nation. After 1945, there was no going back to assuming Britain would handle defence and foreign policy. Australia needed to develop its own international relationships, strengthen its military, and think about its place in the Asia-Pacific region, rather than imagining itself as a distant outpost of Europe. Chapter 8. Post-war Transformation and Cultural Awakening. The decades after World War II saw Australia transform more rapidly than in all its previous history. The government launched a massive immigration program under the slogan "Populate or Perish," bringing over 2 million immigrants between 1945 and 1947-1965. The initial focus was on British immigrants, but as numbers fell short, Australia expanded to accept displaced persons from Europe: Poles, Ukrainians, Yugoslavs, Greeks and Italians. This immigration challenged the White Australia policy's assumptions without directly confronting them. The government tried to maintain the policy while accepting Southern Europeans who earlier generations might not have considered properly white. Italian and Greek immigrants faced discrimination, were called derogatory names, and struggled for acceptance, but their presence began diversifying what it meant to be Australian. These immigrants changed Australian food, culture and cities. Suburbs that had been relentlessly British became multicultural neighbourhoods. Coffee culture arrived with Italian immigrants who were horrified by Australian coffee habits. Greek restaurants introduced Australians to cuisines beyond meat pies and fish and chips. European immigrants brought different attitudes about food, family and leisure that gradually influenced broader Australian culture. The 1950s and 1960s were also when Indigenous Australians began organising more effectively for civil rights. They had fought in both world wars, worked in industries supporting the war effort, and then returned to lives defined by discrimination and legal restrictions. In Queensland and the Northern Territory, Indigenous workers on cattle stations lived under conditions barely distinguishable from servitude. In southern states, Indigenous people faced segregation in housing, education and public spaces. The Freedom Rides of 1965, inspired by American civil rights activism, saw students from the University of Sydney travel through rural New South Wales, documenting discrimination and protesting segregation in swimming pools, cinemas and other public spaces. These protests brought national attention to inequalities that most urban Australians preferred not to think about. The real breakthrough came in 1967, with a referendum asking Australians to remove constitutional provisions excluding Indigenous Australians from the census and prohibiting the federal government from making laws for them. Over 90% voted yes, one of the highest referendum results in Australian history. It didn't immediately change Indigenous lives, but it represented a shift in national attitudes, an acknowledgement that exclusion and discrimination had to end. The White Australia policy's dismantling happened gradually through the 1960s and early 1970s. First, restrictions eased slightly, then exceptions multiplied. Finally, in 1973, the Whitlam government officially ended racial discrimination in immigration policy. This opened Australia to Asian immigration, fundamentally changing the nation's demographic trajectory. Vietnamese refugees arrived after the Vietnam War, establishing communities that enriched Australian society. Asian skilled migration increased. By the 1980s, Australia was receiving immigrants from every continent, transforming cities into genuinely multicultural places. Sydney and Melbourne became among the world's most diverse cities, with neighbourhoods where dozens of languages could be heard and restaurants representing cuisines from every corner of the globe. These changes weren't smooth or universally welcomed. There were tensions, racist incidents, and political movements resisting multiculturalism. Pauline Hanson's One Nation Party emerged in the 1990s, arguing that Asian immigration threatened Australian identity. But these resistance movements represented minorities. Most Australians adapted to diversity, recognising that multiculturalism wasn't destroying Australian identity but creating a new version of it. The arts flourished during this period. Australian cinema experienced a renaissance with films that explored Australian themes and landscapes. Rock bands like AC/DC and INXS achieved international success. Australian literature gained recognition beyond simply being exotic British writing from the Southern Hemisphere. There was growing confidence that Australian culture could stand on its own terms rather than constantly referencing British or American models. Chapter 9: Land Rights, Reconciliation and Unfinished Business. The 1970s and 1980s saw Indigenous Australians push harder for land rights, recognition and self-determination. The case that changed everything was Milirpum v Nabalco, the Gove land rights case, where Yolngu people from Arnhem Land challenged mining on their traditional country. They lost in court, but the case generated national attention and political pressure that couldn't be ignored. Prime Minister Gough Whitlam responded by establishing the Aboriginal Land Rights Commission, which led to the Northern Territory Land Rights Act of 1976. This was the first legislation recognising Indigenous land ownership based on traditional connection rather than British legal concepts. Indigenous communities could now claim unallocated Crown land in the Northern Territory if they could prove traditional ownership. It was limited and didn't extend to the rest of Australia, but it established the principle that terra nullius was a fiction and Indigenous land rights existed. The real bombshell came in 1992 with the Mabo decision. Eddie Mabo, a Meriam man from the Torres Strait Islands, had been fighting since 1982 for recognition that his people owned their traditional lands. The High Court's decision in Mabo v Queensland finally overturned terra nullius, ruling that native title existed and had survived British colonisation, where Indigenous people maintained continuous connection to land. This was revolutionary, like discovering that the legal foundation of Australian land ownership had been built on quicksand. It didn't mean all Australian land suddenly reverted to Indigenous ownership, but it meant that Indigenous people could claim native title, where they could prove continuous connection, and where the land hadn't been developed or granted away under other legal processes. The Native Title Act of 1993 tried to create a framework for recognising these rights, while protecting existing property owners. The result was complex, legalistic and often frustrating for Indigenous claimants, but it was still remarkable progress compared to the blanket denial of Indigenous rights that had characterised Australian law for 2 centuries. The stolen generations issue emerged into public consciousness during this period. For decades, Australian governments had systematically removed Indigenous children from their families under assimilation policies, placing them in institutions or with white families. The idea was to breed out Indigenous identity by raising children without connection to their culture, families, or communities. The 1997 Bringing Them Home report documented this practice in devastating detail. Tens of thousands of children forcibly removed, families destroyed, cultures disrupted, and psychological trauma that affected not just individuals but entire communities across generations. The report recommended a formal apology, but Prime Minister John Howard refused, arguing that present generations shouldn't apologise for past actions. This refusal became increasingly controversial. In 2008, newly elected Prime Minister Kevin Rudd made a formal apology to the stolen generations in Parliament, acknowledging the suffering caused by forced removal policies. It was an emotional moment. Many stolen generation survivors were present in Parliament, and the apology was broadcast nationally. It didn't undo the harm, but it represented official acknowledgement of historical injustice. Yet progress on Indigenous issues remained frustratingly slow and uneven. The gap in life expectancy, health outcomes, education, and employment between Indigenous and non-Indigenous Australians persisted despite numerous government programs. Remote Indigenous communities face particular challenges: inadequate services, limited economic opportunities, and the ongoing impacts of historical dispossession. Constitutional recognition of Indigenous Australians became a long-running debate. The Constitution still contained provisions from 1901 that excluded or marginalised Indigenous people. Multiple proposals for constitutional reform were debated, designed and discussed, but creating change that satisfied both Indigenous communities and required referendum majorities proved elusive. The 2017 Uluru Statement from the Heart, issued by Indigenous leaders, called for constitutional reform establishing a voice to Parliament, a permanent Indigenous advisory body that would ensure Indigenous communities had input into policies affecting them. The proposal sparked debate about constitutional change, Indigenous representation, and the relationship between Indigenous and non-Indigenous Australia that continues today. Chapter 10: Modern Australia in a Changing World. As the 20th century ended and the 21st began, Australia found itself navigating an identity that was increasingly complex. No longer simply British, but not quite willing to embrace being Asian despite geography, Australia occupied an interesting middle ground, a Western democracy in the Asia-Pacific region, with a population becoming more diverse with each passing year. The Sydney Olympics in 2000 became a showcase for this modern Australia. The opening ceremony featured Indigenous performers prominently. Cathy Freeman, an Indigenous athlete, lit the Olympic flame and later won gold in the 400 metres while carrying both the Australian and Aboriginal flags. It was a moment of national pride that tried to bridge historical divisions, though many noted that Olympic symbolism was easier than addressing substantive Indigenous disadvantage. The Republic debate simmered throughout the 1990s and came to a head with a 1999 referendum asking Australians if they wanted to replace the British monarch with an Australian president. The result was complicated. Polls showed many Australians supported becoming a republic in principle, but the specific model proposed, where Parliament would elect the president, didn't satisfy either monarchists or Republicans who wanted direct election. The referendum failed, and Australia retained Queen Elizabeth II as head of state, a reminder that changing constitutional arrangements requires more than vague sentiment. Australia's economy transformed during these decades through a process politely called economic reform, but which involved significant pain for many communities. Manufacturing declined as globalisation shifted production to Asia. Mining boomed as China's growth created enormous demand for Australian iron ore, coal and natural gas. Service industries expanded. The economy grew overall, but the benefits weren't distributed equally, with inner-city professional workers doing well, while outer suburban and regional areas struggled with job losses and declining services. The mining boom of the 2000s and 2010s brought extraordinary wealth, particularly to Western Australia, where iron ore mines produced billions in export revenue. This created an interesting dynamic where mining companies and state governments grew rich, while debates raged about whether enough wealth was being captured for broader public benefit through taxes and royalties. Climate change became an increasingly divisive political issue. Australia is particularly vulnerable to climate impacts. Droughts become more severe, bushfires more frequent and intense, coral bleaching threatens the Great Barrier Reef, and coastal communities face rising seas. Yet Australia's economy depends heavily on coal and gas exports, creating political tensions between environmental concerns and economic interests. The millennium drought of the late 1990s through 2000s hit southeastern Australia particularly hard. Major cities implemented water restrictions, farmers watched crops fail, and debates about water management dominated politics. The drought eventually broke, but it previewed challenges that climate change is expected to intensify. Then came the Black Saturday bushfires of 2009 in Victoria, the deadliest bushfires in Australian history, killing 173 people and destroying thousands of homes. The fires generated their own weather systems, moved faster than people could flee, and demonstrated the devastating potential of extreme fire conditions combined with strong winds and record temperatures. Immigration remained contentious. Successive governments struggled with asylum seekers arriving by boat, implementing increasingly harsh deterrence policies. Offshore detention centres in Nauru and Papua New Guinea held asylum seekers in conditions that drew international criticism. The political calculation was that being perceived as tough on borders won more votes than humanitarian concerns cost, revealing uncomfortable truths about Australian political priorities. Meanwhile, Australia's relationship with China grew more economically important and politically complicated. China became Australia's largest trading partner by far, buying Australian resources at scales that drove economic growth. But strategic concerns about China's rising power, its treatment of ethnic minorities, and its increasingly assertive foreign policy created tensions between economic interests and security concerns. The COVID-19 pandemic in 2020 to 2021 revealed both strengths and limitations in Australian governance. Border closures and lockdowns contained the virus more successfully than in many countries, keeping death rates relatively low. But border policies separated families, locked international students and temporary residents out of support systems, and exposed inequalities in who could afford to weather extended lockdowns. State border closures, previously unthinkable, became routine, with states protecting their populations by restricting movement in ways that divided families and disrupted businesses. The pandemic revealed that Australian federalism, designed for an era of slow communication and transport, could create as many problems as it solved in a crisis requiring rapid, coordinated response. The Voice to Parliament referendum in 2023 asked Australians whether they supported constitutional change to establish an Indigenous advisory body. Despite initial polling showing support, the referendum failed, with many Australians voting no for varied reasons. Some opposed constitutional change, others wanted practical action instead of symbolic recognition, and some were influenced by misinformation campaigns about what the Voice would actually do. The referendum's failure highlighted ongoing challenges in reconciliation. While most Australians supported Indigenous rights in abstract terms, building consensus for specific reforms proved difficult. The gap between symbolic recognition and substantive change remained frustratingly wide. Chapter 11. The Land Itself, Australia's Enduring Character. As we wind down this long journey through Australian history, it's worth considering the land itself, this vast, ancient continent that has shaped everyone who has lived here, from the first humans who arrived 65,000 years ago to the most recent immigrants stepping off a plane last week. Australia is the flattest, driest inhabited continent, with soils among the oldest and least fertile on Earth. This isn't prime agricultural land that generously yields whatever you plant. It's a landscape that demands respect, knowledge, and adaptation. Indigenous Australians learned this over millennia. European settlers took longer and made more mistakes, sometimes spectacular ones. The distances are almost incomprehensible to people from smaller countries. You can drive for hours, days even, and see nothing but scrubland, the same eucalyptus trees stretching to every horizon. There's a reason Australians measure distance in time rather than kilometres. It's about 4 hours up the road, means more than it's 350 kilometres away. Because the real question is how long you'll be driving through that emptiness. Yet this emptiness isn't really empty. The outback that looks barren to European eyes teems with life if you know how to look. Lizards sheltering under rocks, birds nesting in impossible places, and plants that survive years without rain and then burst into bloom when moisture finally comes. Indigenous Australians could read this landscape like Europeans read books, seeing stories, resources and knowledge in every feature. The coasts tell a different story, lush, green, and where most Australians actually live. Over 80% of the population clusters along the coastline, particularly the eastern and southeastern coasts, leaving the interior largely uninhabited except for mining operations and small towns connected by impossibly long roads. This creates an odd situation where Australia is simultaneously one of the most urbanised countries in the world and one with vast spaces where human presence is minimal. The Great Barrier Reef, stretching for over 2,000 kilometres along the Queensland coast, is the world's largest living structure, visible from space. It's a reminder that, while the land is ancient and weathered, the surrounding oceans are dynamic and alive. The reef faces existential threats from warming waters and ocean acidification, making it a symbol of broader environmental challenges. Australian wildlife remains gloriously weird. Monotremes, mammals that lay eggs, exist nowhere else. Marsupials dominate where placental mammals rule elsewhere. Venomous creatures abound: snakes, spiders, jellyfish, and even a venomous platypus, because apparently regular platypi weren't strange enough. Yet for all the dangerous wildlife reputation, Australia is remarkably safe if you exercise basic common sense, unlike places with large predators that actually hunt humans. The seasons run opposite to the Northern Hemisphere, which creates ongoing calendar confusion. Christmas happens in summer, requiring Australians to maintain European traditions like hot roast dinners in sweltering heat, while knowing that singing about snow and winter wonderlands is geographically nonsensical. Some things persist through cultural inertia, regardless of environmental fit. Chapter 12. What Australia Means Today. As you settle deeper into your pillow, let's consider what Australia represents in the early 21st century. Not the tourist brochure version with beaches and opera houses, but the more complex reality of a nation still working out what it wants to be. Australia is one of the world's most successful multicultural democracies, a place where people from every continent live together with generally less conflict than history might predict. Over 30% of Australians were born overseas, and in cities like Sydney and Melbourne, that percentage approaches 40%. This diversity is now woven into Australian identity rather than threatening it, though individual incidents of racism remind us that acceptance isn't universal. The Australian sense of humour, self-deprecating, ironic and slightly irreverent toward authority, remains a defining characteristic. Australians instinctively deflate pomposity, value authenticity over pretension, and use nicknames as signs of affection. This can sometimes frustrate visitors from more formal cultures, but it creates a social environment where hierarchy is less rigid than in many societies. Mateship, that quintessentially Australian concept, values loyalty, helping others, and standing by your friends. It emerged from the harsh conditions of early colonial life, where cooperation meant survival, got reinforced through military experiences, and now shapes everything from workplace culture to political rhetoric. Though mateship has historically been quite masculine in its emphasis, contemporary understanding has broadened to include more diverse forms of solidarity and community support. The tyranny of distance, Australia's isolation from major world centres, has shaped national psychology in interesting ways. Australians are simultaneously provincial and cosmopolitan, deeply attached to local places while being enthusiastic international travellers. The distance creates a kind of fortress mentality sometimes, but also produces people who are comfortable with crossing cultural boundaries. Sports occupy an almost religious place in Australian culture. Cricket, Australian rules football, rugby league, rugby union, soccer, and countless other sports generate passion that can seem disproportionate to outsiders. But sports serve as social glue, creating shared experiences and identities that bridge other divisions. State rivalries in sports are intense, but mostly good-natured, except when they're not. The beach lifestyle isn't tourist mythology, but genuine cultural practice for millions of coastal Australians. Learning to swim, understanding surf conditions, and spending summer days at the beach aren't luxury activities but normal parts of life. Surf life-saving clubs are community institutions that combine sport, service, and social connection. Australian English has evolved into its own dialect with distinctive pronunciation, vocabulary, and idioms that can confound even native English speakers from other countries. The tendency to abbreviate everything, arvo for afternoon, servo for service station, brekkie for breakfast, combined with distinctive slang creates a language that is simultaneously familiar and foreign to other English speakers. Yet underneath these cultural characteristics, deeper questions persist. What does reconciliation with Indigenous Australians actually require beyond symbolic gestures? How does Australia balance its Western political traditions with its Asian geography? What responsibilities come with extraordinary resource wealth in a world facing climate change? How do you maintain social cohesion as diversity increases? These aren't questions with easy answers, and different Australians answer them differently. The Australian political system produces stability, but sometimes at the cost of bold reform. The combination of compulsory voting, preferential voting, and frequent elections means that politicians must appeal to median voters, creating pressure for centrist policies. This prevents extremism, but can also prevent necessary change when that change requires short-term sacrifice for long-term benefit. Indigenous disadvantage remains Australia's greatest domestic challenge and moral failing. Despite decades of programs, policies and good intentions, gaps in health, education, employment and incarceration rates persist. Until these gaps close, Australia cannot claim to have truly reconciled with the injustices of colonisation and their continuing impacts. Epilogue. Stories that continue. As you drift towards sleep, remember that history isn't a story that ended, it's one that continues. The Australia that exists today is dramatically different from the one that existed in 1788, or 1901, or even 1988. And the Australia that will exist in 2088 will be different again, shaped by decisions being made now and challenges not yet visible. Indigenous Australians, after surviving 65,000 years, including 2 centuries of dispossession and destruction, continue to maintain cultural traditions, revive languages, and assert rights to land and self-determination. Their story, the longest continuous human story on Earth, didn't end with colonisation. It adapted, persisted, and continues. The immigrant families who arrived from Europe, Asia, Africa, and the Americas are creating new chapters in Australian history, bringing traditions that enrich and complicate what it means to be Australian. Their children and grandchildren will blend these traditions with Australian culture in ways that continue the evolution that has characterised this continent for millennia. Environmental challenges, from climate change to species extinctions to water scarcity, will require Australians to reconsider their relationship with this ancient land. Perhaps this will create opportunities to learn from Indigenous knowledge systems that sustained human life here for thousands of generations, without depleting resources that support future generations. The Great Barrier Reef, struggling under warming seas, reminds us that some losses might be irreversible without rapid action. The increasingly intense bushfire seasons warn that climate change isn't a distant threat but a present reality requiring adaptation and mitigation. The drought-prone inland teaches that water is precious and cannot be taken for granted. Australia's geographic position, tucked below Asia in the southern hemisphere, will continue shaping its strategic and economic future. The rise of Asia, particularly China and India, creates both opportunities and challenges that will define Australian foreign policy for generations. The Republican debate will resurface, probably when Queen Elizabeth II's reign ends, forcing Australians to reconsider what constitutional links to Britain mean in an era when Australian identity has evolved far beyond its colonial origins. Cities will continue growing, sprawling across land that was recently farmland or bush, creating environmental and infrastructure challenges that require creative solutions. The Australian dream of owning a detached house on a quarter-acre block will become increasingly difficult as land prices rise and density increases. Technology will transform work, education, and social connections in ways we can barely imagine, just as previous generations couldn't imagine how television, air conditioning, and the internet would reshape Australian life. But through all these changes, something fundamental about Australia will probably persist. The particular quality of light that has inspired artists for millennia, the distinctive accent and humour, the casual approach to social hierarchy, and the fierce attachment to place that characterises both Indigenous and settler Australians in different but sometimes overlapping ways. The story that began 65,000 years ago when the first humans crossed the water to reach this continent continues. It has been a story of adaptation, survival, conflict, creativity, and constant change. It has included tragedies that should never be forgotten and triumphs worth celebrating. It has been shaped by Indigenous knowledge, British colonisation, multicultural immigration, and countless individual decisions that accumulated into historical forces. As you fall asleep tonight, you're connected to this ongoing story, whether you're Australian yourself or simply someone interested in how human societies evolve, adapt, and sometimes transcend their origins. Australia's history, like all history, isn't a collection of dates and facts, but a web of human experiences, choices, and consequences that continue resonating through time. The land itself, ancient, weathered, patient, has witnessed all of this and will witness whatever comes next. The stars that wheel overhead are the same stars that guided indigenous navigators for thousands of generations, that confused early European explorers, and that now mark the southern sky for everyone who calls this continent home. Sleep well, knowing that history is never truly finished, that every ending is also a beginning, and that the oldest inhabited continent on Earth continues its journey into an unknowable but fascinating future. The story of Australia, like the best bedtime stories, invites you to dream, not just of what was, but of what might be. Thomas Jefferson was born on April the 13th, 1743, at Shadwell, a plantation in the Virginia Piedmont. His father, Peter Jefferson, was a surveyor and landowner renowned for physical strength and an adventurous spirit. His mother, Jane Randolph, came from a prominent family. Growing up amid rolling hills and dense forests, young Thomas embraced the frontier ethos even as he absorbed the genteel expectations of the colonial gentry. He delighted in full horseback rides, the hush of mountain trails, and the hum of intellectual debate courtesy of visiting tutors. By the 1750s, Virginia's plantation economy thrived on tobacco cultivation, with an enslaved workforce forming its backbone. Peter Jefferson owned enslaved labourers, and Thomas grew up witnessing the institution's daily operations, an uneasy inheritance that would later spark internal conflict in his adult years. But as a child, he balanced field observations with classical studies. His father died when Thomas was 14, leaving him a sizable estate, but also the burden of paternal absence. This responsibility shaped him, instilling a drive for self-reliance and scholarly achievement. Around age 17, Jefferson enrolled at the College of William and Mary in Williamsburg. He immersed himself in philosophy, mathematics, and the law, studying under influential mentors like George Wythe. Late-night reading sessions at the Royal Governor's Palace Library fostered his fascination with Enlightenment thinkers, John Locke, Montesquieu, and others. Their calls for reason over tradition resonated with Jefferson, who scoured texts on government, science, and ethics. He also cultivated his violin skills, joining small music gatherings that balanced his rigorous academic schedule. After concluding his college years, Jefferson read law with Wythe, forging a bond that melded legal rigour with ethical inquiry. This training hammered into him the notion that laws must be grounded in rational principles, not arbitrary decrees. Meanwhile, he kept track of tensions brewing between the colonies and Britain, attending assemblies where taxation and representation roiled the gentry. Even then, Jefferson's reflective nature showed. He was not the most boisterous voice, but his private letters revealed a keen sense of injustice at Parliament's intrusions. By 1767, he began practicing law. After being admitted to the bar, he frequently represented small landholders in property disputes or merchants caught up in customs enforcement. Observers noted his calm demeanour, meticulous arguments, and persuasive writing. He built a reputation as a reliable advocate who valued clarity over theatrics. That skill set would soon extend to political life, as colonial unrest over the Stamp Act and Townshend duties escalated. Parallel to his legal career, Jefferson oversaw the expansion of Monticello, his future architectural masterpiece perched on a hill near Shadwell. He had begun designing the house in his early 20s, referencing Palladian styles gleaned from books. The property's vantage offered sweeping views, symbolising for Jefferson both intellectual curiosity and the potential of the new world. He adored the notion of designing living spaces with geometric harmony, installing hidden staircases, symmetrical wings, and carefully proportioned rooms. Monticello was not just a home, but a living laboratory for architecture, horticulture, and personal reflection. In 1769, he won a seat in the Virginia House of Burgesses, marking his formal entry into public affairs. He arrived in a tense climate. Radical voices called for boycotts of British goods. Jefferson, though quietly spoken, sided with the emerging patriots. He penned resolutions decrying British overreach. Though initially mild in tone, over time his pen would sharpen as London doubled down on the colonial authority. Around this era he courted Martha Wells Skelton, a young widow famed for musical talent and a gentle spirit. They married on New Year's Day at 1772, forging a partnership that would shape Jefferson's personal life. She joined him at Monticello. Though her health was fragile, they spent tranquil moments reading or playing duets, Jefferson on violin, Martha on harpsichord. Their bond was tender, yet overshadowed by the mortality rates of the period. Over their decade together, Martha bore children, but only 2 daughters survived to adulthood. Her eventual passing left Jefferson in deep mourning and likely influenced his future emotional reserve. Early in the 17th century, Jefferson found himself on the brink of a more significant colonial crisis. The Boston Tea Party erupted, the British closed the port of Boston, and the call for intercolonial unity grew louder. Jefferson's pen, influenced by his legal background and Enlightenment convictions, would soon craft arguments that soared beyond local assemblies. Fate was guiding him toward the epicenter of revolutionary debate, where he had become a pivotal voice championing independence and articulating a new model of governance. For now, though, he was a rising Virginian notable, poised, methodical, and quietly determined, with Monticello as both sanctuary and symbol of evolving ideals. Jefferson's political instincts emerged as colonial tensions escalated into outright conflict. In 1774 he drafted A Summary View of the Rights of British America, a pamphlet addressing colonial grievances. Though less famous than later texts, it signalled a decisive shift, arguing that Parliament had no authority to govern the colonies without their consent. This stance, radical for its time, circulated widely. Some older patriots found it brash, but for Jefferson, it was a matter of logical extension. If reason and natural rights were universal, British claims to dominion flouted moral law. Virginia recognised Jefferson's talents, sending him in 1774 to the Second Continental Congress in Philadelphia. The environment crackled with possibility. Delegates from 13 colonies debated whether to petition the crown or brace for independence. Jefferson's stoic presence, overshadowed by the fiery rhetoric of John Adams or the gravitas of Benjamin Franklin, masked his deep convictions. He served on committees, drafting formal statements. As skirmishes around Lexington and Concord flared into the Revolutionary War, the push for full independence intensified. In June 1776, the Congress appointed a 5-man committee to draft a declaration asserting the colony's break from Britain. Despite his relative youth, Jefferson was chosen, with Adams and Franklin among the others. They recognised his gift for articulate prose, honed by years of reading Enlightenment treatises. Holed up in a second-floor apartment, Jefferson wrote feverishly for 2 weeks. He produced a text that merged Lockean philosophy with a distinctly American context, championing life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. The phrase soared beyond local grievances to a universal principle of individual rights. Adams and Franklin made slight edits, and the Congress, after heated debate, adopted a final version on July 4, 1776. Thus Jefferson's words became the bedrock statement of a nascent nation, although the final text moderated some of his vehement attacks on slavery. Speaking of slavery, Jefferson's contradictory stance glimmered even then. He condemned the slave trade in an early draft of the Declaration, but that passage was cut under pressure from Southern delegates. He personally owned enslaved individuals at Monticello. Over time, he penned theoretical critiques of slavery as morally corrosive, yet he never comprehensively freed his own. This paradox, rarely resolved, would haunt his legacy. Despite disclaiming the system as an abominable crime, his economic reliance on it ran deep. Following the Declaration's adoption, Jefferson returned to Virginia to help craft the state's new constitution and overhaul its legal codes. He championed disestablishment of the Anglican Church, arguing religious freedom was a cornerstone of liberty. He also sought to reform inheritance laws that concentrated wealth in certain families. Such measures, including the Statute for Religious Freedom, would become pillars of Jefferson's vision of a republican society, a place where personal conscience reigned and inherited privilege dwindled. Yet implementing them stirred resistance from tradition-bound legislators. During the war, Jefferson served as Virginia's governor from 1779 to 1781. a tenure overshadowed by British invasions. The conflict tested him in ways that writing never had. He faced logistical chaos, troop shortages, meagre supplies, and loyalist uprisings. British forces under Benedict Arnold raided Richmond, nearly capturing Jefferson at Monticello. Critiques of his governorship circulated, branding him ineffective or hesitant under pressure. This damaged his reputation, but the war's chaos left no easy solutions for any leader. In 1781, after stepping down, Jefferson retreated to Monticello, battered in spirit. The personal realm also dealt him blows. Heartbreak at the death of his wife Martha in 1782, she had endured multiple difficult pregnancies, and her final days saw Jefferson nearly inconsolable. Her deathbed request that he not remarry bound him in sorrow for weeks. He burned their correspondence, an act reflecting deep grief and a desire for privacy. The father of 2 surviving daughters, he turned inward, focusing on writing notes on the state of Virginia, a comprehensive look at his region's geography, economy, and mores sprinkled with philosophical musings. That text, published years later, revealed both his intellectual scope and the racial theories that many modern readers find troubling. By war's end in 1783, Jefferson felt the weight of personal loss and the uncertainties of the new Confederation. He took a seat in the Continental Congress, forging ahead with legislative tasks. The faint outlines of a more stable federal government were forming, and so we see Jefferson, father of the Declaration, parted from his wife, uncertain about the new nation's trajectory, but steadfast in pursuit of reason-based governance. His next chapter beckoned, a diplomatic role in Europe, giving him a vantage on global politics that would shape his future as Secretary of State and, eventually, President. For now, though, he was a man in flux, bridging heartbreak, revolutionary ideals, and the complexities of forging a stable republic from scratch. In 1784, Congress appointed Thomas Jefferson as a minister to France, succeeding Benjamin Franklin in representing the fledgling United States abroad. Arriving in Paris, Jefferson found the city teeming with Enlightenment fervour, intellectual salons, and noble flamboyance. Despite missing Monticello's quiet hills, he savoured the chance to cultivate ties with European thinkers and push for commercial treaties beneficial to the US. He immersed himself in French culture, attending theatre, frequenting scientific demonstrations, and forging friendships with luminaries like the Marquis de Lafayette. This diplomatic post sharpened Jefferson's global perspective. He observed how Europe's monarchical structures stifled personal freedoms, reinforcing his belief that the American experiment in republican governance was unique and precious. At the same time, he recognized that Europe's manufacturing base dwarfed that of the US. He lobbied European states to accept American exports, especially tobacco and timber, hoping to reduce reliance on British markets. Negotiations proved slow, but Jefferson's calm intellect helped cultivate goodwill. While in Paris, Jefferson also served as a cultural conduit. He introduced French elites to American plants and produce, shipping seeds for vineyards or pecan trees. In return, he noted advanced French architecture and engineering, particularly the building of canals and mechanized flour mills. Letters home brimmed with ideas for implementing such innovations in the new United States, reflecting his unwavering desire to see his homeland flourish. He also studied the nascent politics swirling in France, though few predicted how rapidly the monarchy would topple in the coming years. On a personal note, Jefferson's time in France was laced with paternal obligations. He brought his daughter Patsy, later joined by younger daughter Polly, to ensure they had a European education. He also maintained a retinue that included enslaved individuals from Monticello, including Sally Hemings, whose presence stirred controversies that would ripple through subsequent centuries. Historians debate the specifics of their relationship, but many conclude that she bore children fathered by Jefferson. While details remain partly opaque, the power imbalance underscores the moral complexities overshadowing his public championing of liberty. In 1789, as the French Revolution erupted, Jefferson initially celebrated the wave of reform. He saw parallels with America's recent independence struggle, welcoming calls to curb aristocratic privilege. Yet the revolution's escalation, when moderate hopes gave way to the reign of terror, alarmed him. Before that radical shift, he had already departed France. Recalled to serve as the first Secretary of State under President George Washington in 1790. His Paris sojourn ended with a mixture of admiration for French Enlightenment and unease at the extremes their revolution might unleash. Returning to the US, Jefferson joined Washington's cabinet tasked with shaping foreign policy. This role put him at odds with Treasury Secretary Alexander Hamilton, who championed a strong federal government and close ties with Britain. Jefferson, conversely, favoured robust state autonomy and warmer relations with France. Their clashes anchored the birth of America's first party system. The Federalists, led by Hamilton, advocated centralisation, while the Democratic Republicans, led by Jefferson, pushed for agrarian-based democracy and suspicion of concentrated federal power. During this cabinet period, Jefferson navigated multiple crises, tensions with Britain over frontier forts, uncertain alliances with post-revolutionary France, and domestic strife like the Whiskey Rebellion. He championed free trade and a minimal navy, resisting Hamilton's push for a standing army. Deep philosophical differences turned personal, prompting Jefferson to leave the cabinet in 1793. Soon he built a political network, harnessing sympathetic newspapers to shape public opinion. This dynamic signalled the future of American politics, where partisan alignments would drive policy discourse. By 1796, the schism was public. Jefferson found himself running for president against John Adams, though somewhat reluctantly. He lost narrowly and became Adams's vice president, a job lacking much real power. From the Senate's vantage, Jefferson observed Adams's presidency enacting laws like the Alien and Sedition Acts, which Jefferson deemed tyrannical. Furious, he covertly authored the Kentucky Resolutions, suggesting states could nullify unconstitutional federal statutes. The move introduced a heated debate over federal-state relations. Critics labelled it subversive, but Jefferson saw it as safeguarding the spirit of '76. Thus, by the cusp of the 1800 election, Jefferson embodied a Republican champion for agrarian liberties, suspicious of Federalist centralization. Yet he also carried personal baggage from his enslaver background and the complexities of his private life. The stage was set for a pivotal showdown in US politics, with the country's future direction at stake. In a swirl of partisan editorials and backroom deals, the election would test whether the fledgling republic could survive a peaceful transition of power or devolve into rancor. Jefferson's calm but determined approach once again pressed him into a central role, bridging Enlightenment ideals and the gritty realities of partisan brawls. The election of 1800 brought turmoil. John Adams sought re-election, Hamilton's Federalists loomed, and Jefferson's Democratic Republicans consolidated around him. The campaign was vitriolic, filled with accusations. Federalists called Jefferson an atheist radical. Republicans branded Adams a monarchist. In an era before direct popular ballots, electors cast votes for president and vice president in a complicated procedure. A tie emerged between Jefferson and his running mate, Aaron Burr, each receiving the same number of electoral votes. The House of Representatives, controlled by Federalists, had to break the tie. Days of tense balloting ensued. Ultimately, with Hamilton's reluctant nod, Jefferson triumphed. The ordeal spurred the 12th Amendment, ensuring future presidential and vice presidential candidates had distinct ballots. The pursuit. Thus, Jefferson assumed the presidency in 1801. His inaugural address famously extolled unity. "We are all Republicans, we are all Federalists," signifying a desire to heal partisan wounds. He scaled back certain Federalist measures, cutting the army budget, abolishing some taxes, and releasing those imprisoned under the Sedition Act. He aimed for a wise and frugal government, believing the US should remain primarily agrarian, suspicious of large cities and banks. This pastoral vision resonated with many frontier settlers who saw the new president as their champion. One early success was the Louisiana Purchase in 1803. Napoleon, embroiled in European wars, unexpectedly offered to sell France's vast North American holdings. Jefferson hesitated, aware the Constitution provided no explicit power for land deals of this magnitude. Yet the chance to double the nation's territory overshadowed strict constitutional scruples. For $15 million, the US acquired a domain stretching from the Mississippi River to the Rocky Mountains. This bold stroke ensured control of the Mississippi's crucial port of New Orleans and opened a frontier for expansion. Westerners rejoiced, but Federalists balked, claiming it diluted the eastern states' political power. Still, Jefferson proceeded, blending principle with pragmatic advantage. To explore these new lands, Jefferson commissioned the Lewis and Clark expedition. Meriwether Lewis, his former secretary, and William Clark led a team from the Missouri River to the Pacific coast. Their 1804 to 1806 journey mapped routes, documented flora and fauna, and engaged with indigenous nations. Jefferson eagerly awaited their findings, seeing it as a scientific quest paralleling his Enlightenment ideals. The expedition's success fueled national pride and curiosity about the continent's vast potential, yet it also signified new tensions with tribal communities as more settlers pressed westward. Domestically, Jefferson faced controversies. He disliked the existence of the Bank of the United States but tolerated it when expedient. He slashed federal budgets, forcing some in the Navy to protest that the nation's sea defences weakened. Furthermore, the issue of slavery persisted. Jefferson's personal writings described it as a moral and political hazard, yet he neither freed most of his own enslaved individuals nor championed federal abolition. Indeed, the 1807 law banning the importation of enslaved Africans was a partial measure. Some historians argue Jefferson missed a critical chance to push for more sweeping reforms. Foreign affairs proved trickier. Britain and France waged relentless war in Europe, ignoring US neutrality, seizing American merchant ships, and impressing US sailors into their navies. Incensed, Jefferson tried economic warfare, championing the Embargo Act of 1807, halting nearly all US exports. He reasoned Britain and France needed American goods. Instead, the measure devastated US ports, invited smuggling, and turned public opinion against him. The fiasco illustrated the limits of peaceable coercion. Eventually, the unpopular embargo was repealed, tarnishing Jefferson's last year in office. In 1809, he handed the presidency to his close ally, James Madison, quietly retiring to Monticello. His 2 terms shaped the US, expanded territory, a stable political identity, but also heightened regional tensions. His approach, a mix of lofty Republican ideals and occasional pragmatic contradictions, left a complex imprint. People revered him as a philosophical statesman, but criticized his moral inconsistencies. He parted from Washington, D.C., warned from the tribulations of governance, yet proud he had preserved a measure of individual liberty, and doubled the nation's size without large-scale war. Back at Monticello, the next chapter in Jefferson's life would revolve around the pursuit of knowledge, founding a university, and hosting endless visitors intrigued by the sage of the Revolution. Yet deeper fissures over slavery and states' rights would soon overshadow the era, complicating his cherished vision of a harmonious agrarian democracy. For now, though, he retreated to the place he loved, surrounded by inventions, fields of crops, and the quiet pursuit of reason, staying active in public discourse through letters that carried enormous influence in the young republic's intellectual circles. Retirement for Thomas Jefferson did not equate to seclusion. Back at Monticello after 1809, he embraced the role of Sage of Monticello, receiving statesmen, foreign visitors, and curious travellers. He corresponded widely, shaping discourse on American identity and preserving his Revolution-era repute. The estate itself reflected his restless creativity, expansions to the house, pavilions, and a labyrinth of gardens for experimental horticulture. Visitors often found him in his library or tinkering with mechanical gadgets like a polygraph machine that duplicated his handwriting. His thirst for innovation remained undimmed. However, Monticello's finances were precarious. Jefferson indulged in architectural whims, financed extended family, and endured the fluctuating price of tobacco. Debts mounted, especially as he refused to scale back a gracious lifestyle. Slavery underpinned Monticello's operations, with over 100 enslaved individuals performing the labour. Jefferson supervised them, recording births, tasks, and schedules with methodical detail. Yet behind these ledgers lay human lives subjected to forced servitude. He recognised the moral quagmire but rationalised it with incrementalist arguments or deferrals to future generations. This tension complicated his public image as a champion of liberty. One of his crowning retirement achievements was founding the University of Virginia. Jefferson felt older institutions clung to religious influences or archaic curricula. He envisioned a secular campus emphasising modern languages, science, and a broad-based liberal education. Persuading the Virginia legislature to back it required political finesse. He personally designed the campus layout, with a central rotunda reminiscent of the Roman Pantheon, flanked by academical village pavilions. Construction began in Charlottesville, near Monticello, around 1817. Even in his 70s, Jefferson frequently visited the site, checking architectural details, conferring with builders, and selecting faculty. He aimed to cultivate enlightened citizen leaders for a republic that demanded knowledge-based self-governance. Meanwhile, national issues still beckoned. As an elder statesman of the Democratic-Republican Party, Jefferson provided advice to Madison and later to Monroe. He supported the Louisiana Purchase's expansion further, welcoming new states into the Union. However, the War of 1812 with Britain tested his convictions about limited government and a small military. He lamented that some Federalist enclaves seemed willing to undermine national unity, especially in the Northeast. Letters show him torn between localism and the emergent sense of a broader national identity. As the US overcame that conflict, Jefferson expressed relief that Europe's meddling was lessening. A parallel development was his rekindled friendship with John Adams. The two had been friends turned adversaries turned icy correspondents for years. But in retirement, both recognized a mutual bond shaped by the Revolution's intensity. Through letters, they revisited old debates, monarchy versus republic, the role of religion, the fragility of democracy. Their exchange soared with philosophical reflection, spiced with humour about advanced age. The revival of their friendship stands as a testament to the capacity for bridging old political rifts. In these letters, Jefferson revealed his abiding optimism that the American experiment, though imperfect, would endure if guided by reason and virtuous leadership. Yet personal sorrow recurred. Jefferson outlived several of his children, enduring repeated heartbreak. The Monticello household was no quiet domain. Grandchildren ran about. Extended relatives sought financial aid, and guests arrived unannounced to glean a moment with the iconic founder. He wore the mask of a benevolent patriarch, but diaries hint at bouts of melancholy. The precarious economy pressed him to mortgage properties, and he relied on lines of credit that threatened to upend the estate. The image of Monticello as a microcosm of Republican enlightenment concealed a precarious ledger balancing. As Jefferson neared 80, he took pride in the University of Virginia's nearing completion. He personally selected some library materials, established faculty guidelines, and wrote about its potential to transform American education. In 1825, the university opened to its first class of students. Jefferson's dream had become real, a secular institution dedicated to free inquiry, unencumbered by rigid religious dogma or stale tradition. He believed it would foster the next generation of leaders to safeguard the Republic's ideals. By 1826, Jefferson felt time slipping. Freed from daily policy fights, he dedicated his final energy to ensuring the university's stability. People noticed his health fading, but he refused to slow. He yearned to see July 4, 1826, the 50th anniversary of the Declaration of Independence. That day arrived. In a poetic twist, John Adams and Jefferson both passed away on that date, with Jefferson dying in the early afternoon. The synergy of these two revolutionaries departing on the nation's half-century mark cemented a legend. Thus, Thomas Jefferson's retirement was no quiet twilight but a culminating chapter of architectural innovation, educational reform, and reflection on a revolution's legacy. He left behind a complicated estate weighed by debt, a family overshadowed by the institution of slavery, yet also a shining new university and a trove of letters that would shape America's self-perception for generations. In him, old illusions of an agrarian utopia mingled with the unstoppable push of a modernizing republic, capturing the contradictions that still define the American ethos. In the immediate wake of Jefferson's death, admirers and critics clashed over his legacy. Many hailed him as the pen behind the Declaration of Independence, the mind that doubled the nation's size via the Louisiana Purchase, and the visionary who championed religious freedom. Others lambasted his inconsistencies, a self-proclaimed egalitarian who held enslaved labourers, an Enlightenment thinker who let personal finances descend into chaos, a champion of states' rights who, ironically, used federal power for expansion. Monticello, the physical embodiment of Jefferson's intellect, soon faced financial turmoil. His heirs struggled to pay his debts. They sold land and eventually auctioned off furniture and enslaved individuals, fracturing the community that had sustained the plantation. Monticello changed hands multiple times, deteriorating until the early 20th century, when the Thomas Jefferson Foundation acquired and restored it, symbolically reassembling his architectural dream as an American heritage site. This restoration also reignited debates about the everyday realities of enslaved families who once toiled there, culminating in renewed emphasis on their stories, a dimension historically muted in the veneration of Jefferson. Meanwhile, the broader American public constructed a mythic image of Jefferson. In the 19th century, as political parties shifted, references to Jeffersonian democracy emerged, praising his emphasis on small government, minimal taxes, and the righteousness of rural life. Andrew Jackson's supporters invoked Jefferson as a figure who'd champion the common man. But historians recognized that Jefferson's own approach to governance was more nuanced than populist idealists claimed. He recognized the necessity of compromise and occasionally invoked strong federal measures, especially in foreign affairs. The early 20th century saw the progressive era adopt a different aspect of Jefferson, the intellectual founder who believed in educated citizenry. Debates around the founder's intentions soared, with Jefferson's letters cited by all sides. Archival releases of his personal correspondence lent more profound insight into his moral grappling with slavery and his dynamic shift from localist to expansionist. The public began to appreciate that the founders were not monolithically consistent paragons, but flawed statesmen shaped by urgent demands. In scholarship, the 1970s and beyond propelled a fresh wave of inquiry, focusing on Jefferson's relationship with Sally Hemings. DNA evidence in the late 1990s pointed strongly to him fathering Hemings's children. This revelation forced a national re-evaluation of the so-called Sage of Monticello. Some were scandalized, others found it wholly unsurprising. In retrospect, it underscored the complexities swirling under his polished philosophical veneer. For a man who wrote, "All men are created equal," reconciling these two realms, intellectual champion of liberty and personal practitioner of slavery, was never straightforward. Academic attention also delved deeper into his political philosophy. Jefferson's notion of an empire of liberty entailed agrarian expansion across the continent. Yet it set the stage for native displacement and further entrenchment of slave labour in new territories. While he personally doubted the morality of forcibly taking indigenous lands, he accepted the unstoppable momentum of frontier settlers. This acceptance shaped federal policy that stoked tensions for generations, culminating in forced relocations. Today, some re-evaluate Jefferson's role in establishing moral frameworks that facilitated expansion at other events. In popular memory, Jefferson's Memorial in Washington, D.C., opened in 1943, still stands as a testament to his rhetorical brilliance. Visitors read excerpts from the Declaration of Independence and letters on the rotunda's walls, underscoring his luminous call for equality and freedom of conscience. The monument, ironically, does not portray the full tangle of contradictions. Yet, more incisive interpretive programs now incorporate nuance, describing his progressive achievements and moral failings side by side. Amid these controversies, Jefferson's intellectual achievements remain uncontested. His articulation of natural rights and the notion that legitimate government stems from the consent of the governed carved a philosophical bedrock for modern democracies worldwide. Educators and politicians continue citing him to justify policy, from religious tolerance to public education. Meanwhile, the University of Virginia stands as a living reminder of his conviction that knowledge fosters responsible governance. Its rotunda, overshadowing the lawn, keeps the spirit of Enlightenment learning alive. Hence, 2 centuries on, Thomas Jefferson remains as complicated as the era he shaped. A luminous author of democracy's founding creed, overshadowed by glaring contradictions on race and personal conduct. His life prompts reflection on how lofty ideals can clash with ingrained social structures and personal entanglements. For many Americans and observers abroad, grappling with Jefferson is akin to grappling with the nation's own layered identity, built on noble declarations, yet intimately entangled in unresolved injustices. The conversation he started continues, bridging history and contemporary debates on liberty, equality, and the messy realities in between. Thomas Jefferson's life invites reflections on how visionary ideals intersect with the flawed scope of practical living. He exemplifies the possibility that one can be intellectually gifted, deeply principled, yet remain entangled in personal contradictions. Observing his journey reveals lessons on leadership, creativity, compromise, and moral blind spots, each a facet that resonates in modern times, where we juggle personal convictions with structural constraints, At Monticello, his architectural flourishes highlight how creativity can transform personal space into a canvas of experimentation. Secret passages, rotating bookstands, and advanced ventilation remind us that even domestic life can become a playground of innovation. We can learn that invention can change any environment, including home and office. But Monticello also underscores how comfort can rely on unseen labour. The estate's grandeur hinged on enslaved men and women, forced to cater to Jefferson's designs. This reality cautions that technological or aesthetic progress can coexist with ethical failings. Jefferson's public service, from drafting the Declaration to guiding foreign policy, underscores the power of well-crafted language. He harnessed rhetorical precision to unify disparate colonies under ideals that, centuries later, remain a moral yardstick. Even if we lament his hypocrisy, we cannot dismiss how effectively words shape collective identity. In an age of digital media, Jefferson's example affirms that carefully chosen language can galvanize or fractiously divide. His success in bridging disputes among the founders suggests the value of measured compromise. At the same time, the ordeal of the 1800 election warns us that partisanship can nearly fracture a young democracy. One cannot ignore the deeper moral debate, how a man proclaiming universal rights upheld the structure of slavery. Modern readers might view that as an irredeemable contradiction. Alternatively, one might interpret it as a historical caution that even well-intentioned reformers can remain captive to entrenched economic and social norms. Jefferson's story prominently highlights the difference between personal moral clarity and institutional inertia. It compels us to question our complicities in modern systems that might conflict with our professed values. Additionally, Jefferson's championing of religious freedom stands out. He insisted that each person's beliefs lay beyond governmental reach, a stance that shaped not just American but global norms on religious liberty. The Statute for Religious Freedom in Virginia, though overshadowed by the Declaration's fame, seeded the principle that government cannot coerce spiritual conviction. Today, as debates on religious expression swirl worldwide, his early push for disestablishment remains relevant. Another subtle dimension is Jefferson's approach to educational frameworks. Founding the University of Virginia mirrored his conviction that an informed populace anchors a stable republic. He favoured broad curricula, from ancient languages to modern sciences, rejecting church oversight. That model resonates in ongoing dialogues about academic freedom, the role of public universities, and how to equip citizens for complex global realities. His notion that education fosters self-rule might be more pertinent than ever. In his final years, weighed down by debts, Jefferson exemplified how personal miscalculations can overshadow public triumphs. The man who shaped a nation wrestled with monetary woes, culminating in Monticello's partial liquidation after his death. The story underscores that bright minds can still falter in everyday management. For modern professionals approaching midlife, the caution is clear. Brilliance in some arenas does not inoculate against practical pitfalls. Jefferson's demise, coinciding with John Adams's on July 4th, 1826, lent a mythic close to their entwined sagas. Observers then marvelled at Providence's timing, interpreting it as a sign of national destiny. The solemn passing of two revolutionary architects on the Republic's half-century mark remains a striking historical coincidence. Yet behind that dramatic symbolism lies the more tangible truth. They were aging patriots who parted with an America still in flux, fragile, expanding, and grappling with unsolved tensions. The rhetorical arcs they set forth would guide and haunt subsequent generations in deciding how, or whether, to embody the pure ideals of 1776. Thus, Thomas Jefferson endures as a mosaic, liberation's poet, contradictory slave owner, visionary statesman, flawed caretaker of finances, and father of an institution championing reason. His life story holds up a mirror to the interplay of aspiration and compromise, the swirl of high-minded principle amid pragmatic gambles. For many, that reflection remains instructive, inviting us to measure our convictions against the structures we inhabit. In confronting Jefferson's complexities, we do not just revisit a founding father, we confront the universal tensions of forging a just society in an imperfect world, and that conversation, spurred by the man from Monticello, remains as vital as ever. You know how some kids collect baseball cards or spend hours perfecting their video game scores? Well, young Musashi collected bruises and spent his time perfecting the art of hitting things with sticks. Born around 1584 in a small village that probably had more rice paddies than people, Musashi didn't exactly have what you'd call a traditional childhood. Picture this. While other 7-year-olds were learning their letters, Musashi was already convinced that wooden swords were far more captivating than books. His father, Munisai, was a respected martial artist, which meant their household conversations probably went something like, "Pass the rice," and "Oh, remember to keep your guard up during dinner." The funny thing about Musashi's early years is that he wasn't born some sort of sword-swinging prodigy. He was more like that kid in your neighbourhood who practiced basketball shots in their driveway until their parents had to drag them inside for dinner. Except instead of basketball, it was swordplay, and instead of a driveway, it was anywhere he could find space to swing a piece of wood without breaking something valuable. When Musashi turned 13, something shifted in his world, like a puzzle piece finally clicking into place. He decided he was ready for his first real duel. It was not a practice session with wooden swords, nor a friendly sparring match, but an actual, honest-to-goodness duel with a grown man named TThe. Now, you might be thinking this sounds like a terrible idea, and you'd be absolutely right. But Musashi had that particular brand of teenage confidence that makes you believe you can conquer the world armed with nothing but determination and a powerful stick. The duel took place in front of what was probably the entire village population. All 47 people, including Mrs. Tanaka's chickens. TThe, being a reasonable adult, likely expected this to be over quickly. After all, what could a 13-year-old boy possibly do against someone with years of experience? Well, as it turns out, quite a lot. Musashi won that duel, not through some mystical samurai magic, but through pure, stubborn determination and what was probably the first glimpse of his unconventional thinking. While TThe followed all the traditional forms and expected moves, young Musashi fought like someone who hadn't read the rulebook, mainly because he hadn't. This victory did something important. It taught Musashi that sometimes the best way to win isn't to do what everyone expects you to do. It's a lesson that would follow him like a faithful dog for the rest of his life, though it would take him decades to fully understand what it meant. After this first taste of success, Musashi developed what you might call an addiction to proving himself. He began seeking out opponents the way some people seek out good restaurants, with enthusiasm and a willingness to travel considerable distances. His teenage years became a series of challenges, duels and victories that built his reputation one wooden sword strike at a time. But here's where the story gets interesting in that quiet human way that makes legends more relatable. Despite his growing reputation, Musashi was still just a kid trying to figure out his place in the world. He'd win these duels and then probably wonder what to do next, like finishing a really challenging puzzle and realizing you still have to find somewhere to put it. By the time Musashi reached his late teens, he had developed what modern people might call wanderlust, though his version involved significantly more sword fighting than your typical gap year. He decided to embark on what he called his warrior pilgrimage, basically a cross-country tour of Japan where the main attractions were people who wanted to fight him. Imagine being 20 years old and deciding your career path involves walking from town to town, asking if anyone wants to have a sword fight. It sounds ridiculous when you put it that way, but for Musashi this made perfect sense. He was like a travelling salesman, except instead of selling vacuum cleaners, he was selling the opportunity to test your sword skills against someone who had never lost a duel. During these travels, Musashi began developing his famous two-sword technique. Most samurai used one sword, following centuries of tradition and training. But Musashi looked at this situation and thought, you know what might be better than one sword? Two swords. It was the kind of logic that probably made traditional swordmasters shake their heads, but it worked. The thing about fighting with two swords is that it's incredibly difficult. It's like trying to write your name with both hands simultaneously while riding a bicycle. Most people who attempted it ended up looking like they were conducting a very violent orchestra where all the musicians were playing different songs. But Musashi had that rare combination of natural ambidexterity and stubborn refusal to accept that something was impossible just because it was really difficult. His two-sword style wasn't just about having more weapons, it was about confusing his opponents. When you've trained your entire life to fight against someone with one sword, suddenly facing someone with two is like showing up to a chess match and discovering your opponent is playing three-dimensional chess while juggling. Your brain takes a moment to recalibrate, and in sword fighting, a moment is often all your opponent needs. But Musashi's travels weren't all successful duels and growing fame. There were plenty of nights when he slept under bridges, mornings when he woke up hungry, and days when he walked for hours without finding anyone interested in testing their skills against a wandering swordsman. Fame doesn't pay for in-rooms or meals, and Musashi learned that being legendary doesn't automatically make you wealthy. These lean times taught him resourcefulness that would serve him well later. He learned to find food in places where others might starve, to create shelter from materials that others would overlook, and to entertain himself during long, solitary walks across the Japanese countryside. He became someone who could be content with very little, as long as that little included the opportunity to perfect his craft. During one particularly memorable period, Musashi spent several months in the mountains, not because he was on some spiritual quest, but because he'd gotten thoroughly lost after a duel and was too proud to ask for directions. He later claimed this time of solitude was crucial to his development as a warrior, which is probably true, though it started as a simple case of poor navigation skills. The mountain experience taught him patience in a way that formal training never could. When you're alone with your thoughts for months, carrying only your swords and whatever food you can find or catch, you learn to slow down. You start noticing things like the way morning light moves across valley floors, or how the sound of your footsteps changes depending on whether you're walking on rocks or pine needles. When Musashi was around 21, he heard about someone named Sasaki Kojiro, who was considered one of the finest swordsmen in Japan. Kojiro was famous for his technique called tsubame geishi, or swallow cut, which could supposedly cut down a swallow in flight. Whether or not he actually performed this feat is debatable, but it made for excellent marketing in the world of professional sword fighting. Kojiro was everything Musashi wasn't. Refined, traditionally trained and employed by a powerful clan with a steady income. He was like the difference between a classically trained pianist performing at Carnegie Hall and a street musician who learned to play by ear. Both might be incredibly talented, but they represent completely different approaches to their craft. The challenge was arranged to take place on Ganryu Island, a small piece of land in the strait between Honshu and Kyushu. The choice of location was significant. Islands have a way of making everything feel more final. There's something about being surrounded by water that suggests this isn't the kind of appointment you can simply walk away from if you change your mind. On the morning of the duel, Kojiro arrived precisely on time, as any properly trained samurai would. He was immaculately dressed, his sword was perfectly maintained, and he probably had the kind of confidence that comes from years of structured training and consistent victories. He was ready for what he undoubtedly expected to be another successful defense of his reputation. Musashi, on the other hand, was late. Not fashionably late, not strategically late, but genuinely problematically late. He had overslept. Here was one of the most important duels of his career, against one of Japan's most skilled swordsmen, and Musashi had somehow managed to sleep through what was essentially his job interview. When he finally arrived, rowing a small boat to the island, Kojiro had been waiting for hours. If you've ever been stood up for an important meeting, you can imagine Kojiro's state of mind. Except instead of rescheduling a business lunch, he was waiting to fight for his reputation and possibly his life. But here's where Musashi's unconventional thinking showed itself again. During his boat ride to the island, instead of panicking about being late or worrying about the duel ahead, he had used the time to carve a wooden sword from one of the boat's oars, not because his regular swords were inadequate, but because he had realized something. Kojiro's sword was longer than his own, which gave Kojiro a reach advantage. The wooden sword Musashi carved was longer than Kojiro's steel blade, neutralizing that advantage. It was practical problem-solving disguised as either confidence or disrespect, depending on your perspective. Kojiro probably saw it as an insult. Showing up late and then fighting with a piece of boat seemed like the ultimate dismissal of his skills and status. The duel itself was brief, as most real sword fights were. Despite what movies suggest, skilled swordsmen don't engage in lengthy, choreographed battles. They circle each other, looking for an opening, and when that opening appears, the contest is usually decided in moments. Musashi won, but the victory came at a cost that would follow him for years. Kojiro was not just defeated, he died on that island. For all of Musashi's previous duels, death had been a possibility, but this was the first time that possibility became reality in such a definitive way. The aftermath of the duel marked a turning point in Musashi's life. He had proven himself against one of Japan's most respected swordsmen, but the victory felt different from his previous wins. There's a weight to taking someone's life that changes you, even when it happens in the context of an agreed-upon duel between skilled opponents. After the duel with Kojiro, something shifted in Musashi's approach to life. He didn't immediately retire or give up sword fighting, but he began to think more deeply about what it meant to be truly skilled. It's like the difference between someone who can run fast and someone who understands the art of running. Technique versus mastery. Musashi began studying things that had nothing to do with sword fighting. Painting, calligraphy, sculpture and poetry. To outsiders, this might have seemed like a strange career pivot for someone who had built his reputation on being outstanding at sword combat. But Musashi was beginning to understand something that many specialists never grasp. Excellence in one area often comes from understanding principles that apply across multiple disciplines. When he picked up a brush to paint, he discovered that the control and precision required were similar to sword work, but the patience needed was entirely different. You can't rush a painting the way you might rush a sword strike. Each brush stroke has to be deliberate, considered, and committed to once it touches the paper. It taught him about permanence in a way that sword fighting, which is all about split-second decisions, never could. His calligraphy practice became almost meditative. The repetitive nature of forming characters and the focus required to make each stroke both beautiful and readable gave him a different kind of discipline. It was like strength training for his mind, building muscles he didn't know he needed. During this period, Musashi also began developing his thoughts about strategy and technique into what would eventually become his famous book, The Book of Five Rings. But that was still years away. At this point, he was simply a man who had realized that being the best sword fighter wasn't just about being good with swords. It was about understanding how excellence worked in general. He started accepting students, which presented an intriguing challenge. How do you teach someone to think unconventionally? How do you impart knowledge gained from years of trial and error, from sleeping under bridges and getting lost in mountains? Traditional martial arts schools had curricular and structured lessons, but Musashi's approach was more like, let me show you some things I've figured out, and then you can figure out how to make them work for you. His teaching style was probably frustrating for students who wanted clear step-by-step instructions. Instead of saying, hold your sword like this, he might say, find the way that feels like an extension of your arm, and then watch while his students struggled to interpret what that meant. But for the students who understood this approach, it was probably incredibly liberating. One of the most important things Musashi learned during this period was the art of not fighting. For someone whose career hinged on combat excellence, this may seem contradictory, but it's actually an essential skill. Knowing when not to engage, when to walk away, and when to let someone else prove their point without making it your problem. These are advanced techniques that require just as much mastery as any sword movement. He began to understand that true strength often looks like doing nothing at all. When you're confident in your abilities, you don't need to constantly prove them. You can let smaller challenges pass by without feeling diminished, saving your energy for situations that truly matter. By his 30s, Musashi had developed into something rare, a warrior who was equally skilled as an artist. He wasn't just dabbling in painting and sculpture as hobbies, he was approaching them with the same intensity and dedication he had brought to swords fighting. His paintings, particularly his bird and flower studies, showed a sensitivity and attention to detail that might surprise people who only knew his reputation as a duelist. There's something beautiful about watching someone apply warrior discipline to creating art. The same focus that allowed Musashi to analyze an opponent's stance in combat helped him observe the way morning light fell across a crane's wing. The patience he had developed through years of training enabled him to wait for the perfect moment to make a brush stroke, just as he had waited for the perfect moment to strike in duels. His sculptures were particularly captivating because they required a completely different kind of physical engagement. Instead of the quick, decisive movements of sword fighting, sculpture demanded sustained effort over long periods. You might spend days carefully removing tiny bits of wood or stone, making gradual progress toward your vision. It was like the difference between sprinting and marathon running. Both require athleticism, but they develop different kinds of endurance. During this period, Musashi also began to write more seriously about his understanding of strategy and combat. But unlike many martial arts treatises, which focused on specific techniques or traditional forms, Musashi's writing was more philosophical. He was trying to capture the thinking behind effective action, rather than just describing the actions themselves. He developed what he called the way of strategy, which was essentially a comprehensive approach to conflict resolution that could apply to anything from sword fighting to business negotiations to personal relationships. Preparation, understanding, and psychological positioning determine the outcome of most conflicts before the physical confrontation even starts. One of his most important insights was about timing. In sword fighting, timing isn't just about moving fast, it's about moving at exactly the right moment. Too early, and you reveal your intentions before your opponent is vulnerable. If you act too late, you will completely miss your opportunity. This principle, Musashi realized, applied to almost everything in life. He also wrote about what he called the spirit of the thing itself, which was his way of describing the importance of understanding the essential nature of whatever you're dealing with. Whether you're fighting an opponent, painting a landscape, or trying to solve a problem, success comes from seeing clearly what's actually happening, rather than what you think should be happening, or what happened in similar situations before. His students during this period included not just aspiring swordsmen, but also artists, craftsmen, and even merchants who wanted to understand his approach to strategy. Musashi had begun to attract people who were less interested in learning to fight, and more interested in learning to think clearly under pressure. Teaching changed Musashi in ways he probably didn't expect. When you have to explain something to another person, you discover gaps in your understanding that you didn't know existed. Students ask questions that force you to examine assumptions you've never questioned, and their mistakes help you see problems from entirely new angles. Musashi found that his best students weren't necessarily the most naturally talented ones. Often, they were the ones who struggled with traditional approaches and had to find their ways of making techniques work. These students forced him to think more creatively about instruction, to discover new ways of explaining concepts that he had internalized so thoroughly that he barely thought about them anymore. One of the challenges of teaching unconventional methods is that they don't translate easily into rules and procedures. Traditional martial arts schools could give students a clear progression: learn this stance, then this movement, then this combination, and so on. But Musashi's approach was more like jazz improvisation than classical music. There were underlying principles, but the expression had to be personal and spontaneous. He began to develop teaching methods that were more about creating conditions for discovery than about direct instruction. Instead of showing students exactly how to hold their swords, he might offer them a series of exercises that would naturally lead them to discover effective grips on their own. It was slower than traditional instruction, but it produced students who truly understood what they were doing, rather than just copying movements. During this period, Musashi also began to understand the importance of what modern people might call work-life balance, though he wouldn't have used that terminology. He realized that constant intensity, whether in training or in teaching, was ultimately counterproductive. Excellence required periods of rest and reflection, times when you weren't actively trying to improve, but were simply maintaining what you had already achieved. He started incorporating more variety into his daily routines. A morning might include sword practice, followed by painting, writing, then a long walk with no particular destination. This wasn't procrastination or lack of focus. It was a recognition that different types of thinking required different mental states, and creativity often emerged from the spaces between focused activities. During this period, his reputation shifted from being seen as a dangerous duelist to a wise teacher, although he remained fully capable of being the former when circumstances required it. People started seeking him out not because they wanted to challenge him, but because they wanted to learn from him. It was a more sustainable way to live, and probably much better for his long-term stress levels. As Musashi entered his later years, he began working on what would become his most lasting contribution to the world, the Book of 5 Rings. But calling it a book about sword fighting is like calling Moby Dick a book about whaling. Technically accurate, but missing most of the point. The 5 rings, ground, water, fire, wind, and void, weren't just different sword fighting techniques. They were different ways of approaching any challenge, different modes of thinking that could be applied to everything from military strategy to personal relationships to artistic creation. The ground ring was about fundamentals, the basic principles that everything else was built on. Musashi had learned that you couldn't build lasting excellence on shaky foundations, whether you were learning sword fighting or trying to run a business. Most people wanted to skip the boring foundational work and jump straight to the advanced techniques, but Musashi had seen too many promising students fail because they hadn't mastered the basics. The water ring was about adaptability, flowing around obstacles rather than trying to smash through them. Water always finds a way to its destination, whether that means going around a rock or wearing through it over time. Musashi learned this lesson through years of encountering opponents who were stronger, faster, or better trained than he was, and finding ways to win anyway. The firing was about intensity and decisive action. There are moments when gradual progress isn't enough, when you need to commit everything you have to a single effort. But the trick is knowing when those moments are. Use fire tactics too often, and you burn out. If they are used too infrequently, important opportunities may be missed. The Wind Ring was about understanding what others were doing, seeing clearly without being distracted by your preferences or expectations. Most conflicts are lost because people fight against what they think their opponent is doing, rather than what their opponent is actually doing. This requires a kind of mental emptiness that most people find uncomfortable. You have to set aside your plans and reactions long enough to really see what's happening. The Void Ring was the most difficult to explain, because it was about the space between techniques, the pause between thoughts, and the moment of potential before action. It was what happened when you stopped trying to control everything and allowed your training and intuition to guide you. Writing these ideas down was probably one of the most challenging things Musashi had ever done. He had spent decades developing these insights through direct experience, learning them in his muscles and bones before he understood them intellectually. Translating that kind of embodied knowledge into words was like trying to describe the taste of water to someone who had never been thirsty. In his final years, Musashi retreated to a cave in the mountains near Kumamoto to complete his writing and reflect on his life's work. This wasn't the dramatic hermit withdrawal that popular culture sometimes portrays, but more like the decision of a senior professor to take a sabbatical to write the book he had been contemplating for decades. The cave provided the kind of uninterrupted solitude that's almost impossible to find in normal life. No students asking questions, no visitors wanting to test their skills against his reputation, and no daily obligations beyond the basic requirements of staying alive. It was like having a completely clear desk for the first time in years, where you can finally focus on the projects that matter most. In this setting, Musashi completed not just the Book of Five Rings, but also a work called Dokodo, or The Way of Walking Alone. This was a much shorter piece consisting of 21 principles for self-reliant living. Reading it today, it sounds remarkably modern in some ways. Advice about not depending on others for your happiness, not accumulating unnecessary possessions, and treating all things with respect but not attachment. But The Way of Walking Alone wasn't a guide to hermit living or antisocial behaviour. It was more about psychological independence, the ability to remain centred and purposeful, regardless of external circumstances. Musashi had learned through decades of wandering that your inner state was the only thing you could truly control, and that everything else was essentially weather. Sometimes pleasant, sometimes difficult, but always temporary. During his cave years, Musashi also created some of his most celebrated artwork. Without the distractions of teaching or the pressure of maintaining his reputation, he could paint purely for the joy of capturing something beautiful. His late paintings have a quality of serene confidence that's different from his earlier work. The brushstrokes are more economical, but somehow more expressive, like someone who has learned to say more with less. The mountain setting probably influenced his art as well. When you're surrounded by the same landscape day after day, you begin to see it in incredible detail. The way shadows move across rock faces throughout the day, the subtle differences in how pine trees respond to wind, the dozens of different sounds that mountain silence contains. This kind of intimate observation shows up in the precision and sensitivity of his late paintings. Musashi died in 1645, at the age of about 61, having never lost a duel, and having created a body of work that would influence people for centuries. But perhaps his most interesting legacy isn't his undefeated record, or even his artistic achievements. It's the example he set of someone who refused to be limited by conventional categories. In a society that valued specialization and clearly defined roles, Musashi insisted on being both a warrior and an artist, a teacher and a student, and a man of action and a philosopher. He proved that excellence in one area doesn't require ignorance of others, and that the deepest understanding often comes from seeing connections between seemingly unrelated disciplines. His approach to learning was particularly revolutionary for its time. Instead of accepting traditional methods simply because they were traditional, Musashi tested everything against his own experience and kept only what actually worked. This wasn't disrespect for tradition. It was a deeper respect for the principles that made traditions valuable in the first place. Modern readers often find Musashi's writing surprisingly relevant, not because sword fighting has made a comeback, but because his insights about strategy, timing, and clear thinking apply to contemporary challenges. Whether you're dealing with a difficult work situation, trying to master a new skill, or simply attempting to live with greater purpose and effectiveness, Musashi's principles offer practical guidance. His life also demonstrates something important about the relationship between discipline and cruelty. Rather than stifling imagination, Musashi's rigorous training in martial arts seemed to enhance his artistic abilities. The same attention to detail that made him a formidable swordsman made him a sensitive painter. The patience required for mastering combat techniques transfers to the patience needed for creating beautiful calligraphy. Most importantly, Musashi demonstrated that one can fully commit to excellence without becoming rigid or closed-minded. He remained curious and experimental throughout his life, always willing to reconsider his assumptions and try new approaches. This combination of dedication and flexibility is rare, and it's probably what allowed him to continue growing and improving well into his later years. As we come to the end of Musashi's story, it's worth considering what this man from 4 centuries ago might teach us about living well in our time. His life offers several lessons that transcend the specific circumstances of medieval Japan. First, there's the importance of developing your own approach rather than simply copying what others do. Musashi's two-sword technique worked for him not because it was inherently superior to single-sword fighting, but because it matched his particular strengths and way of thinking. In your life, the most effective solutions are often the ones you develop for yourself, based on your unique combination of abilities and circumstances. Second, Musashi demonstrates the value of cross-training between different disciplines. His martial arts informed his art informed his writing, and his writing clarified his understanding of martial arts. In our age of hyper-specialization, there's something refreshing about someone who refused to stay in a single lane, who understood that breadth of experience could deepen rather than dilute expertise. Third, his willingness to start over and keep learning throughout his life is particularly relevant. Musashi did not reach his peak in his 20s and then rely solely on his reputation. He continued taking on new challenges, developing new skills, and refining his understanding well into his 60s. In a world where careers increasingly require constant adaptation and lifelong learning, Musashi's example is both inspiring and practical. There's also his approach to dealing with failure and uncertainty. Musashi made mistakes. He got lost in mountains, overslept on the day of important duels, and probably had plenty of moments when he questioned his life choices. But he seemed to treat these setbacks as information rather than disasters, using them to adjust his approach rather than as reasons to give up. His later focus on teaching and writing suggests something important about how to create lasting value. Physical accomplishments, no matter how impressive, are ultimately temporary. However, your ideas, insights, and influence on others can endure long after your passing. Musashi's dueling record is historically intriguing, but his books are still helping people solve problems today. Finally, there's his integration of action and reflection, his ability to be both a doer and a thinker. Too often, we divide the world into people who act and people who contemplate, as if these were mutually exclusive approaches to life. Musashi showed that the most effective people often combine both. They're willing to jump into challenges and take risks, but they also spend time thinking deeply about what they've learned and how they can improve. As you prepare for sleep tonight, perhaps there's something comforting in the story of Musashi Miyamoto, not the fearsome duelist of legend, but the more human figure we've explored together. A man who started as a boy, swinging sticks with unusual enthusiasm, who spent years walking the roads of Japan looking for worthy opponents, and who eventually learned that the most important battles are often the ones we fight with ourselves. Musashi's life serves as a reminder that growth is rarely linear. He had periods of intense activity and periods of quiet reflection, times when he pushed himself to his limits, and times when he stepped back to consolidate what he had learned. This rhythm of effort and rest, challenge and recovery, is something we can all relate to, regardless of our particular pursuits. There's also something deeply satisfying about the way his story integrates seemingly contradictory elements. He was both a warrior and an artist, both a loner and a teacher, and both someone who sought out conflict and someone who eventually understood the value of peace. Perhaps that's a useful way to think about our own complex lives. The image of Musashi in his mountain cave, completing his life's work in solitude but with full engagement, offers a peaceful note on which to end our time together tonight. Here was someone who had experienced enough of the world's excitement and challenges to know their true value, who had learned to find satisfaction in simple things done well, and who understood that the most profound victories are often the quietest ones. As you drift off to sleep, you might think about the wooden sword Musashi carved from a boat oar. transforming a simple tool into an instrument of victory through nothing more than clear thinking and careful work. There's something encouraging about that image. The idea that we all have access to the raw materials of success, that creativity and determination can often matter more than perfect equipment or ideal circumstances. Sweet dreams, and remember, sometimes the most unconventional path is the one that leads exactly where you need to go.